All right, good evening. We have four, so I'm going to go ahead and start because we have an executive session we got to get to first. So I want to welcome everybody to today's, right now is a special meeting. Today is June 16th. The time is 6:03. Right now, I would like to call the meeting to order and have a roll call.
Flores Kale.
Here.
Tobias. Goza.
Here.
Medina.
Here.
Zapata.
Here.
Harris. McKinney.
All right. Seeing we have four, we have a quorum. I would like to make a motion to excuse Councilmember Tobias from this meeting. He just has an unexpected event come up, and so he may or may not be virtual. So that's a motion.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion by myself, a second by Councilmember Medina. All in favor, say aye. Oh,
Aye.
Councilmember
Aye.
Goza. Sorry, Councilmember Goza for the record. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 4-0. Up next, we have citizens' comment period. The City Council welcomes comments from citizens. Those wishing to speak are encouraged to sign in before the meeting begins. Speakers will be provided with an opportunity to speak during this time period on any agenda item or any other matter concerning City Council business, and we ask that you observe the 3-minute time limit. All right, up first, we have Chase Coleman.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. My name is Chase Coleman. I previously spoke regarding the city's reclaimed water master plan and the significant cost of building a publicly subsidized $100 million purple pipe distribution system focused on irrigation, seasonal irrigation. I respectfully recommend the city evaluate installing twin 18-inch reuse lines to Yarrington Road and I-35. Yarrington Road and I-35 is one of Kyle's most strategic development areas. This is a location where Kyle can attract high-value, low-service industrial development. This location is an open space located in an industrial corridor. Advanced industrial users will pay for non-potable water supply. Users benefiting from evaporative cooling evaporate 75% of the water through the evaporative cooling process. Advanced industrial users at Yarrington Road and I-35 could offer TERS number 4 substantial tax value and a diversification of the tax base. The proposed approach creates a value stream, reducing nutrient-loaded discharge into waterways and increasing water department revenues. I ask Council to direct staff to evaluate the cost, revenue potential, infrastructure timing, environmental benefits, and economic impact of serving Yarrington Road and I-35 with twin 18-inch reclaimed water transmission lines. I ask Council to consider an appropriate conditional use permit for this location. If this sounds like a plan Council would like to move forward with, I ask Council to instruct local, regional, and state economic development teams to promote an opportunity in Kyle, Texas, for developers seeking advanced industrial uses, needing a large tract of land with natural gas transmission lines, a power substation, consistent large volumes of non-potable industrial water, low latency, high capacity, carrier diverse connectivity for compute along I-35 in Central Texas between Austin and San Antonio. This proposal can reduce pressures on the water rates for its ratepayers, strengthen the tax base for the taxpayers, and position Kyle as a regional leader in practical water reuse. Thank you for considering this option.
All right, thank you. Up next, I have Randy Pelafant. Hi.
Trying to get my hearing aids turned up. It's not working. I apologize. My name is Randy Pelafant. I live at 798 Sampson in Kyle. That is a location where you're putting through the sewer line and the golf course, that big old ditch running right down through there. We've got several concerns. Number one is that the city has taken over that property about 9 months ago, and it's not draining. That's a drainage dish that has not been draining. Right now, it's becoming a cesspool with all this rain that we've had and a mosquito haven, and you know what kind of diseases those mosquitoes are bringing in today's world. So we need to get this thing cleaned up and cleaned out and get it moving again. You've had 9 months they have to start and finish this project. They keep complaining that they can't do anything until the contractor gets out of there for his work. Yes and no. There's a whole lot of that drainage ditch is beyond the contractor's area that they could have started, should have started. They would begin the process to get this unit to draining and not have our mosquito problem. The second thing that's happened in this ditch at the same time that was a shock to all of us is that the contractor all of a sudden has put in a standpipe for filtering, and I'm not real sure what it's for, to be honest with you, but I have done some research today on that. The standpipe supposedly is to alleviate pressure in that pipe. The original pipe that was in there that you're replacing never had a standpipe. There are only 2 standpipes included in this unit. Both of them are along the Plum Creek area. One of them is 35 feet from my front porch. I know you can't see this picture from your patio, from your spot, but that's my patio looking at my beautiful view of the golf course that has now been intercepted by a black pipe, which is not very pretty or appealing for me. So what I'm asking is a way that we can talk about moving that pipe to a different location. The problem that we've got is the more I look into this standpipe that's in there to relieve the pressure on the piping as it goes through, I thought it was a 16-inch pipe. It's a 24-inch pipe. That's a big pipe. For a pressure release, a little 6-inch black pipe that they've set here is not going to be good enough. So now we're going to have to put in something much larger. Oh man, my 3 minutes up already? I have a set of paperwork, and I knew that would happen, that explains everything that I've discussed. The other thing that is happening is a change order that would be nice to include the movement of that pipe or whatever you're going to have to do that. That'll give you something to read in between meetings. My name and number are on there. I would love a conversation with anyone that would like to talk about it, either at my house or your house. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll make sure that Jennifer gives this to the rest of the council. All right. Next, I have Larry Garlick.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. As you go to meet outside counsel regarding the former city manager's pending payout, I have just a few questions. The resolution asks that the city find that the full $204,000 is contractually required to compensate the former city manager after he resigned. Having read the agreement, both amendments, and our in the city's personnel policy side by side, I don't believe the documents support that. The contract treats termination by council and voluntary resignation differently. And this payout applies the termination terms to a resignation. Consider the former city manager's own words from the city's published transcript on March 3rd of this year. He said the goal of the amendment was, and I'm quoting, the same 12-month severance provision that I was promised when I took this position. That was the intent. That was the goal, end quote. I take him at his word. But severance is what the city pays when the council terminates the manager, not when the manager resigns. Those enhanced terms belong in the termination provision. They do not exist in the resignation. I'm not asking council to agree with my reading. I'm asking you that you discuss it with your outside counsel so your decisions rest on the documents. And tonight will likely set a precedent for future resignations. Some questions. How does credited leave at termination differ from resignation? That's section in the contract, in the amendment, sections 17B and E. B is termination, E is resignation. 2, sick leave. The city policy 5.07 subsection 3 requires 5 years of service. In the contract, the termination clause waives that, but the resignation clause doesn't waive that. Number 3, the November buyback. Was council approval required for the directive the city manager himself signed 17 days before taking advantage of the 320 hours of vacation? 4, were the 80 hours of vacation and 40 hours of sick leave that were added in 2025, are those duplicative of the same hours already presented in 2023? 2025 is an amendment to a contract, not a new contract. Number 5, does a credit of roughly 1,280 hours to a sitting manager comply with the Texas Constitution's limit on extra compensation? Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, I have Vic Allen, please.
Good evening. Happy Tuesday. Mayor and council, I've learned recently that there are provisions in the city charter that provide limitations to city employee payouts. One of those provisions explicitly states the circumstances with credited leave upon resignation as opposed to termination. The other requires 5 years of service for paid sick leave upon termination and not resignation. Both Langley and Amy Reed's contracts state that whereas the City of Kyle has entered into an employment contract with the city manager and city attorney to provide the payout of severance in the event that either employee is terminated without cause. Well, Brian Langley quit. These bullet points both ask both of these, or two different questions. One is, why hasn't the city's attorney or this director of HR for the city brought up the charter policy and presented it before council to override his contract? I have a feeling that since Amy's contract is similar to Langley's, that she might feel squeamish in discussing it with council, as would indicate the flaws in her own contract, which just happened to be in conflict with the city charter? Don't know. I often wonder if Amy is really serving the interests of the city of Kyle or just serving her own interests. My take is that even if there is a glimmer of contract conflicts, that she should have at least pointed out that the city charter has limitations which bind the city to different guidelines and commitments. It is very disturbing that she has not done so and has not been forthcoming. The real question is why? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Those are all the forms I have. Would anybody else like to come up and speak? All right, seeing none, we're going to go ahead and head out into executive. The city council will now go into executive session to discuss agenda item 1A pursuant to Texas Government Code section 551.071 and 551.074. We are back from executive. There was no action taken then, and there will be no action taken now. Just to clarify, whatever we talked about in executive will go on the regular agenda. So with that said, we're going to adjourn executive session, and then we'll go into our regular session. All right, thank you guys for being here. Today is Tuesday, June 16th. The time is 7:11. I would like to call this regular meeting to order. Can I get a roll call, please?
Floresville,
Here.
Tobias, Goza,
Here.
Medina,
Here.
Zapata,
Here.
Harris,
Here.
McKinney.
Okay, we have 5.
Here.
Oh, there we are, McKinney. All right, so we have 6. I'd like to make a motion to excuse Mayor Pro Tem Tobias.
Second?
Okay, I got a motion by myself and a second by Councilmember Zapata. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion passes 6-1. Okay, up next, if I can have everybody stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mayor, I wanted to confirm that the vote was 6-0.
Yes, the vote was 6-0. Thank you. All right, up next, we have citizens' comments. The City Council welcomes comments from citizens early in the agenda of City Council meetings. Those wishing to speak are encouraged to sign in before the meeting begins. Speakers will be provided with an opportunity to speak during this time period on any agenda item or any other matter concerning city business, and we ask that you observe the 3-minute time limit. Okay, up first, I have Karen Smith. You come on up.
Hello, I'm Karen Smith. I'm a senior citizen living in Kyle, and I am a member of the Kyle Area Senior Zone, or CAS, and it's a great benefit to me in my life after retirement. And I know the City of Kyle has supported us, and we're getting this new building, and I would like to strongly urge you to name it the Adele Hurst Senior Community Center, and that way it will honor the woman who actually started CAS in 2006. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, I have Don Conley.
Hello, my name is Dawn Conley. For those who don't know me, I'm with Kyle Area Senior Zone. I'm the program's entertainment coordinator. I first want to invite everybody again to our Juneteenth celebration this Friday from 10:30 to 1 p.m. We'll be doing our flag raising ceremony and then followed with food, an exhibit, kids zone, and just having a good time. So please come to that. Also, on June 5th, we challenged City Council and staff to chair volleyball, which is a fun game that we play every first and third, where we keep our cheeks in the seat and our arms in the air to keep that ball going. And playing 2 games, the city, staff, and council beat CAS. So with that, congratulations for your first place.
You can give that to Jesse.
We're going after now the Kyle Police Department and challenging them. So.
That's pretty awesome. You want to give it to Jesse?
You'll accept this? Okay, thank you, Jesse.
So much fun.
I'm glad to see you again. Thank you
And
very
that's
much.
it? All right, up next, we have David Kirtley.
Hi, everyone. Okay, I was hoping I would have a little bit more time to think about what I was going to say because we've all been talking on Facebook and the conversation's been evolving so quickly. And so I didn't have a lot of time to think about what I would say in this particular conversation, but I hope you guys all got my email I sent, and I hope you didn't skim any of it. It was all, I worked really hard on it, so I hope everyone read it really carefully. But so I was here back in April, And there was an agenda item related to the Vibe Trail, which if people don't know, is an amazing project. It's going to be a citywide system of bike trails that'll make it easy to get from anywhere in Kyle to anywhere else in Kyle. And I've been really interested in it. I'm really excited about it. And so this was an agenda item to put together a Greenways and Trails master plan that would, the way it was explained to me was that it would enable the city to go after big state and federal grants that would allow sections of the trail to be built, using grant money, which would sort of double the city's money to be able to build twice as much of the trail at a time. And so a bunch of us from the Kyle Trail Coalition came. Incidentally, if you're interested, you should join our Facebook group. It's a lot of fun. But so we were all really excited about it. And then just in the last week or so, we sort of found out that the Parks Department, a lot of the people that we knew had left. And so I wasn't sure what was going on with those grants. And so I was able to find out, what grants they had been planning to go for. But my impression was that nobody at the city currently was really following up on that. So I just wanted to make sure that, somebody is following up on those grants because I thought it was such an exciting opportunity and I would hate to let it slip away, especially after, the city spent all this money to put together this Greenways and Trails master plan. And so, the one thing is that I really hope that the city follows up on the grants. And then the other thing is that the reason I'm here tonight is that I was told that this would be sort of my chance to communicate with the city manager. And so the message I would send to the city manager is just like, maybe it's not possible, maybe we can't slow down, but I would wonder if it's possible to slow down this process of hiring a new parks director a little bit. All of this has come as a big surprise to us. We're all just kind of still processing it. And, I feel like the parks director is such an important position that I want to make sure we have, that we do a wide search, not just an 11-day search or a 10-day search, whatever it's been. And that maybe we could get some impact from the Kyle Trail Coalition. A lot of us, we've ridden our bikes all over Kyle. We know the city very well. A lot of us have, not me, but Josh, he's going to speak to you in a moment. He's worked with the Parks Department building trails like at Waterleaf Park for years. I'm out of time. You'll hear from Josh in just a second. But if we could just slow down the director position a little bit, that would be my preference. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Up next, I have Josh Keller.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Josh Keller. I'm the former Trails Committee chairperson. I've worked closely with the Parks Department over the past 3.5 years. I've sat in board meetings, informal meetings in an office, sometimes in an office and sometimes out on the parks, out on the trails, sometimes on an ATV. I've worked together to create events for kids and volunteer days. I saw how they handled business before David Lopez, and I've seen how they've handled business since he's arrived. It's been such a stark difference. That's not just my opinion. I shared over 20 examples on the Kyle Trail Coalition Facebook page today. I understand we're in a budget deficit, but the investment Kyle made in parks wasn't just spending, it was paying for itself. The grant program alone proves this. Research also backs up this idea. In 2019 review by Texas A&M Research, John Crompton found homes near trails typically sell for 3% to 5% more than comparable homes without trail access. That's real tax revenue generated by the work this department was doing. What worries me the most right now is the pace. Removing this many experienced people this quickly is a serious risk on its own. Filling the director role just as quickly, especially from within, without a real search, multiplies that risk. I'm asking the council to slow down. Pause the hiring process. Consider a temporary parks manager if needed. Take the time to gather full information before making decisions that will be very difficult to undo. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Up next, I have Mario Perez.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. On June 9th, 2026, the communication company B. Robinson install a fiber optic splice box in front of her property. I was puzzled why the new box was being installed on the opposite end of the property from where the existing outdoor network box is located. It would be wise for third-party companies to reach out to homeowners to learn where the existing equipment is located. Communication with residents will reduce work and minimize damage to lawns and make it efficient for the homeowners to connect to the existing indoor media cabinet. According to field personnel, the contractor relies on Google Maps to locate the splice boxes, as opposed to evaluating the existing location of the resident's outdoor network box. I recently learned that I may just end up with multiple splice boxes on my property, one for each internet service provider. According to the city ordinance, chapter 38, right-of-way construction, a contractor is required to restore the premises to as good as they were before the beginning of such activities. I currently have deep ruts in my drainage swell along South Sledge Street. The damage was caused when the contractor was stationed and unloading their machinery. This is a drainage swell that I made certain it had proper fall to the ditch where our house was built. The ruts have had a negative impact on my drainage, especially with the recent rains. Residents should be able to report incidents of property damage during fiber optic installation. I discovered it was not so easy. If residents are unable to contact the broadcast provider or resolve issues, we should be able to contact the Department of Public Works and file an incident report using a city email or the 311 program. This information should be posted on the city's website. I understand these are not city projects, but contractors are required to obtain right-of-way permits so that Public Works inspector can monitor construction activity and ensure proper repairs to the premises. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, I have Larry Golick.
Mayor, Council, thank you for your service to our community. I know things get heated at times and we don't always agree, but I was glad to watch the earnest work this past Saturday to address the financial situation the city of Cal is facing. With unfunded projects and operating revenue shortfalls, I saw a council working together, recommending grant writing, deferring some projects, and committing to higher priority needs. It was a great thing to see. As the city tightens its belt, we should review contracts to ensure we aren't overpaying. With that, I think it's important to review the former city manager's contract closely. I've laid out a series of issues in an email that I sent to each of you. These issues are credited leave, sick leave, vacation buyback, and what is owed at resignation versus termination. Contracts are in writing for a reason. Each side can cite its provisions to ensure the agreement is upheld. After the city settles how this contract should be read, I'd ask this council to apply the same care to the Six Creeks contract between the city and the retail water and wastewater customers on that property. On June 2nd from this dais, we heard a contract is a contract. I wholeheartedly agree. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, I have Betty Conley. If I'm correct, is Mr. Weston going to give you his time? Mrs. Weston, sorry. Yes, okay, so Ms. Conley will get 6 minutes, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Betty Conley. I'm a citizen of Cal. Although Saturday was a great time to see council working together, I was saddened at what happened on the council meeting on Tuesday, June 2nd. The disrespectful conduct and condescending remarks towards the mayor, council, and staff was inexcusable in a form of bullying. He was verbally abused by Ms. Zapata, Mr. Mohit, and the mayor. Accusations, assumptions were implied of wrongdoing, if any, because of Mr. Mohit and the time that he spent with the city, without getting the true facts. Only after the mayor asked Mr. Mohit if he saw all the credit card receipts and CIP did he say no, he did not. When Brian Langley was here, the previous city manager, he opened another department, and some of those went over that way. I think when there's demeaning tones, derogatory and accusatory manner, it's not acceptable on the dais. When it's a elected official who's bullying, the stakes are even higher. It's so sad that to see the mayor chastised and others about respecting each other when they're not given the respect. When asked for your vote, you said, I quote, Washington has Doge, Cal has whatever this is, and I refuse to be part of it, and you voted no. I just want to let you know what Cal is. It consists of hardworking citizens. This is hard for me. That believes in trust, honesty, integrity, transparency, coupled with treating each other respect. Then, when Agenda 11 came up, Councilwoman walked out of the council meeting with no explanation. I see that there was disrespect to your own agenda item for the veterans. You did not stay long enough to even represent an agenda item that you had on the agenda. You denied those veterans respect when you walked out. Elected officials hold a unique and influential role in this community that they serve. Your behavior can trickle down the effect and spread all through the community. Toxic behavior on the dais from whoever erodes public trust and the effective functioning of government institutions. Offensive, derogatory, or demeaning comments, dismissive tones of voice and body language are all types of bullying. An apology is warranted and owed to the mayor, council staff, and the citizens of Cal. Thank you. The next one I'm reading is about the forensic audit. We need a forensic audit not just because of the $14 million, but because of the past years there were signs of mistrust in council with money transactions. For me, example one, money was paid for a credit card expense around $10,000, which was reimbursed and should not have been allowed and then not paid back. Example two, $200,000 agreement to CAS with the county to commit to pay for shovel-ready plans. A motion was made in November and the motion passed 7-0. This was taken away as well, and the Lakeland is 2 on 150. However, there were no motions to rescind the agreement in November of 2019. If you're going to amend an agreement that was already motioned and passed, Robert rules you need to rescind that agreement so the public people know. I have them all coming to me saying, you got $200,000 from the city. You got $200,000 from the city. We did not get $200,000 from the city. And I don't know how to explain it any further than that. We just did not get it. I understand $194,000 was moved back into the general fund, but where did the balance of $6,000 of that $200,000 go? And the straw that broke the camel's back, as you could say, is the knowledge of a $14 million questionable deficit. There are too many questions, not enough answers. A forensic audit is to uncover the truth about financial dealings. The goal is to provide a clear and objective picture of the city's financial situation, which the citizens of Kyle deserve to know, whether it's good or bad. I hope it's all good. A forensic audit will provide a detailed financial fund flow, identifying transactions that may require clarification and may warrant a closer review. I know a forensic audit is going to cost us money, but the city has been paying money for all other kind of things, such as the bathroom at Mary Carson Park. It will cost us, what, about $1 million you were speaking? We saved a tree, which is great, but that cost us, I'm not sure, around $1 million. But when the people would like to have a forensic audit, people were trying to tell us, no, it's going to cost money. Well, that's money well spent if we're losing money somewhere in that audit.
All right, thank you. Up next, I have Michael McDonald.
Good evening. Today I want to express some thoughts that may help during the budget talks. Our main goal should be to do the very best that we can for the citizens of Kyle, but that takes a lot of hard work and sacrifice. Each individual sacrificing for the betterment of the team. For example, only 5 women's college basketball teams have completed a season undefeated, and one of those teams, the University of Connecticut, has done it 6 times, with the rest doing it 1 time each. Leadership and those who engage play a huge role in how good a team can be. All these teams have one thing in common: teamwork. You don't go undefeated when you have individuals running the show. It takes a team to make it work, not an individual. Let's talk about teamwork. T is for talk. Talk to each other. Reach out and communicate your thoughts and ideas. Don't be afraid to express what you are thinking. Make sure that your thoughts are relevant to the present conversation and not just random. E is for encourage. Be an encourager to others. You don't know what others are going through and what type of day they are having, but you can say a kind word, pat a shoulder, smile a little more, and be genuinely interested in each other. A is for availability. Make yourself available to not just one another, but to the citizens as well. Acknowledge your position and always remember that you have a responsibility to the citizens of Kyle. Responding to emails, returning phone calls, or meeting up with your constituents makes you available. M is for many. Our country's motto is E pluribus unum, out of many, one. You must consider that our city is diverse and many different thoughts and ideas wanted to be expressed. As a council member, you represent people with whom you agree and disagree. You represent many and not a few. W is for willing. As a representative, you should be willing to listen to new ideas, thoughts, and concerns of others. You don't always have the best ideas on how to accomplish a task, so you should be willing to listen to another point of view. You must be willing to admit when you don't understand and when you are wrong. O is for opportunities. As a council member, you represent others in city matters. Your job is very important, but don't think that you are better than anyone else, because life sometimes serves up a nice heaping slice of humble pie later on. Don't waste these opportunities. R is for recognize. Take the time to recognize the position you are in and the importance of what you do. Citizens are counting on you to do the right thing and not to cut corners on important issues, because your job makes our life easier and lightens our burdens as well. Recognize your position as a council member and who you represent, because we count on you to do your best for us. K is for Kyle. You represent the citizens of Kyle. The decision you make as a council member impacts every citizen of Kyle. Be transparent, honest, genuine with the citizens who faithfully placed you in a position to make a positive difference in their lives. We all chose to live in Kyle, and we want our representatives to make the absolute best decision they can to make our city the best it can be. Teamwork. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Stephanie McDonald.
Before I start, I didn't know how to do this, but Liz Newberry wanted to donate 3 minutes. Give me her 3 minutes.
Okay,
So
yeah, if you'll
we
just fill out a
out
form
her-
and then hand it to Jennifer, we'll be good.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Flores Kale and City Council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you tonight. I'd like to ask you to move items 18 and 19 to the top of the discussion. I'd once again like to thank members of council and city staff for your efforts to restore our city to a more secure physical position. We appreciate all of your hard work, as well as the council approving the forensic audit. Councilmember Harris, you seem to think the $14 million budget shortfall is not a big issue, but it is to the taxpayers. That's why it's going to take quite a bit of work to pull us out of this avoidable situation. And Councilmember Zapata, you voted for Mr. Mohit. Right before the vote, Mayor Pro Tem Tobias took the time to read you all of his responsibilities and his scope of authority. So you understood that he had the right to eliminate positions, do whatever it took to bring the budget back in within his scope of authority. 65% of the city's budget is spent on payroll. In light of this, you should expect redundant positions to be eliminated. Also, 69% of Parks and Rec Department is spent on payroll, so it should have been expected that this department would be affected. Our city has been top-heavy in payroll for a long time. Mr. Mohit's judgment is sound. The reserves should not have been used, and our former city manager, Brian Langley, had a duty to go directly to the council and advise them of the status of our reserves. That was not done. Those should only be used for an emergency. Now, tough decisions are being made to balance our budget. For years, residents have been coming before the council imploring them to rein in the spending. Let's work on balancing the budget. Councilmember Zapata, I also noticed when they were going through the CIP items on Saturday's meeting, you repeatedly said, if we save on this item, we can spend some on that item. We want to save on items to balance the budget, not to continue spending. We want to rein that in. Regarding former city manager Langley's payout, by his own admission at one of the council meetings, he stated that he would not receive credited time unless terminated. We all know his contract was revised at the last minute to get around the new state legislation effective September 2025. The reason for that legislation, to my understanding, is to protect taxpayers from excessive severance payouts for municipalities. To change his severance payout to 20 weeks and increase his vacation to 32 still costs the taxpayers the same amount as before the legislation. It simply changed how that payout would be coded. In addition to that, he cashed out about $50,000 in vacation pay. This is beyond belief. He should be paying us some money back. At the last council meeting, a portion was contentious, divisive, and disruptive. One resident present at the meeting even made an obscene gesture at other residents. Councilmember Zapata abruptly left the meeting immediately after the vote was taken. She was angry about the vote and has since said she had to leave to go to her birthday dinner. If this were true, why wouldn't she have said anything publicly about leaving or privately to the mayor? She alluded that she cared about veterans and that she had an agenda item that she was going to present. Yet she left before the item came forward, which was tabled for tonight. Why did she put it on that meeting's agenda if she was not going to be present? Councilmember Zapata, we all see right through you. She also stated the intent of other members of council and is disrespectful to our mayor. I urge the council to put a stop to this by censuring her. This cannot continue. She's creating a hostile environment and then playing the victim. She also stated publicly that there would be a 10% cut for certain city employees. Other members of council had not heard this. When questioned, she said she received this information through an anonymous email. Our interim city manager, Mohit, said this idea was discussed privately in a meeting with department directors only, simply as an idea. Council member also stated that a Parks and Recs employee was fired and alluded that the mayor was behind it. The wording of this could have hurt that employee by this information being released when seeking future employment. Both of these items are personnel issues, and I believe this breaks the rules of council. Council member Zapata, stop the irresponsible speech. One of our city committee members, Holly Wilson, made alarming statements on social media accusing the mayor of working with the interim city manager to fire the City of Kyle Parks and Recs employees, leaving the department with no leadership. In essence, she's accusing the mayor of violating our city charter. This is slander. There's currently leadership in place. David Lopez and Amy Garcia resigned. Please remove her from the committee immediately. We cannot allow this kind of behavior to continue, council. To address a rumor, yes, all three of the splash pads are currently closed, and no, it's not due to staff reduction at Parks and Rec. David Lopez was with the city for about a year and a half. The La Verde splash pad has been inoperable for about a year. All three of the splash pads are about 2 years old. The fact that they're closed is not the fault of our boots on the ground employees. It's a management issue. As in the case so many times, our city does not maintain what we have. This needs to be changed. Please, council, go together. Go to Buda City Park as a group. Take a complete look at their facilities. They appear to be low maintenance, and they're always full of people. Item number 11, security council meetings. This is unnecessary and expensive. You cannot compare our city's needs to the city of Austin's needs. And if you look at these items that you're bringing forth, you will be protected, we won't be protected, they won't be protected. Rules of council, please don't hamstring the manager. That's item 18. The mayor's greater influence because she sets priorities, proposes initiatives, and helps shape agendas. The mayor's elected leader and presiding officer. And a forensic audit, there was a lot of credit card abuse. There's a lot of reasons we want a forensic audit, not simply for a credit card abuse, but during that time, we had a $125 a night allowance for hotels. One member of council that's sitting here right now spent $1,200 on one hotel night, and the additional nights were $600 a night. We asked for reimbursement back for those charges. That never happened. There's a lot of reasons we want this audit. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, I have no more forms. Is there anybody that would like to come up and speak before I close citizens' comments? All right, seeing none, we are going to close citizens' comments. We're going to go back up to approval of minutes. Does anybody have a motion for the approval of minutes?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the special June 2nd, 2026 meeting minutes and the regular June 2nd, 2026 meeting minutes.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Medina and a second by Councilmember Harris. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, opposed? Okay, motion passes 6-0. All right, up next, we have agenda order. I've heard items 18 and 19 be pulled up. That'll go under consent, if everybody's okay with that. All right.
Mayor,
Yes.
were we going to table number 18 because of Michael Tobias being out?
Oh, yes.
Cover full?
I did want to briefly talk about that. Do we want to, out of respect? Okay. So, yes, if we can, Mr. Mohit, we're going to go ahead and table agenda item 18 until we can have a full council, hopefully next time. All right, so we are going to move up agenda item 19.
Mayor, did you want to take a vote on that tabling?
Oh, yes. So I'd like to make a motion to bring back agenda item 18 on the next agenda.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion by myself, a second by Goza. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 6-0. All right, up next, we have the consent agenda. Is there anything that anybody would like to pull?
I would like to pull item number 4. I just have a quick question on it.
All right. Do we want to ask that and then, or do you just want to pull it completely? Or can we put it and then approve them all? If there's a, maybe you're not going to want to approve it, then I'll just pull it separately.
It might need a minor adjustment.
Okay, then what we're going to do is I'm going to approve agenda items 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda items 3, 5, 6, 7, and 8, 9.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by myself, a second by Councilmember Goza. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0. All right, go ahead. Agenda item 4, consider approval of task order number 260104 to HDR Engineering, Inc. for design services, bid support, and construction support for the Post-Oak Langley reconstruction project in the amount of $189,632. Item presenter, Lou Zhang.
And then you don't have to go through the whole presentation. And I'll give you a moment because I know that you ran again. But I just had a quick question about the task order itself. I was reviewing it, and under the it's under the deliverables under task 3 at the 60% submittal range. There is a part on there, section 9, which is about drainage plans. And I guess I was trying to understand it, but I don't want to misunderstand it. But under the drainage plans, as we are fixing these streets, it says no significant change in ditch depth or profile proposed to minimize impacts to utilities. No hydraulic study will be performed. Contours will be utilized to identify locations of sidewalk bridges. Minor grading within right-of-way will be performed to aid in directing flow from properties to sidewalk bridge locations, or contours or cross-sections will be provided to adequately describe grading geometry for construction. Can I just get some clarity on what it means by the, I guess at least in the beginning, the no significant change in ditch depth or profile proposed, that is a tongue twister, or profile proposed to minimize impacts to utilities?
Yeah, so absolutely. We're going to take a cross-section, or take a look at the cross-section of the roadway itself. And if we change the grade, either longitudinally or cross-sectionally, there's a huge impact on drainage. And currently on Langley Street, there are 2 inlets at either end of the street. So the street itself doesn't have any storm sewers because the storm sewer is in the back. It's like an open ditch. So we want to minimize the impact of that. We are going to look at if drainage is needed because we need to get water away from the street to minimize the impact on the clay underneath. So if we have to do French drain and other type of drainage facility, we'll take a look at if those need to be implemented. But the goal is we will try to keep the longitudinal and the cross-sectional profile to not cause any drainage issue.
Okay, and for the hydraulic study, what would be an instance, for example, when we would have a hydraulic study?
If we're adding impervious.
Okay, all right, perfect. Well, I think that clarifies everything. I think I just wanted to make sure that we were addressing drainage.
Yes.
And it seems like we will be, so I don't have any other questions, and I would like to make a motion to approve agenda item number 4.
Second. Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Zapata and a second by Councilmember Medina to approve agenda item 4. All in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 6-0. All right, up next, we're going to bring up agenda item 19. Consider approval of a resolution authorizing the interim city manager and/or his designee to pay a total city cost of $204,492.56 pursuant to the former city manager Larry Brian Langley's contract for the payout of his allowable accrued vacation leave balance totaling 720 hours and accrued sick leave balance totaling 305.43 hours as of May 23rd, 2026. Item presenter Perez Mohit.
Mayor and council, at the last council meeting on June 2nd, this item was brought forward for your consideration and decision. After much deliberation, council decided to table this agenda item and directed the interim city manager to seek the advice of outside counsel, specifically to review and evaluate the employment agreement of the former city manager and between the former city manager and the city of Kyle. I did just that. So today I will introduce to you Mr. Frank Garza. He's with the law firm of Davidson, Troyo, Ream, and Garza. He will present his evaluation, his assessment, and his legal opinion. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Garza.
Thank you, Perez. Again, my name is Frank Garza, and with the firm of Davidson, Trillo, Riemann, Garza, and glad to be back here in Kyle. The presentation is before you, and so I'll start off with a little bit of background. As you know, the city entered into an employment agreement with Larry Brian Langley as city manager in April of 2023. The Section 13 of the agreement provided the manager with 80 hours of vacation leave and 40 hours of sick leave. This is a common occurrence when a city manager is coming from another city, starting with a new employer, a new city, and has no vacation or sick leave, but may have a family and so forth, so that most cities that I'm aware of provide some vacation leave and sick leave at the outset, at the start of their contracts, so they do have some leave if needed. Section 17 of the agreement states that if the manager was terminated without cause, he would receive a severance of 12 months of base salary and the value of all leave accrued. On June 20th of 2025, Governor Abbott signed Senate Bill 2237, which was in your Senate, which is now in the Chapter 180 of your local government code. It limited severance pay to executives of political subdivisions to no more than 20 weeks, 5 months, excluding pay time off for accrued vacation leave. On July 16th, 2025, Council had a city council meeting with an executive sessions, and this specific executive session was to discuss legal issues related to the contracts between the city and the city manager and city attorney, including discussions of potential amendments to those agreements with possible discussion and action in open session. Council came out of executive session, and Mayor Mitchell, former Mayor Mitchell, moved to approve a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute amendments to the city's contracts with the city manager and city contract to amend the severance provisions based on the changes of state law effective September 1st, and to make other amendments to keep the employees whole, with such amendments in final form reviewed and approved by a contract attorney on behalf of the city. That contract attorney was not my firm. It was another firm that reviewed that final contract. On August 1st, the city and the manager agreed to amend their contract, which was amendment number 2. Amendment number 1 did not play any portion dealing with leave or termination balances. Only the contract and amendment number 2 are relevant in this case. That amendment increased the base salary of the manager from $298,000 to $330,095. It increased his vacation leave from 80 hours to 1,360. It allowed the manager to accrue unlimited vacation leave, but only be paid up to $2,000 if terminated. It did reduce severance from 12 months to 20 weeks, as in accordance with state law. It added language in the amendment that if the manager terminates the agreement, he is to be paid vacation leave of up to 720 hours or maximum allowed, whichever is greater. The manager resigned effective May 15th, 2026. So I had the following 3 questions asked for me to respond. Is the city obligated to pay the proposed calculations and payout of the vacation and sick leave balances and still comply with Section 180 of the Local Government Code? That's Senate Bill 2433 is codified in 180. Should the former manager receive a payout for vacation leave in excess of his earned or accrued balance upon his resignation, when the city intended that excess amount to be provided only as a severance benefit in the event of termination without cause? And did the city comply with the Open Meetings Act when it voted to approve the manager's amendment? State law states a requirement that severance pay, and this is the provision in 180, a requirement that severance pay that is paid from tax revenue may not exceed the amount of compensation at the rate at the termination of employment the executive employee would have been paid for 20 weeks, excluding paid time off for accrued vacation leave. City complied with state law by reducing severance from 12 months to 20 weeks. But the contracted issue before us is really not dealing with severance. Your manager was not terminated. He resigned. So the severance provision does not come into play. So the contract, the analysis on the sick leave, the contract and amendments do not provide for a maximum hour cap on sick leave, just vacation leave. Therefore, the 305.43 hours of accrued sick leave earned by the manager during the term of his employment is consistent with the contract and should be paid out. State law that limits severance does not apply to accrued leave. Now, earlier we heard comments from citizens about your policy, your personnel policy, that says you get sick leave paid out upon 5 years with the city. That is by ordinance. It is not in your charter. By ordinance are rules and regulations adopted by the council, which can be revised by the council. The city council that approved the original contract and the amendment to his contract stated that he would be paid his sick leave even if he were to resign. It states, in the event of resignation or retirement, manager will be entitled to compensation for accrued leave and other benefits on the same basis as any other full-time employee of the city, except that all accrued vacation and sick leave will be paid out and will not be subject to maximum hours for payout caps. So per the contract and per the amendment, sick leave was not, any accrued sick leave, even if he were to resign, was to be paid out. So it is my opinion that the 305 hours should be paid. Now, in the analysis on vacation, to make the former manager whole, the city added that the manager was eligible to be paid as severance accrued vacation leave of up to 2,000 hours if terminated. The contract states the city will not be obligated to pay the severance payment, including payment of leave over the maximum hours for payout caps pursuant to the city's personnel policy, if the manager voluntarily resigned. As we all know, the manager voluntarily resigned. The leave in question is not severance since he was not terminated. Amendment number 2 also amended the manager's contract if he resigned. The amendment added language that if the manager terminates the agreement, he is to be paid vacation leave up to 720 hours. But when you read the entire section, his resignation section, that paragraph, when you read the entire section, which is E in the amendment, it is clear, in my opinion, that it was the city's intent to only pay for the accrued leave. There is nothing in the record as to why the vacation leave provision was amended. The intent was to only amend the severance, but they did amend the provision dealing with the resignation. And this is the language. It states, in the event of resignation or retirement, manager will be entitled to compensation for accrued leave, except that accrued vacation and sick leave will be paid out and will not be subject to maximum hours for payout caps, except that vacation will be limited to 720 hours of the maximum amount allowed by city policy, whichever is greater. So if you just read the last part, except that vacation leave will be limited to 720 hours, you see where the argument is where you're required to pay the 720. But if you read the entire section, the manager will be, upon resignation or retirement, manager will be entitled to compensation for accrued leave, except that accrued leave and sick leave will be paid out and will not be subject to maximum hours and so forth. It is my opinion that the city's intent was to make a severance whole if the manager was terminated, because it did increase his vacation leave from 80 hours to 1,360 with a possible payout, but the resignation payout is not a violation of the state law, again, because it's not severance, and it did limit it to accrued leave. There's no record the council viewed the contract before it was executed by the mayor. The language in amendment number 2 could have been clearer that the vacation leave payout was for only accrued leave. When reading the resignation section again as a whole, it is clear the intent of council is only to pay for the accrued vacation and sick leave. Therefore, in my opinion, the city is only legally required to pay for the accrued vacation and sick leave and nothing more. The other question I was asked was about the open meetings. The city did comply with the Open Meetings Act when it voted to approve the manager's amendment on July 16th. The caption for executive session on that date was specific that the manager's contract would be discussed and amendments would be considered in open session. The council reconvened in open session and took action when it voted to approve the manager's amendment, authorizing the mayor to execute such amendment. So my recommendation is to pay the manager the sick leave and vacation leave he accrued, since the intent and language of the amendment made him whole if terminated and nothing more. The former manager may make a claim, but in my opinion, the city's in good legal position to defend its position to only pay for the sick and vacation leave accrued and nothing more. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right, we're going to go from District 1 all the way down, so go ahead.
I had more of a comment because when we were looking at this and when we look at the leave calculation sheet on page 4, there was an adjustment per contract to add another 40 hours of sick leave, which I believe is unearned and should be deducted from that balance because it was not.
Are you referring to 3/15/2025?
I am referring to page 4 of the leave balance sheet.
Which date?
It is 8/17/25, so it's a little less than halfway down. So we can see that the sick leave balance jumps from 181 hours up to 221 hours when that 40 is added in the balance without contract.
So you're saying it was not, like, so the balance and the balance without contract are the same, and you're saying the balance without contract should have been 40 less?
Correct.
I will point out that under the amendment that was approved, it does say on the effective date of this amendment, managers' leave accrual banks will be credited, again, with the 1,280 additional hours of vacation leave for a total of 1,360 hours of credit vacation leave and 40 hours of sick leave. So the amendment did authorize that additional 40 hours of sick leave.
As credited leave.
Yeah, so that's a good point. So is it accrued or accredited? Because what we want to
It's
pay.
credited. It was not accrued. You're right. It's credited. What they defined the leave they gave them initially upon hiring as credit leave. And then when they added it from 80, when they went from 80 to 1,360 and added the additional 40 hours of sick leave, they called it all credited. But you're right. It was not accrued.
Not accrued.
Correct.
So do.
I think you have an argument as to why to deduct that 40 hours.
Okay. We probably need real clarification on that, because I want to make sure whatever we pay him is actual, we say, when we say accredited, we mean earned.
Earned,
Right.
accrued. When I say accrued,
Accrued,
earned.
yeah.
That's
yes.
correct.
So there's a credit, and that's given to him, and that's kind of frowned on by the state. In fact, somebody talked about how that's a gift, and we kind of talked about that too, and you're not really allowed to do that as a city. So we want to make sure whatever we pay out is earned.
But let me clarify. When an employee is being hired initially, it is very common to credit leave from the very outset as part of the compensation to bring them to come to city so that they have some leave upon starting. In my opinion, that's not a gift. That's consideration for them to take in the job and so forth. So I would say initially, the credit leave is part of the compensation to attract that individual to come. With the amendment, you're right. I don't see that as this being the same.
Yes, that was my question, because we were good on the original amount of hours that was granted, but it did look like there was that second 40 hours that was part of the credited leave under that amendment. And so that's what I believe should be deducted out.
So the final for sick would be 265.43?
That's what I have.
Can you point out which date that was again? Sorry, I'm like it's also really tiny.
8/17/25.
And that was after his amendment, right?
That was as a result of the amendment.
Okay, yes.
The adjustment says per contract.
Right. The date of the amendment, number 2, is dated August 1st, 2025. It was executed by the mayor, former Mayor Mitchell, and the city manager, former city manager, on August 12th.
Can you
So
give me those
that
dates?
could explain why it was credited on August 17th.
Okay. Okay, so how do we want to address that?
I think that's.
You want to deduct it? Yeah, that's a conversation for
I would
council
like
have.
to, but I want to, I believe what you're saying, though, is that it should be deducted based on the fact that that was an additional 40 hours credited pursuant to the contract.
Right.
Okay.
Councilmember McKinney? Uh-oh.
My apologies for my connection. I'm doing the best I can out here. But if memory serves me correctly, his initial verbal promise or initial written promise was for the 120 hours. And after he got here, it was changed to 80. And he asked us to put it back to the 120. So that part we were aware of what we were doing. And I feel like while I definitely understand the the argument. I feel like we should honor the additional 40 that was done on that August date.
Okay, well, my only concern is there's nothing that backs up what you're saying as far as agenda information. So we kind of have, well, I do, I'll speak up for myself, my hands tied because so little was done in open session, including providing the residents the contract or the ability to speak on how they felt this contract was edited. And so as a representative of 60,000 people, I have to look out for their best interest. My loyalty, although I do love my staff, lies primarily with the people that I speak for. And so without knowing exactly what you guys discussed, and maybe we bring this back again and we bring the Knight Law, I need to confirm first of all, was it the Knight Law firm that did this contract?
Yes, the Knight Law firm reviewed the contract. Irene Montalongo came and met with council in executive session on that date in July, and she and Paige Signs together reviewed the contract. I do believe that copies of the contract were brought to that executive session, but I left the room when they were speaking to Irene.
Okay, so again, we have no real confirmation we have, Councilmember McKinney and Harris that were there. So I do value your feedback and your words, but I am personally limited to the resolution that was presented, and the resolution simply states this was to make whole for severance. The motion didn't even include the raise.
Can you attest, since you were part of the council that approved his initial contract, you attest to how much leave was initially granted when he was initially hired?
Yeah, it was whatever is in his contract. I think it was like 180 hours and then 40 hours vacation, something along those lines. But I don't think that's what's in question here. What's in question is the amendment for the payout. And the payout is now a difference between resignation and termination. And in that lies accrued or earned and unearned vacation. And what we feel collectively as a council is owed to the former city manager.
In response to the question, the original agreement says on the effective date of this agreement, managers' leave accrual banks will be credited with 80 hours of vacation leave and 40 hours of sick leave. And then that's what was called the credit leave. So that's what he received at the outset.
And that wasn't even earned, that was credited.
Credited, that's
Okay.
correct.
Mayor, if I can address the salary, just because the same thing happened with my contract, and I just want to clarify it for the public. The change to the salary in the amendment was just to true it up to the salary on the date of the amendment. The raise had already come through previously. It was just so that when we were approving it, it had the correct number.
Okay, probably would have been a good idea to put that in a motion, just to be consistent, because now this is the situation that we're in. All right, Councilmember Medina.
Yeah, so that would be the only question then, is that extra 40 hours of credited not being accrued, and the language in the amendment does specifically state accrued sick leave balance. We already know it states the accrued vacation balance, so that would be that question, what do we do with that 40 hours?
Okay, Councilmember Zapata.
I guess same question. It's, I think, really difficult to discern. I mean, if we're looking at the leave balance sheet, I think it's a little bit difficult to read. And I think that also leads to like a lot of questions. I think my one question would be, I know that we're put on notice and we got a follow-up about it. What timeline do we have, do we think, before anything happens?
Actually, who received, because I guess there's been correspondence with the attorney for the former city manager and the city, but I guess I don't really know where we're at. Like, what did they say?
So the former city manager's legal representation contacted by email our city attorney. So I can request that city attorney answer your questions regarding that.
Can we, moving forward, can we please be very specific that that needs to come through you only due to what I feel may be a conflict of interest on their similar contracts? And that's not on you. I feel like as an attorney, she's aware of this conflict and she should be reaching out directly to our city manager.
There is a formal process that most attorneys are aware. When you present a notice, it goes to the primary official, which is the mayor or the city manager.
I just want to make a comment on that. In respect for the attorney, as an attorney, if I know that a party is represented, I can't speak to the manager. I have to speak to the attorney. And so she has the same rules that apply to her. I did tell her that this is something that we would get outside counsel for if it proceeded. I have not put her in contact with outside counsel because I don't know where we are in this process. And I will note that the contract does have a clear location to send demand notices to. Mine does as well.
Okay, well, we retained an attorney last meeting. So anytime between that last meeting and any contact made between then and now should have been at least sent to that attorney. So if at minimum, and he's right, there is an order and it usually is the mayor and city manager. And I don't even like to say that for title, but I remember how it all processed through when we had legal issues, and that is usually the proper channel.
Yeah, the notice provision in the contract specifies that all notices and demand should be sent to the mayor at City Hall.
So, so if you would kindly tell us what they are trying to portray for Brian Langley.
My understanding is that the email was provided to Mr. Garza. I was on vacation when it came through, so I had not responded to it. When I saw it, I forwarded it to Pervez and to Amber. And I have told her that I would not be handling this because of outside counsel. She sent the email, and I can't remember the date. First, she called me. It was a cold call. I didn't know who she was. I asked her to send me the information by email so that I could get it to everybody involved. I sent it to council. I sent it to Mr. Mohit. I can't remember the date, and she has since followed up while I was on vacation. I have not responded to that email either. I forwarded it to Pervez. The contract does provide for mediation upon demand, and then I specified earlier the demand notices have a location that they are supposed to be sent to.
Okay.
The
And
email
Mayor-
was forwarded to me
and
today.
Mayor, for the
Yeah.
record, that last email that was forwarded to me by our city attorney, I did in fact forward to each member of the city council.
Thank you.
And I think that's where my question was then, well, then what's the timeline, I guess, for like the potential next step? And I also just want to recognize that I feel like, Amy, you're stuck between a rock and a hard place because it seems like the other attorney is the one that looped you in. You didn't reach out, and you're also very much since the beginning of this entire process have been very clearly stating like, hey, my contract is similar, and so therefore I don't want to get involved because it's a conflict of interest. So I just want to recognize you being stuck between a rock and a hard place in this.
And I was not involved in the hiring of Mr. Garza. Mr. Mohit handled all of that, and so I actually did not have the ability to forward it to outside counsel because I didn't know who it was.
Mhm. And then can I get clarification too? Because I didn't know that we hired Mr. Garza on a retainer in the event that we got.
I have not been hired for that. I've only been hired to do the interpretation of the contract.
Okay, all right, sorry, because I think there was just a comment made, and I was like, I didn't know that we hired him on retainer.
I didn't say retainer at all.
No.
So, but he was hired to do this analysis for us.
Correct.
And that was based on a motion that we all approved.
Right.
All right.
What I can tell you is the attorney, the email was forwarded to me today, and the attorney representing the former city manager is simply requesting that under the original contract calls for mediation if there's a dispute, and they're asking for that mediation to occur because of the dispute. So that's the only, that they're making the claim for the 720 and the 306 hours, but they're requesting that mediation as a result of the original contract that says if there's any dispute, there will be a mediation.
Okay, Councilmember Harris?
I'm willing to accept the recommendation of our attorney. If you're I think going into mediation, if they have contest to what we are saying, is the way to go. We're not going to court, we're going to mediation. Big difference in that.
Okay. My suggestion is going to be to pay him what we think he has earned,
The accrued.
the accrued. And then if, in mediation, you could do mediation for the rest of it. We're not denying the payment out flat, right? What we're doing is we're evaluating what we believe through the resolution, which describes the intent, through the motion, and through watching the meeting, what we believe the overall goal was. And so I don't mind paying him what I feel like was earned. I want to ensure to continue to look out for the best interest of the taxpayers. But I do become a little torn when we pay an $8,000 mediator, which we're probably going to be required to pay half of. And then if he sues the city, and then it goes up into these bigger bills too. But part of this is going to be important because I feel like moving forward, we have to learn a lesson somehow. And could quite possibly be the way we learned our lesson is to battle it head on. So is everybody, I guess I want to get the feedback on where people stand on the 40 extra hours. That look to be added on 8/17 as an adjustment per his contract. No, I'm gonna wait until the end. Sorry. All right.
I will
You
say
guys
that
are-
it's my position that time was earned.
So the adjustment per the contract is earned time? Because I mean, legally, by definition, it's not.
That is my position, that he earned it, and that's why it was granted.
Can you read to me what that contract says about the 40 hours?
The amendment states, on the effective date of this amendment, managers' leave accrual banks will be credited with 1,280 additional hours of vacation leave for a total of 1,360 hours of credit vacation leave and 40 hours of sick leave. So the original contract gave him 40 hours of sick leave, and the amendment also gave him 40 hours of sick leave. And it's defined as credited leave. Different than the accrual leave he earned while an employee with the city.
Okay. Feedback on that? Councilmember Goza?
I don't agree that it's earned. I think that we gave him hours when he first came on board. We already saw that the 80 hours, that was the additional gift also on August 17th, 2025, was deducted from the balance that he had because it was a contract amendment, and I think we need to treat the sick leave the same way.
Councilmember Medina?
I agree. If we stick per the wording of the amendment, this was credited, a gift, not accrued, and should not be paid out extra.
Councilmember Zapata?
I think he should be paid out for those 40 hours. I think the descriptions that are attached in the leave balance sheet, I mean, we found an error when we were all discussing it in terms of how it was in the description of how it was coded for that 120 hours on page 3. So that lets me know that we also don't have a standard way of coding or describing the types of leave. And so that makes me question whether or not it technically was credited or earned, or if there was just no other way for us to code it, especially since we have proof in this document itself that we don't have proper coding techniques. So it just makes me question it.
Councilmember Harris?
I agree. I think it's questionable. I think our best strategy is to pay that because it very well could have been earned. The booking of that was very inconsistent or unclear.
Can you tell me who was in charge of booking this information?
So about 2.5 years ago, the former city manager reorganized several city departments. As part of that city reorganization, the payroll function, and you'll hear that later in a different agenda item, the payroll function in its entirety was removed and transferred over from the finance department to the then called talent and culture department, a newly named department. So finance had no oversight of payroll function for about 2.5 years. We are now helping the human resources department to put back the payroll responsibilities and functions and activities in the right order. And you'll hear the auditors tonight. They will go over their findings and recommendations.
Okay, and who created that department?
So we used to have a human resources department. So under this reorganization, the former city manager in FY 23-24 renamed that department to Talent and Culture Department. I don't understand the reasoning behind it. That was his decision. As a city manager, that was his prerogative under city charter. However, as part of the reorganization, the payroll function was transferred from under the supervision and control of the finance department to this renamed HR department.
Okay, I asked that because the former city manager created this department, in essence, creating this kind of mess of being able to code. And I don't feel comfortable rewarding that kind of behavior. That's almost setting it up as if we give him the benefit of the doubt. And I'm not questioning whether or not it is earned or unearned, because in the contract, it says credited and not earned. Accrued, yeah, that's the word. I like simplicity. So it does not say accrued.
I'm using the word accrued because that's what's in the contract.
To keep
right?
it consistent, I
Right.
appreciate that. So to me, it's not a matter of, is it this or that? The contract itself tells me it is credited unearned time. This is not a guesstimate. And I wanted to say this at the beginning, and I wish I would have. We are 6 people today, which means this could go either way. And I want to work with you guys to push our city forward, to push past this. And I'm trying really hard to try to look at it from a different perspective, to be fair to all of us. At no way can I say, well, maybe they thought this was earned time, because the contract in of itself says specifically it's credited time. And I'm not comfortable bending on that. If it was vague, as most of that contract or the motion was, I could understand. But that is very cut and dry to me. Councilmember Zapata.
I think I also just wanted to note that payroll being an HR function is very common, actually. At the state of Texas, HHS Enterprise, which is an agency that employs thousands and thousands, I think nearly like 32 or 40,000 employees throughout the state, that function falls under HR. So it's not uncommon. I just want to throw that out there.
Yeah, I don't think anybody says that's uncommon. I think the problem was this shift and then cutting off a portion that was of the city finance that historically had some kind of input in it. And this is a fine example of maybe it's not for every city, because in this short time that we had it in talent and culture, it's clearly created issues. This is not something that's new today. This leave report was created from the positions created by the former city manager.
I want to say that real quick, just the only reason I say that is because you said that you don't want to reward bad behavior, when in reality, I don't think him moving payroll under HR, which is actually pretty common, necessarily bad behavior.
Okay.
So I just wanted to make that clear.
That's true, and that's fair. But that wasn't the bad behavior I was talking about. The bad behavior I was talking about was not having a good coding system, which I think that was important. If you're going to give a huge responsibility to a new group of people, I think it's important to supply them with what they need in order to do their job. And like you said, I agree. I completely agree. I looked at this and this was hard for me to understand. And so I'm glad we were all able to talk about it, because I think we talked through a lot of questions. And again, Councilmember Goza pointed out another issue of credited 40 hours that we need to take into consideration. But all this was done under the purview of the person that we are now talking about. And so I have to take that into consideration as far as giving the benefit of the doubt. So do we have any motions? And I want you guys to be real careful when we make these motions, because I see where it's at. I don't know if Councilmember McKinney's gonna be online. I guess if he's off, if he's not shown, then he's not counted here.
Yeah, under the Open Meetings Act, he cannot speak or vote without being on camera.
Okay, so every time he goes off, does that count him absent?
Generally, yes, he's counted absent when he's off camera.
Okay. Well, we just need to be consistent. If we're going to be virtual, we need to make sure that we are going to be counted here and present.
When my camera is on, I cannot see the stream. It gets choppy. That's the reason I'm turning my camera off in between my comments and in between the votes.
No, I completely understand. Technology is very bittersweet. I just want, for the record, I need it be understood that when you're not on camera, then you are not present at the meeting. And so that does create a little bit of a dilemma for timekeeping, because Jennifer is going to have to say when you left and when you came back. All right, additional conversation. Councilmember Zapata.
I think now I'm looking at this from okay, well, we're going to go to mediation. And so now I'm thinking about it in terms of, all right, I think we all kind of know where we stand, right? On those 40 hours. Now I'm looking at it from okay, now what's the strategic thing to do if we're heading into mediation? Because that's a whole different conversation. And so I'm trying to figure out, okay, if we're going to, first of all, contest the amount that he's asking and limit that number, and then we're also saying, and by the way, we're going to deduct from that number as well, the number that our council, recommended to us. I'm trying to figure out, does that give him more leverage in mediation? And what chances does that set us up for? I think now I'm just trying to be strategic about it, and to limit any potential damage or any fees we might incur. And so I think that's worthy of a discussion, because there's a difference between doing that and then also looking at it from a more strategic point of view.
No, I agree. I agree.
If I may, Mayor, I just want to point out, in that section in the amendment where he resigned, in my opinion, it's very clear for the position that I've seen some of the council members want to make. It states, in the event of resignation or retirement, manager will be entitled to compensation for accrued leave, period, right there. That phrase right there, I think, justifies only paying the accrued vacation leave and only paying the accrued sick leave. That 40 hours that was added to his amendment falls under the definition of credited leave. Does not fall under the definition of accrued leave.
Per the contract, right?
Per the contract.
Per the contract.
So I think you have a strong argument going into mediation for that reason. That is that position when you go into mediation. Because if you do give, in my opinion, and I know I'm giving legal advice in open session, which is not a good thing for lawyers to do.
But the people love it, just so you know.
But the argument is, for us to be consistent, we're paying you your accrued vacation leave. If we pay more than accrued sick leave, it weakens the argument as to why we're sticking to the accrual. So that's why, in my opinion, to be more consistent, I would only pay the accrued vacation leave and the accrued sick leave, because that's what the amendment says.
Councilmember Harris?
Yeah, I said that I would go with our attorney's opinion, and I do so. I don't think that it will prevent us going into mediation by adding that 40 hours back in. I think it's something that will be discussed in mediation and should not hold up the process.
So with that, I'd like to make a motion to consider approving a resolution authorizing the interim city manager and/or his designee to pay out the former city manager Brian Langley's contract for the accrued vacation time of 63.55 hours and the accrued sick leave of 265 hours in .43.
Second. So we have a motion by Councilmember Medina, a second by myself. And do we have any conversation? All right, I'm going to do a roll call vote.
Goza?
Yes.
Tobias is absent. McKinney?
Yes.
Medina?
Yes.
Flores Kale?
Yes.
Harris?
Yes.
Zapata?
Yes.
All right, the motion passes. Motion passes 6-0, guys. I want to say thank you, guys, for talking our way through this. We're handling some really tough stuff, and so I appreciate the teamwork. And I think eventually too, well, can I have you come back up here just for a second? Because we do have a contract that's kind of similar, which is the city attorney's. And I don't know if you would be comfortable telling us just if there's a difference between the two, and if there was, like what that looks like.
I'll just state that, in my opinion, the city attorney's contract is even clearer. The amendment, and that is amendment number 1, that language is very clear that if she were to resign or retire, she gets paid her accrued leave. There's no question in her contract. It's much clearer.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, up next, we're gonna go back.
And by the way, when I was city attorney, I never received applause.
Oh, well, you did now, so thank you for all your hard work. Now you're off the clock, so. All right, we're gonna go back to agenda item 7, reports and presentations. Receive a report, hold a discussion, and provide staff direction regarding the results of the payroll audit and workflow assessment, including related findings and recommendations completed by Weaver and Tyndall, LLP, as part of the city's overall internal audit program. Item presented, Perez Mahit.
So Mayor and Council, for the record, the city's interim city manager, Pervez Mohit. The presentation this evening is regarding the internal audit program that we have instituted a couple of years back. So this evening, I'm going to give you a quick recap of our city's risk assessment and internal audit program. Go over very briefly key reasons why governmental entities conduct risk assessment and mitigation audits, review recommended internal audit program for this current fiscal year, and then let the auditors from Weaver and Tidwell present the results of the payroll audit and workflow assessment that they completed as part of the internal audit program for this fiscal year. And then we'll open it up for questions and answers. So why do city governments perform risk assessment and mitigation audits? City governments perform these assessment and mitigation audits to identify high-risk functions and activities in their operations, to help implement preventive control measures to reduce or mitigate those risks before the high-risk functions or activities become a major problem for that governmental entity. Here are some key reasons for conducting a risk assessment and mitigation audit. Is to safeguard public funds, ensure compliance with laws, regulations, and policies, strengthen internal controls, prevent operational disruptions, and most importantly, protect public trust. So here's some background as to where the city started this risk assessment and mitigation program. City's Financial Services Department developed a request for proposal, or RFP, to solicit proposals from qualified firms to conduct a risk-based assessment and analysis to identify, analyze, and assess the city's exposure to inherent risk in its key operational and business processes, and to provide recommendations for mitigation strategies and next steps. From there, on November 26, 2024, the city issued the formal RFP, or the solicitation process was begun. On February 4th, 2025, the City Council approved the selection and contract award to Weaver and Tidwell LLP to conduct the risk-based assessment and analysis. And we broke this project into phases. So phase 1 of the risk assessment program started in February 2025. And this phase included a comprehensive assessment of the city's major functions using probability and impact to identify inherent risks in the major functions, processes, and activities. 2, analyze and rank risk rating results. And finally, to develop risk level-based recommendations for an internal audit and advisory engagement for fiscal years 26, 27, 28, and beyond. Since the City of Kyle does not have an internal audit program, we do not have internal auditors on our staff, we rely on third parties such as Weaver and Tidwell to help us with that. Phase 1 of the risk assessment analysis was successfully completed by the selected firm, Weaver and Tidwell. On August 19, 2025, the Weaver team presented a report to the City Council on the results of the risk assessment analysis, which was the first phase, and their specific recommendations. Based on their recommendations, for fiscal year 25-26, the following 3 functions with high risk levels were identified for a further examination. Audit and payroll processes, which was just recently completed by Weaver and Tidwell, and you will hear their findings and recommendations this evening. The other 2 programs were to evaluate the fee development and review processes of the City of Kyle, and the third one was evaluation of capital project delivery process, and both of these we have deferred at least until next fiscal year. So with that, Council, I'm going to introduce Brandon Tennis. He's a partner with Weaver and Tidwell. Along with him will be Holly Hart, Director at Weaver and Tidwell, to present their results of the payroll audit. There you go.
They made it scary. Thank you for this.
Yeah. So.
Oh, there it is.
There you go.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Council. It's our pleasure today to present the results of the payroll audit and workflow assessment. And so the last time we were here to present to Council, we talked about our status of where we were with that engagement. And today we have completed that. So within your packet, for the board, for your council, you would also see the formal report. And so with what we're going to cover this evening is really the highlights of that report. So definitely we'll have some pausing for any questions, and definitely at the end to answer any of those that come up. So again, I am joined today with my colleague Holly Hart, who served as the director and project manager over this engagement. And we will talk about the key highlights of what that assessment entailed. And so, again, for the introduction, we performed, as part of the risk assessment, the first audit that was recommended by management was the payroll audit, and also looked at a workflow assessment. So that also includes some analyses of how our workflow was being done. And so we looked at evaluate the operating, what we call the effectiveness, and assess the compliance with those applicable policies and regulatory requirements, identifying any control deficiencies, and provide recommendations to strengthen the overall control environment. And so we'll talk a little bit more about what controls are and how we assess that. So that assessment also included a review of the in-scope payroll processes related to internal controls, coordinating activities across the city. And so you will see on the right side the focus areas. And so when we say what we looked at in payroll, these are all the specific process, sub-process areas we evaluated that included governance, policies and oversight, your organizational structure, and your segregation of duties, which is one of the most important internal controls we evaluate. Looking at your employee master file maintenance, so how we're maintaining our data, timekeeping and overtime, how that's being done throughout the city, payroll processing and review, so the kind of nitty-gritty of how that's actually being processed, how we're reviewing it. Also the deductions, garnishments, and benefits of not just having that in the system, how it's being calculated and taken out of the pay and recorded. Payroll taxes and our regulatory reporting, the reconciliations and ongoing monitoring that's being done to ensure that payroll is accurate. And looking also at sworn officer and specialty pay, since when you're talking about police department and things like that, there is special pays that have to be taken into consideration, how those are coded in the system and paid out, and looking at expense reimbursements. And so that was included here as well. And so our scope period was January 1st, 2025 through December 31st of 2025. And what that does is looks really at a snapshot of a certain period of time. But we also have discussions throughout that time, starting from January of 26 until today, of really how our processes are done. So even though our scope period is there, we are having current conversations of the current process. So it's not like we only looked at that time frame. That time frame is also crucial in looking at data and transactions and testing of that information. So that's why we have our formal scope period, but we consider things that are being done today. And so there's really two main areas, design evaluation that we evaluated. And so that looks at your design of internal controls to ensure their effective management, administration, and compliance of the payroll processes. So when we talk about internal controls, we look at what are your segregation of duties? How do we make sure that data is protected? How do we make sure there's reviews and reconciliations and approvals that happen instead of just single points of a reliance on certain folks and therefore. And then we looked at payroll workflow assessment. So that include really looking at your payroll processes and coordinating activities across the city, including your payroll processes performed outside the system. So that includes processing of pay for sworn officers. And again, our primary objective was to evaluate your current state, so what's happening today of your payroll-related control design, the operational effectiveness, and identify any opportunities to enhance those processes, procedures, and internal controls. So a lot of times we are looking for how do we be more efficient, more effective with the resources we have today. Included in that assessment was efficiency, opportunities to strengthen oversight of the payroll administration, improve the accuracy and completeness and timeliness of those payroll-related activities that are reporting to management and other stakeholders. Also considered cross-departmental coordination and the effectiveness of both system-driven and manual processes. So as you all know, you were mentioning it earlier, payroll is one of the largest expenses of the city. And so what we assessed really is how are we currently doing that and how are we scaling to growing operations. The city of Kyle is continuing to grow, and with that, you're going to need additional public servants. And how does that impact actually the processing of payroll and maintaining employee files? And so additionally, what we've done in our process is we're doing a RACI analysis. So what that is looking at who is responsible, accountable, consulted, and informed of all your different payroll processes that happen across the city. So this analysis was conducted really to define, quantify, and evaluate the distribution of all those responsibilities across key payroll activities with really the objective of identifying gaps in role clarity, segregation of duties, and operational dependencies. So that analysis further informed by interviews and process walkthroughs conducted with key stakeholders across payroll, HR, IT, finance, and departmental management to further validate the roles and responsibilities and really gain a comprehensive understanding of everything that happens today. So in those procedures, some of those we kind of already mentioned, we had interviews and detailed walkthroughs. So that is walkthroughs of following around. What are all the different processes that are performed? How are we doing it? Showing us how it's entered in the system and what may be done manually. We reviewed your payroll policies, the payroll calendars, meet and confer agreements, and other supporting documentation as we assess that. And we tested a sample of payroll transactions, including timesheets, garnishments, reimbursements, and specialty pay records. And we reviewed user access, configurations, and SODs in Tyler Encode and time and attendance. So what that makes sure is as we have a system, do we have the right people with the right access so that we can't have someone come in and override something that can't be controlled. Also looked at payroll reconciliations, our regulatory filings, and approval documentation. And then lastly, benchmarked your administration across 10 other comparable Texas peer cities. So how do you stack up with other peer cities in the sense of payroll administration and management? So as a result of all those procedures that we talked about and the detailed evaluation of your payroll processes, we identified 11 findings where management's remediation efforts will improve efficiencies, effectiveness, and reduce risk in the processes evaluated. So before we dive into those, I will say that we do have an effective payroll process here at the city. And it ensures that pay is performed and people get paid. Where we see concerns and things that we're going to talk about to really improve and reduce the risk profile for the city is to have further formalities in our processes, our controls, and also who is doing those processes. Right now, there's a heavy single point of reliance. You have a really good payroll administrator, but that person is the sole responsible person. And so how do you work together, including resources in finance and so forth, HR, to improve our control environment, ensure that, you have secondary reviews and you have people that can step in. We have really good people here at the city, but also if someone's out or some unexpected thing happens, how do we know that somebody can come in and really take over and make sure people get paid? So as we look at that, we have these 11 findings that Holly will come up soon and dive into further. And so again, you'll see a trend, and a lot of that is more of the formality into our processes, making sure they're documented, making sure we have these control structures that are set up, and that we improve kind of just the overall reliance that's not on one single individual. So with that, I'm going to have Holly that's going to come up and give a summary of the findings and recommendations.
Thanks, Brandon. Hello, good evening. Thanks for having us back. All right. I'm going to briefly touch on these 11 findings, and as we go, we can certainly answer questions. And then, of course, at the end, feel free to ask us any additional questions. All right. So the very first one, again, Brandon did mention formality. The need to ensure a good control environment, a good control structure to ensure that not only do we have consistency in our controls, but if for some reason we need, to have built-in succession planning and things like that too. So we did an inventory of all the various policies and procedures regarding payroll or related to payroll. You can see more information about that in Appendix A. But overall, we found that we do have some key processes that are a little bit more informal and rely very heavily on the institutional knowledge of your personnel, specifically your payroll administrator. And so we do have opportunities here to really shore up a lot of our policies and procedures. A lot of stuff regarding processing, garnishments, timekeeping, expense reimbursements. You'll notice that some of these areas that we've called out specifically that could use some polishing around the policies and procedures are some of the root cause for additional findings that you'll see throughout the report. And again, as Brandon mentioned, this is kind of inherent in a very fast-growing city. We'll talk in the second finding regarding the analysis that we performed about the growth trajectory of the city of Kyle. And so this analysis also supports the fact that we do have a very rapidly growing city, and with that complexity. And so really, this is a really good opportunity to develop and implement some more comprehensive and formalized policies and procedures. And again, a lot of that detail can be found in the appendix if you're interested. Any questions on that before I move on? Oops. All right. The second area, single point of reliance. We've talked a little bit about that already, but we did perform a very extensive roles and responsibilities analysis in which we looked at all the various departments that we interviewed, policies and procedures that we reviewed and analyzed, and we put together a RACI, which is really taking a lot of qualitative information and turning it into a quantification. That's really what the value of this is. And it's really just a snapshot in time of the spread of all the various roles that are key within the payroll process. And of course, we found, a very heavy reliance on a single individual. And while, again, that individual has been operating, and we'll go into some of the additional findings, but overall a very effective payroll function, we did see a need to consider additional resources to support the function. We also did a peer analysis of 10 peer cities, which is also included in the appendix if you're interested. That has quite a bit of data behind it in terms of the size, various attributes that would contribute to a need for, various numbers of payroll people in that function. And again, that analysis did support the fact that, comparatively speaking, the city of Kyle could use additional resources in this area. And so the recommendation here is to evaluate additional opportunities to increase either payroll staffing or supporting from other areas to not only provide functional redundancy and resolve that single point of reliance, but also ensure that it's sustainable as the city continues to grow. All right. Let's see. Finding 3, employee master file maintenance. The employee master file, this is a really important record for your city, right? We've actually had quite a bit of discussion on various instances of employees today that it's very important that we maintain accurate records of our personnel. And so what we found here is that we do have an employee master file. It is maintained. However, a more formal and periodic review of that file really isn't consistently performed or established. This does limit the overall assurance that that master file is maintained to be complete and accurate. There are updates that occur in that master file, and so the comprehensive review process that we would expect to see really is an opportunity to detect any inconsistencies or errors that may be caught in that review. We do recommend a regular review of that employee master file. You can look at the audit trail, you can look at various attributes within that to ensure that we don't have inconsistencies. It's a good practice to ensure that it's maintained appropriately. And so the recommendation here, establish a periodic, at least what we would consider annual, review to look at that master file. And of course, we would highly recommend that occurs not the one person that does the payroll administration for appropriate segregation of duties. That should occur outside of that function.
Okay,
Questions?
so my question is, okay, we have, and I know our payroll, she's amazing. I saw her working New Year's Eve. I did not realize we had one at all. I completely trust her. This question is just hypothetical. So if we just had one person to oversee all this, things like, I was like researching online, but they could be what they considered like ghost employees, or like ways to ensure that we're not setting ourselves up for fraudulent activity. Those aren't there. right? The city doesn't have any policy. We have one.
We don't have a
Highly
current
overworked
process to
staff member.
continuously detect that sort of thing. And things like ghost employees, that is something that it's one of the laundry list of things that you would check in a master file review that occurs on a periodic basis. And so there's various analytics that can be performed. There's, just analysis that on that file, it's exported into a spreadsheet, and there's tons of data within your file that can be analyzed for potential fraudulent activity or just mostly errors and inconsistencies, but yes.
Has the city, through your research, has the city ever had?
Not a formal one that I'm aware of. but-
Okay, I'm trying to, nope. Okay, so, okay. I like this. This is like ripping the Band-Aid off, right? Like, we're gonna talk about it, we're gonna figure this out, we're gonna lay out all of our faults, and we're gonna grow from this. And so, I'm gonna be asking these kind of questions just because.
Oh, we love them.
We want, and you guys are great. I really appreciate you guys. I know you guys are kind of in a hard role because you gotta make it sound like professional, but for me especially, I'm thinking, okay, red flag, and I know you guys can't say that, but for me, I can. And so, knowing that there's only one set of eyes, luckily we have very good eyes on them, is a red flag for me to ensure. Because how long, can I ask how long you've worked for the city?
Amy Caswell, payroll administrator. I have worked for the city 5 years as of June 14th. I've done payroll for 4 of the 5 years. I started in Pervez's group as fixed assets.
Okay, thank you. So, I can rest assured that we've had solid employment for 5 years. But, when we talk collectively as a council about forensic audits and such, that's going back. Like, we've been very blessed to have that same consistent, reliable, trustworthy employee, but, making sure that moving forward and in the past, I think that's something that we need to take into consideration. So,
absolutely.
Unless anybody else has anything else, I think you can go on. Okay, Councilmember Zapata.
And I guess we'll talk about that too more, like as far as the recommendation or what's being done, I guess, in response to the recommendations. But I think just very briefly, what would that entail? Like an entire review of that? Like, is that something that would be like a separate FTE or like a responsibility that falls under the current?
I wouldn't say you'd need an entire new FTE just for that particular review, but it would typically be someone different from your payroll function.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah. For appropriate segregation of duties.
Okay, anybody else? All right, go ahead. Oh, Councilmember Harris.
Any issues or errors in this would generally be caught or noticed in the regular audit or not?
When you mention regular audit, are you referring to like the financial statement audit?
Mm-hmm.
Generally, those are covering internal controls over financial reporting. They do overview of key controls in that area that involve payroll, but they wouldn't typically go this deep to review that or catch things like this, no.
Thanks.
Right, go ahead, thank you.
Let's see, finding number 4. This one is really regarding, and it really comes back to the efficiency of your process. As we mentioned, we did an analysis of your workflow, a lot of interviewing various departments as well as your payroll and HR function. And the configuration of the system whenever it was first implemented has very excessive precision in how it rounds the timing. And I mean, we're talking to the 100th of an hour. That introduces some complexity in review by the supervisors and management of the various departments, in which they're really having to look at all of these very small rounding situations and determine, how does that affect payroll? They want to be sure that they give accurate hours to Amy to make sure that it's processed correctly. And so with 100th of the hour rounding, it can be pretty complex. That level of precision has resulted in a lot of additional hours that supervisors have to do and to review payroll. They already are pressed for time. And so making sure that supervisors have the tools and the ability to have accurate and complete payroll timesheets, the 100th of an hour precision does introduce a little bit of complication there. We did, of course, all of our findings are backed by specific criteria, and I did want to mention here that I know we're at the city, but the federal government does have start and stop times to the nearest 5 minutes or 1/10 of an hour. It's a very standard process to not have this level of precision because of this issue. It can get just really complicated, especially as the city grows and has more people. And so currently, this is more of an efficiency finding. It's why it's low risk. It's not resulting in any specific payroll variances that we noted. I mean, very, very small, 30 cents. I mean, we had very small variances in payroll calculations. It's more of determining the balance between efficiency and precision.
So are you saying the city of Kyle pays to the 100th of an hour?
The system is configured to round to the 100th of an hour.
Is that what you see in most cities?
No.
No,
not at all.
I mean, it's almost I don't know if it's cost savings or not, but yeah, even I think most places are like 10 minutes, give or take,
Yeah, usually.
What is 100th of an hour?
Amy's probably.
Our time goes out to 3 decimal places out. So like you might clock in at 15:01, but then you have seconds on top of that. So it might look like at 3 o'clock, but it's really like 2:59 and a few seconds.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yeah, whenever we sat in discussions with supervisors, they were like, yeah, it's rough.
I've never
to
heard of
review.
that. Yeah, even in government.
So,
Councilmember Zapata?
When was the Tyler system adopted?
I think you guys have had it in place almost, complete 2 years? Almost 2 years.
Okay, and then what was used prior to that?
Before we went to Tyler, before I implemented Tyler, we had Hill Country payroll, and all of our salary staff submitted Excel spreadsheets for their time, and myself and Betty Thornblum, who was here at the time, keyed those in.
Okay, yeah, that's not any better. That's what I was looking for, is there we went from something good to worse, or no? It seems like we incrementally improved, right, in moving from Excel spreadsheets. But that answers my question. Thank you.
Yeah, and what would be the recommendation on that? Because
Really just to refine the configuration. Tyler Technologies can work with you to customize that configuration. Whenever the configuration was first set up, it was just kind of set to whatever it was set to. I don't think there was a specific business decision that was made perhaps to set that configuration.
do some cities use like ADP or like other?
Yes, there are some cities who do. A very small number of cities do that. It's more special purpose districts that tend to do that. I will say one big city, in my opinion, that does do that is El Paso, but to my knowledge. But most cities do not. It's more
in-house.
It's more in-house.
Okay, all right, thank you.
So Holly, for the record, what's y'all's recommendation?
For this one, it would be to work with Tyler to refine your configuration.
No, I understand
Precision,
that. The default settings, we can change it. So instead of 1/100th of an hour, are you saying 5 minutes, 10 minutes, round it up?
Yeah, I mean, again, the federal timekeeping guidance, I think, is pretty solid. Nearest 5 minutes, 1/10 of an hour, quarter an hour, these are all accepted practices. Just depends on the level of precision that the city would like to adopt.
Thank you.
Good. Anything else? Awesome. Right, the fifth finding here. Make sure I'm on the right page. I'm trying to keep up. Secondary review over employee pay rate changes and alignment. Again, this was a lower risk finding because we didn't find a whole slew of variances when we analyzed our sample. Whenever we did our analysis of the employee master file, which has all, of course, the data regarding how much people get paid and the actual calculation of their payroll, we didn't have significant variances. But the small number of variances that we did have were in regarding just very, very small pennies on the dollar rate change differences that were just, to ensure that they are accurately entered into the employee master file. And so really what we're saying here is there's really not a standardized validation step once those pay rate changes are performed. That standardized validation, so a secondary review, would definitely, once those changes are made, somebody comes in and takes a look at it, make sure that it all jives, and then it's submitted to go into the system and be active. And so the thing that we would recommend here is a secondary review to verify that employee rate changes were accurate and consistently applied across the system, the master file, documentation to support it, it's all housed in the system. Just a secondary review, another set of eyes to ensure that all of that was processed correctly.
And that could be the same employee that also oversees or double checks the master file maintenance as well?
Yeah, as long as it's somebody separate from the payroll administrator that's performing the change. All right. Finding number 6, timekeeping, training, and ownership. This was a little bit of a slightly higher risk, moderate risk finding that we evaluated. We noted, and this is coming out of documentation as well as discussions with some of the key departments that we highlighted. In terms of a consistent expectation for timekeeping, there's really not a more defined or enforced expectation. This is really making sure that employees truly understand and are held accountable for accurate timekeeping. There seems to be a bit of a culture of, well, my supervisor will fix it, or they'll come back and help me, Amy will go back and adjust it. There's a lot of, we'll fix it, for you and things like that. And so really what we see in a lot of our clients and other peer cities is if you don't get it right, then we process payroll and we can fix it next payroll run. So really this comes back to accountability and ownership of payroll, of timekeeping at the employee level, and escalation when repeat errors are found on a particular employer, department, or group or division, and we ensure that that gets corrected before it gets to the point where we're creating inefficiencies in our process and potentially delaying payroll because of it, which I don't think has happened. However, it can be quite a lot of additional due diligence required, not only on supervisory management, but also on your payroll function.
Okay, can I ask you a question? So when staff does have changes for what maybe they forgot to clock in, what does that look like?
So in our current system, if a staff employee had a missed punch, it would show up as zeros on their time card. And when they punch in, it'll punch them out. So the supervisors are able to see, that delineation between the missed punch and the punch in. What we've had happen is they'll go to clock in, it'll clock them out, and they'll realize at that time that they forgot. The system, we don't have it set up so that if they forget to clock out on Friday, it'll clock them out after a certain number of hours. So they will be clocked in all weekend, and it will roll the hours, and the supervisors have to go in and fix each line item for those. And that's where we're having a lot of delay with the supervisors being able to review time cards because they're having to go in and correct missed punches, or the other one is with our leave because we don't do the rounding. Our leave times have to change, so that the employee might have put in an 8-hour vacation or an 8-hour sick, and they've worked up to 35 hours. So maybe they only need 5 hours of that time. We do have a sick and vacation policy that says you can't use leave to go over 40 hours. So the supervisors have to take time to fix those corrections as well.
Okay, do the supervisors get notification automatically when somebody doesn't clock out or when
There's not a notification on missed punches. There is only like when the employee approves their time card.
So the employee has to approve their time card.
Correct.
And then if they find a mistake, then the supervisor has to correct it. Does that delay paychecks?
So where the delay happens is in the departments where supervisors might have multiple employees. Some of our supervisors have up to 22 employees that they review time cards for. In those cases, having to go through, if the employee doesn't catch the error and the supervisor catches it in review, when the supervisor makes changes to the time card, the employee has to go back and approve the time card, and then the supervisor has to approve the time card before it can push through. And that's kind of where the delay happens, because for like some of our public works or parks, they might be out doing things in the city, and so they have to get them to come back in, fix the time card, approve it, and then push it on.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Councilmember Zapata.
When there's a dispute, but like in hours worked, what's the process for getting that sorted out?
So like, can you kind of expand on that? Because I haven't had any employees come back and say, I didn't work those hours or I didn't request those hours for like sick or vacation.
Okay, I think what I'm trying to make sure is that I'm a very pro-worker individual, extremely pro-worker individual. And so I just want to make sure that all of our FLSA not exempt employees understand that if your supervisor is trying to manipulate your timesheet down, that could potentially be a form of wage theft under the Department of Labor. So you do have protections and rights. So I just want to make sure that if there are disputes that arise where a supervisor may say, actually, you didn't clock in at this time, you clocked in at this time, and so I'm going to change your timesheet so it's actually lower. I'm just wondering, what do we do in those circumstances and are employees told about their rights?
So the FLSA rights are on all of our TV screens and all of our buildings. That's sort of our billboard now, instead of we have electronic billboard versus paper. When an employee's time card is changed, the employee has to approve the time card. So they have to review the hours. If they disputed the time at that point, they would have to work that out before they would approve the time card and pass it along. If it came up afterwards, like say an employee was out on vacation maybe, and their time card was approved and passed through, and they didn't feel like it was correct, they could come back. They can email me and let me know. On missed punches, we ask them to email their supervisor, letting them know what time that they did arrive or left when they had a missed punch.
Okay, and so what generally happens if there's like a dispute, for example? I think I'm just trying really hard to understand.
We really haven't run into that issue where an employee has said, my supervisor put in that I was here at 6 and I was really here at 5:30. All of our employees can clock in and out on a mobile app on their phone. So that's available to them as soon as they, get to the location. So
Okay.
it's really, I have gone out and I have done training with the employees, and we have told them that they are responsible for their time cards, for having correct clock in and clock out time. I have sat down with them and explained to them, like, this is your invoice to the city to let us know what we owe you for your time worked.
Okay, I think I would maybe like to see like a clear resolution process that's created for that. Only because I think like if I'm in the position of employee, it's not the most, if I don't know exactly what the process is for that, then I'm less likely to challenge it or speak up. So I think if we don't have a documented process for that, for how that sort of resolution would be solved, I just want to make sure that that's done and that we are also verbally telling our employees about their rights if they're FLSA non-exempt.
We do have a timekeeping admin directive that was signed that is available on our SharePoint website for all the employees to review.
Okay, and that includes the
explains
process.
what their responsibilities are, what their supervisor's responsibilities are, as far as timekeeping and their
But
time
no
card.
resolution, like no, like if this
I believe it
escalates.
just states to reach out to me if there's an issue.
Okay, all right, thank you.
To Councilmember Zapata's point, although it hasn't happened, that doesn't mean it's not going to happen. So I don't know, maybe Holly has an idea of things that we can, policies or procedures that we can implement in order.
This finding is really squarely on the need for expectations on escalation. So while we're talking about escalation on the employee side, at the same, and of course, it's not necessarily something that's explicitly stated, but you would also address escalation on the on both sides of that coin.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing that needs to be done to make it fair, so that way people know that there's a process. It doesn't put a supervisor in an uncomfortable position, doesn't put an employee in an uncomfortable position.
Escalation is escalation, regardless of who, the concern is coming from. Having a documented escalation process is definitely critical.
Okay, thank you.
Right, anybody else? All right, go ahead.
All right. Number 7. This finding is related to garnishment, deduction, setup, and review. We looked at a sample of required garnishments and deductions and how they were set up, and we did see a few configuration concerns with how those garnishments were set. In one case, there was it exceeded the amount of the court order, and in another case, it was less than the court order, and so. Definitely some room to improve how we set up garnishments and deductions, specifically related to whether it's court mandated or the need to make sure that we abide by the judicial system and how any types of deductions are required of an employee. And so again, this is similar to another finding we had. It's really the need to have a secondary review whenever those are set up to validate that the garnishment and the deduction setup was entered into the system correctly. It aligns with the supporting documentation. And then another thing that we could do to further enhance this is to have periodic reconciliation procedures to look at system configured deductions and how they're actually being processed in actuality. And so while these dollars aren't, necessarily, $40, $50, over time, this can add up for an employee if it's incorrect. Any questions? Okay. Finding number 8. This is regarding the review of payroll filings and regulatory submissions. Right now, we don't have a process to independently review payroll tax filings and related regulatory submissions. Again, we have one administrator, and so one of the responsibilities is to ensure that those filings are submitted. Of course, we do use our Tyler system to generate tax filings, Form 941, reporting outputs. They are reviewed and submitted by the payroll administrator. We believe that the city would benefit from another independent review process for payroll tax filings to have defined timelines, assigned responsibilities, and required evidence of that review and approval prior to submission. Now, there is very strict deadlines for these submissions, and so implementing this control, it would be necessary to have very clearly defined rules and expectations and milestones for completion, or else you run the risk of submitting not on time, which is absolutely what we don't want. And so this is just a solid control for ensuring that those submissions are complete and accurate.
And just to clarify, when you talk about regulatory submissions, that's like payments to Texas Workforce and
Various
IRS.
IRS.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Three more to go. All right, finding 9, payroll to general ledger reconciliations. This is a pretty standard internal control that we generally expect to see. Right now, we don't have a formal process to reconcile payroll transactions to the general ledger. It's not established. And we also identified that the consistent performance of this has not been observed. It doesn't occur. Or I think they are working on implementing a reconciliation process now. However, it definitely could use a formalized expectation, a documented reoccurring ledger reconciliation process with a defined frequency and procedures to ensure that it's recorded in the financial system. And this, of course, would need to be an independent review. And typically, this would fall under your finance in the area of the finance team to assist with.
Could you just give us an example of what a payroll to general ledger reconciliation looks like?
Yeah, so every payroll cycle, the payroll administrator puts the payroll package together. It has all of the various payroll for all the employees and how much we're going to pay out that cycle for everybody in the city. And so, ensuring that it's reconciled to the actual financial system, it's recorded. The journal entries for that payroll is recorded in the system, and then they reconcile together and everything adds up. It's just a financial control that we would expect to see to ensure that what we're submitting, what we're to the bank to pay out, matches what we're recording in our system in the general ledger for payroll.
And the city doesn't do that at all, or
It's just not a consistent process right now. It's not that it doesn't occur. It has occurred. It's not a consistently performed process that we observed.
All right. I think you're good.
Right. Finding 10, timely update of certification-based specialty pay. We care very much about our sworn officers. And so we did note some instances of certification-related pay adjustments that weren't updated timely. They were eventually updated, but there are definitely some opportunities to strengthen validation and alignment with compensation agreements or meet and confer agreements to ensure that these specialty pays are reflected correctly in officer payroll upon payout. Low risk finding, the samples that we took, they weren't large dollars, and they were caught and corrected. However, definitely some opportunity to close a gap there in that we could be more timely in that update. And so, again, speaking to Brandon's formality, recommendation here would be to establish a formal process to track that certification change, ensure it's verified, and updated the associated pay adjustments within the payroll system in a timely manner.
Okay. Councilmember Zapata.
Would that include, because I'm trying to think, by when do hours need to be submitted, for example, for it to be included in that pay time? Like, what type of lag are we on? Because then I'm starting to think, well, then does that mean that we should set aside or set a specific date by which these need to have been completed so we can ensure that they're included on that payroll for the month? So, am I making sense?
So it would coincide with when the certification was obviously gained by the officer, and within that frame, once they submit it to verify that that has been obtained, I guess depending on when it falls within the payroll cycle, it wouldn't necessarily align with hours or anything like that. It would just be an additional amount that is static and received on top of the hours and the work performed.
Okay, I think what I'm trying to make sure is that it aligns with that month that they receive it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and that's basically what this finding was speaking to. We saw in this example, the officer obtained the peace officer certification in June of 2025, but the payout didn't occur until about August.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I think there's probably a reasonable time frame that we could, recommend in terms of a policy of formality, but it wouldn't be months. It would be when it was submitted within that pay period, given the need to give time for the payroll administrator to update it.
Yeah, and I think that's what I was trying to figure out, is like, is there like a specific recommendation for that, just so that way the employees can see it reflected in the closest paycheck?
Well, it definitely would need to be in a manner that coincides with when payroll is due and it's paid out. And so given that you only have, again, a single point of reliance and you have limited payroll staff, I don't have a specific number of days, but it would need to be just a reasonable time frame for payroll to process that certification to be included within that payroll cycle.
Okay.
And I mean, I would say, at least a few days, before requirement. But again, that bandwidth is kind of a judgment call and could definitely be a bit more of a management decision.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Councilmember Harris?
That is it's paid back to the time of the certification, right?
The submission of the certification, is my understanding.
No matter when it's entered, it's back paid.
Yes, that's correct.
You guys are just suggesting that we do more timely.
So when our officers receive TCOL certifications or educational certifications, it comes through the chief of police office to our HR business partner. And once it's received at the HR business partner, that's when they put it on the payroll notes for myself to add to payroll. Sometimes there can be a lag time in there depending on when the chief's office receives the TCOL certification back, that it's been verified that they did receive it. And so that might be some of the reason for the lag from June to August.
Okay, so maybe finding a better process for that.
Yes.
Okay, all right, Julie, did you want to say something?
Good evening, Julie Beggs, Director of HR. Just wanted to clarify that we have that on the officer's responsibility, so that when they receive that certification, they are empowered to go to the chief, have it verified, and then submit it to HR. So sometimes we will get those very timely, some are very on top of those, and other times there may be a lag, and when you'll see that, it's that communication process that we're going through to verify.
Perfect. All right, you hear that, guys?
Get your
Let's
money is
stuff
what
in
I'm
there.
saying. Get your money when you get that certification, all right?
Just for clarification, I may have heard this from you, Councilmember, we don't activate any paid back. So if someone received a certification in June but did not submit it until September, it would be effective that September. So we would not go back to the certification day. It's when we as the right, when the city has verified and submitted.
Okay, all the more important to have a good communication. Exactly. Okay, perfect, thank you.
Thanks for clarifying. All right. The last finding that we have here is regarding employee expense reimbursement controls and standardization. Again, as with many of the findings that we had, the root cause is just significant growth in the city in a short amount of time. The city is now at a point where it needs some very standardized and detailed guidance for how this works in practice. We did note some inconsistencies in supporting documentation, review practices across departments, and as we all know, expense reimbursement controls are very important to really, any organization. But this is an area that can inherently have some potential, I don't want to say abuse, but it can definitely get a little bit muddy very quickly, in terms of employee expense reimbursement. We didn't find any of that. However, we did note a lot of opportunities to increase the consistency of that documentation provided. Enforcement of policy. If you don't submit the documentation, you don't get reimbursed. It's not, I don't want to make it black and white, but I think, having a very gold standard and very strong control over what's required, all the various attributes that are required. So not just a receipt, but also, whatever is necessary or considered by the city to be valid to not only say this is how much I spent, but it was for a approved use of funds.
Councilmember Goza, did you want to say anything to this? I know you kind of addressed it in a post, and I think it was a good post, and I think it's something if you're comfortable, just kind of briefly express your concerns.
This has been a problem for a while with the city. So as I was digging in with things as far back as 2024, which is kind of when I started looking at things, there were issues with, hotel rooms that exceeded what our city policies said, meals that were extravagant and lavish, documentation that didn't match the requirements, non-detailed receipts that were included. And so it's definitely something that we really need to have good controls on. Even though it may be a small dollar amount here, you start seeing all of those dollar amounts as they add up, and it becomes quite a bit that we're losing out on due to not enforcing our policies.
Yeah, and there's certainly the significance and materiality of the dollar, but it's also just the need to ensure that every dollar that we utilize is for an approved purpose, and it is all taxpayer dollars, right? So to your point, regardless of the amount, it's critical that expense reimbursements are documented, supported, and we can back up every dollar that we spend.
So my question to you is that there are policies already in place and they're not being followed. So or they haven't been, or they may not have been, or something happened along the way. So what would the suggestion be? I call it consequences. If something like that happens, how do we give a consequence to that type of behavior?
Well, generally, I mean, a lot of organizations have kind of a policy of, okay, you do this one time, perhaps we'll, kind of give you a little bit of grace. Second, third, repeat offenders, we'll stop. We're just not gonna reimburse you anymore, on your expenses, especially if you can't provide a sufficient and appropriate documentation. So not just documentation, but sufficiency of the attributes that are on it. And not only that, but evidence of approval by your supervisor or your management as well. And so that's one thing that's a lot of times kind of, we have kind of a grace on one. If this is repeated, we're going to take that away. Or just a black and white policy of just not more, if you can't support it, then we can't reimburse it. But Brandon, do you have any?
No, I think what Holly mentioned was pretty accurate. I'd say also just more formalities and setting guidelines is what we see as best practice. So there is no interpretation on what's allowable and unallowable. So we have seen some very detailed policies at other municipalities that are very specific. And if it's going to exceed, I will tell you, sometimes where we see issues is not just in the I'm traveling and I'm eating and that's a meal, but business entertainment. And so that one you have to also have some very parameters in there, what's allowable, and also what's appropriate and should be pre-approved if you know you're going to do that. So you set an expectation within your system and also the acknowledgement. And when I go to review something, I have an expectation of what that amount should be. Now, there's also, if we're traveling and using P cards, some of the repercussions on that is removing P cards from that person so they're unable to use that and have to go through the personal expense reimbursement, which is also subject to review and denial if it did not follow policy. And so, again, that's the worst case scenario. We're saying we're going to deny it if they were on city business and you need to reimburse that. But you set the expectation and then enforcement, and that should be really reviewing in detail all of these and continually evaluating your policy, because what we see that happens, and for a good example is like Uber. If you're going to take an Uber somewhere, they change the classes of types of Ubers over the years. And so what's appropriate, is it the Uber X, is it the Comfort, and we're not going to allow Uber Blacks and things like that. So it's like we have to go through and assess what is appropriate and allowable on a routine basis because it does change. So that's some things to consider when you're looking at formalizing and having more detailed guidance in your expense reimbursement policy.
I did want to also add that this is not just protection for the city, it's also protection for the employee. It's really critical for employees to know what the expectation is on them, and that not only that on them, but they see from that it's consistently applied across the board as well.
Okay. We have Councilmember Zapata.
Do we have an expense tracking management system or expense management system?
Well, and you can certainly look at, the accounting associated, like whenever somebody gets an employee reimbursement, it's coded to a particular account code. But do we have a comprehensive expense tracking management system? Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, because
Do cities normally have that?
No, typically it's just processed within your typical accounts payable function, and it's easily traceable by how it's recorded.
Okay. I
Within
think
the
the
accounting.
only reason why I was asking is, at least in my experience, I've also seen it to where you can employ a expense management system, and in there you can actually set the requirements so that way no one can actually submit for something unless they fill out all the required parts of it. And so I think that's more my question is there systems that we could adopt that will formalize this?
There are systems that you can adopt workflow systems that are pretty simple project management type workflows that can be implemented. Purchase cards tend to have very formalized tracking of this, but from an expense employee reimbursement, there are various softwares, that are not super expensive that can be used to track that from a workflow perspective. You can really track an audit trail of how that was approved.
And we have systems like SAP Concur, which is used by a lot of different municipalities as well, and other special purpose districts where you can upload the receipts to those. So you can have all your supporting documentation and the workflow all in one. Again, there's a cost to that. And so looking at really how much travel we're doing, how much of those expenses that we need to track. I would say if someone's traveling a lot outside the area and outside the state, those are the kind of things where they get very abundant. And so if it's really kind of assessing what the need is based on the travel habits that we're doing. But
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I can answer more to that. We just implemented a new workflow for our travel, so we are currently using that. It was on a test basis right now with just one department, but we do plan on implementing that citywide. And it does have a workflow, and so you can see, the employee turns in their per diem or their travel, goes to their department head, then it comes over to finance to be paid. And also, we do have a travel policy. It was just recently adopted in October of 2025. So a lot of the issues that we had was before we had this new and updated travel policy. So a lot of it will be corrected. So going forward, there will be a big change.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you. I really like to hear that.
All right, where are we at? Summary? What are we doing?
Just in summary, we did have concurrence of management with all the conditions of our 11 findings. Management did agree, and the implementation efforts have started taking place, as you have heard, and will continue. And the anticipated completion for remediation of most of the conditions is for November 2026 timeframe. All right. So that's really the end of our presentation. Any additional questions we can answer for you?
I think it was, thank you. This was a great presentation. I think it showed a lot of things that we can do to hopefully, are you going to give those recommendations to the city manager? And then hopefully that'll come back as some kind of ordinance or change, maybe a charter amendment, who knows? All right, thank you. Thank you. Before we proceed, is it possible to take like a 5-10 minute break? Is that okay? All right, we'll reconvene here.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. At 50 after. It's 12 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. We are back, and we are at agenda item 11, receive a report, hold a discussion, and provide staff feedback regarding presentation concerning the security at city council meetings as requested by a city council on 4/16/2026. Item presenter, Chief Barnett.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jeff Barnett, Chief of Police for the record. Thank you for allowing us to bring this council-directed item back for your attention. Several months ago, council asked us to look at some options to enhance security here in this particular room and throughout the city council building. You'll see that this item presents multiple security enhancements and options and associated operational costs that are intended to improve the life safety, protect infrastructure, and controlled access capabilities here within this particular city council chambers and the municipal court facilities. The measures should enhance protection for elected officials, staff, court personnel, and members of the public during public meetings and court operations while maintaining the functionality and the appearance of the facilities.
Okay, Chief Barnett,
Yes,
please don't
I'm
kill
so
me.
sorry.
But Councilmember Zapata did bring to my attention that Councilmember Tobias brought this item. And so the question would remain, should we wait until he is at the meeting?
It is certainly your prerogative. I will say that this is a presentation only and not asking for a vote, or we might be asking for some general direction so that we could bring back future actions, so that guidance is helpful. So it is entirely your call, and we'll do whatever you'd like.
No vote. Okay, as long as we don't, yeah, as long as we just hold off on any voting, if you just want to give us the, I don't know, what do you guys think? You guys are okay with that?
Yeah, I think we're just looking for direction, and then kind of whatever direction we're given as a whole, we want to bring back some more specifics. You're going to hear the presentation. We'll keep it brief, though, but we do want to be specific enough for you to understand the options and some potential costs, depending on which options you like better than others.
Okay, thank you.
And we'll certainly present that either to him or bring it back, however you'd like. The improvements would include passive ballistic protection measures for you to consider, some ballistic resistant glazing upgrades to the windows, weapon screening capabilities if you choose, and some associated staffing requirements necessary to support certain screening options should you direct staff to do that. Historically, the council chambers and the public meeting facilities here at City Hall have remained intentionally open and accessible to the public. However, increasing incidents of violence directed towards government officials, public buildings, and judicial facilities nationwide have led many municipalities to evaluate their enhanced protective measures in place at their facilities. The proposed improvements that you'll hear tonight represent layered security enhancements intended to provide both deterrence and protective capabilities without fundamentally altering the public nature of your council operations. So with me tonight, I have Commander Daniel Gooding. He's a 16-year-plus veteran of the Kyle Police Department. He served on the Joint Operations SWAT team here we have with Hays County, San Marcos, and Buda. He has extensive experience in security planning, and he's going to be the lead on the presentation, if I may. So Commander Gooding will come forward.
Hello, good evening. Again, Commander Gooding for the record. Thank you for the introduction, Chief. I'll just start off with the first couple of options that we have that are available to us. The first one being the dais that you're sitting behind could have ballistic panels installed. Recommend the rifle rating be a level 4, so think about your AR-15 style weapons. It would not affect the cosmetic display of it. There would be some mounting on the back end of it and make sure that nothing does get through it, but that'd be the first option. Great benefit of it is it doesn't affect the appearance. It doesn't require any additional staff. It just has a very minimal impact to it. The second one being the ballistic windows that you see around us, the one on this side, the two in the back, and then actually both doors is what we quoted. I believe that was around 500 and something square feet of paneling. It would include the framing to go with it to support the level 4, which is also rifle rated paneling on it. It would not include any wooden framing, any alarm systems, any door accessories that we chose to do in the ADA opening of it, but that would probably be more of facilities to get those how we want it to look like cosmetically. But this would just be the ballistic glass and then the framing to go along with it. Third option would be a metal detector. This is a higher end one. This is not the highest, certainly. They have very sophisticated systems now, but this is a very good and recommended system that's used locally. It, again, would screen for weapons or whatever settings we wanted to put it at. There is possibility for false alarms. This would require, again, additional screening after that. It would require additional staff, which I'll discuss more. This would be placed out in the lobby. Everybody that came into the building, we would, again, screen during certain things. Could be this meeting, definitely for municipal court, whenever they have that in here. We would certainly have to change procedures here. There would be one entry into the building. maybe not for staff and council, but one for citizens that are going to come in here, be one entrance, and then we'd have to have multiple exits. But again, that would require multiple officers in addition to the 2 that we have in here as minimum staffing. We'd have several outside as well, just doing that screening.
I have a question. These metal detectors, are they going to catch, like if we have, somebody has a gun?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because guns are allowed in council meetings?
There are exceptions for
Court, right?
licensed. Well, court is 0 unless authorized by the judge. For council meetings, there are, if you have a license to carry permit, you would be permitted, I believe, under Chapter 46 of the Penal Code, and then licensed peace officers are allowed as well.
So they cannot open carry here?
You may open carry if you have a license to carry.
Even though Texas is an open carry state?
Yes, ma'am. If you don't have a license to carry, there is Chapter, I believe, 42 that talks about places weapons prohibited. So it is prohibited to carry it in a governmental open meeting unless, of course, you have a license or you're a police officer.
Okay, all right.
That's correct. There's still some benefits to getting a license over the constitutional carry that the state adopted. So if you have a concealed or open carry license, you are able to carry in a few places that other people cannot. This is one of them.
Okay, thank you.
And then again, just some additional information related to the cost for a metal detector. Currently, with the 2 minimum staffing officers that we have inside the chambers throughout the meeting, I had to do some averaging about how long meetings typically last. So, I did 6 hours. And then, so the maximum pay rate for that, now this doesn't include the benefits or soft pays that we kind of just discussed, but just pay related would be at $9.34. Again, both officers, not individually. If we added the additional screening outside in the lobby, estimating, again, 2 additional officers, so the total per meeting would be $18.68 without benefits and soft pays and all that stuff that may come involved with it. But this is, again, their overtime rate because this is extra duty that we give them. We asked for comparables for cities that are around us. I did learn that San Marcos PD has 1 officer. They don't do any weapon screening. This is their minimum staffing. Buda PD additionally has 1 officer with no weapon screening. New Braunfels Police Department, there is a correction. I learned after this that the information I had wasn't complete, but they have 2 minimum officers, and then they also do weapon screening. So they do have a metal detector at New Braunfels, and they will follow up with a wand for the additional screening. And then Austin Police has a minimum of 2. I know, I was talking to the guys, they have several in the building inside their city hall, but this is just 2 dedicated towards it. And then not law enforcement, but they have other city staff that do their metal detector screening inside or before we get into City Hall.
And what do we do?
We have 2 officers, again, minimal staffing. As you see, we have several here periodically at the beginnings of the meetings. We've trained our guys how to respond appropriately, what to be on the lookout for. We do communicate, if we do suspect weapons and stuff. But I don't believe our legal authority exists to go approach somebody because they possibly can carry it here. So.
Okay, but we do have 2 officers that's at each meeting. Okay, just want to make sure.
So again, we do have recommendations. Again, there could be all 3 that you approve, or 1 or 2, or any of the security measures proposed. Again, we do have recommendations, but we're free to answer any questions.
All right, questions? Councilmember Goza?
I have a question.
Councilmember Medina?
For metal detectors, what would that look like? We have different doors here. Would it be on the outside doors? Would it be on the doors coming in here? How would that look?
I believe it would be less impactful to have it on one of the exterior doors, possibly the ADA door that's to the south here. You can change it. We can certainly develop procedures and policies. The problem with having it just outside this door is it would constantly be open and closed, and could be impactful to the meeting itself.
And how would that interfere or disrupt with the everyday life of the city, with people coming and going for work, for paying their water bill? Would they be turned off during those times?
They're on casters, so they certainly be rolled out of the way and only put in place whenever they're needed.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. For a city our size, I kind of feel like that's a little on the extreme, but that's just my thoughts.
Okay. Anybody else? Feedback? Councilmember Zapata?
I remember in speaking with Council Member Tobias or Mayor Pro Tem Tobias, and I know he's not here right now, but I think he had discussed, aside from some of the like material things that we could do, he had discussed like trainings or whatnot, and so I was thinking maybe we could get some information on that.
Absolutely. So the police department stands ready to provide training to city council on procedures that we would recommend that you take during the event of an emergency in this room. It's certainly time now. We have some newer council members, and we would recommend that we schedule that and that we go over that. We have procedures that we think will help keep you safe in the room, and we want you to know how we are going to respond, and we also want you to know what procedures we are looking for from particularly the mayor or the person leading the meeting to let us know that it is time. Not in an obvious emergency, but perhaps when the court feels that somebody is out of place or out of line for the court decorum. And when the city council deems necessary, they would take the certain steps that we enact, and then we'll get you safely to a place while we take care of that matter.
Okay.
But that stands ready and available now, and there's no cost to that. It's
Okay.
conducted by the police department.
Okay,
Everything
all right.
else you see here has a cost, as Commander Gooding presented.
Mhm.
If you want to do the ballistic window updates, there's a cost to that. There's a cost to the ballistic shielding here that we could put on this dais that would provide that protection below. And then there was obviously the metal screening opportunities there as well.
Okay.
Councilmember Harris.
Yeah, I would appreciate some additional training for us. I know when we had the bomb scare here and had to decide whether to vacate or stay, there was great confusion about whether that was going to happen, whether the audience was going to vacate or they needed to stay in place, if we were going to go to the back, where we were going to go, when we were going to come back out, and for what purpose. And so I really do think we could use some additional training. Thank you very much for
Absolutely. We stand
offering
ready for that, so it'll just be a scheduling and to fit your schedules, but we're ready to do that.
Okay, I do want to state that I reached out to the FBI regarding that bomb scare last year, and just got clarification and understood that they had reached out to the city, and we had said, hey, we felt like this was not a real threat. And in that conversation, the FBI agent said she would gladly come and give us additional free training. So I like the idea of you guys training on certain things, but if we really want that kind of insight, she said all we need to do is send her an email. So in the event that we want to do that, I can give that email to Perez, and then Perez can set that up as well, and maybe we can just make a whole day out of it. Councilmember Harris?
Yeah, sometimes it's hard to determine whether it's a real threat. And the way that particular one was worded, it was potentially a local resident. So it was alarming, and the information was very specific. And I think that we took it seriously, but we weren't exactly sure what to do about that.
Sure. I like your suggestion, and we agree.
Okay, all right. Councilmember Zapata?
For the ballistic fiberglass panel that goes below, not the one that comes above, on the purchase order that we have, or not the purchase order, but on the quote that we have, does that $12,000 include the installation, or is that purely just for the glass itself?
It wouldn't, that
Or the
wouldn't be
panel
glass.
itself? For the panels, my bad. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. It included
Mhm.
installation and all the framing that would be needed to support the weight.
Okay, all right.
I'm going to be honest. Someone's going to shoot me. They're going to shoot me here. They're not going to shoot me on my feet. So I kind of get worried about like spending money. If I want to proceed in a way that is protective. I do like if we do decide to do metal detectors, which I don't think we're really at that point now, but I do appreciate being proactive in it. Just trying to keep the stuff from coming in to begin with. And being able to regulate that. And if they do have a gun, they have their license. And so, I'm not too sure I can get down with the protection. My feet, no one can see it, but my feet can't even touch the ground. So people are going to shoot at my buttons and my feet. So, and if I were going to do the protection, maybe up here. But again, I feel like that, for me, I have a very intimate relationship with the residents. I want to talk to them, see them, and trying to be protective too. I had this conversation with Mayor Pro Tem Tobias because he has a different mentality than I do. And so we did make sure we had a conversation about being prepared and being proactive. And I want to respect that too as well. But just trying to balance it out. And I know our city, for the most part, we're safe, we're growing. But I also don't want to bring issues into the city that don't quite exist, and balance that out with preparing for the future, the growth of our city as well. So I don't know, do you guys need any direction from us?
So I think what our hope is that if you would like for us to prepare something more specific to where you could authorize the purchase or the financial direction for any of these, that's kind of, I think, the direction we're looking for. What appetite do you have for any of these? Which ones are too much and you want, because we clearly went to an extreme and we knew we did that. Which ones are really off the table for considerations? Which ones would you like to see more specifics and the quotes and maybe 3 or 4 quotes for that particular product? I think that's really the direction of where's the medium of where we want to really consider something and we would bring that back for a potential vote.
Okay, Councilmember Goza?
I wanted to know if any of the other cities that you were looking at had the ballistic glass or any of those other bulletproofing things that you were talking about. I'm really not in favor of having the metal detectors, but just kind of wanted to see what other peer cities are doing about the other 2 items.
So we didn't ask that since they might not want to divulge what security measures they have in place for their council members or not.
Okay.
So we didn't really ask that. I apologize.
Okay.
I would say if you get the lower one, the intent really would be to give you a safe haven to at least drop for a minute and we get you to the safe location. The other one is what glass around the building that's in your room do you want protected? And he also included the windows even around municipal court because they do deal with a lot of people that are sometimes upset or angry and pose a potential danger to that staff. So you have a big quote for windows, and then the rest was the magnetometer.
Councilmember Harris?
I do know that Buda protects the dais, so they have the protection shields underneath the dais, and the training for them is duck. You know, if there's a threat, you need to get under the dais, and your officers will take care of you from there. And that's especially true, I think, of our judge and court staff. I think that would be an excellent idea. I'd like to see that pursued. It's relatively inexpensive.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Maybe this is something that we can talk about during the budget. Right now, we're in a really hard financial place. And again, trying to balance that out with our safety, I think is important. But maybe if we could talk about, is there something that you guys, I mean, if you like the Kevlar at the bottom, I'm not opposed to that. Maybe putting that into the budget.
Sure. Okay.
Are you guys okay with that?
I could be open to that. The windows, I feel like would be just kind of an extreme at this time too, especially since we don't know our future of the building. Are we remodeling? Are we tearing it down, building new? I'd hate to put in $100,000 of windows and then the building gets bulldozed in 2 years.
Councilmember Harris?
I would wonder if we could put any screening on the windows so that, especially at nighttime, people cannot see from the outside in. Gives you less of a target.
So I will tell you that we didn't particularly look at that just from a cosmetic standpoint, but from a bullet protection program. I mean, you have some of those costs. If it's just a mirroring that kind of changes the view at night, we didn't look at that as a security measure since it wouldn't stop anything coming through the glass. Ours was more protective.
Yeah, but they wouldn't know where their target is.
We've done something similar, just tint the windows at the library so that they can't see in and it's kind of mirrors back. But it also helps with the sunshine coming in and the heat.
And are you talking about at night, like particularly now when the lights are on in here, but it's dark outside? That may be a different film. But I mean, we can certainly look at it.
Because we can't see them, but they can see us.
Absolutely.
Councilmember Zapata?
Yeah, I think I was thinking along the same lines. I don't know about the windows, especially as Councilmember Medina pointed out. If we don't know the future of this building, I don't want to put that much investment into it if it's up in the air just yet. But I do think that the panels that are below, so it gives us an option to drop, I think would be nice. And then as far as the metal detectors, if we can put them on coasters, that also lets me know that we could also use them in other places, right? And so I'm also thinking about like how it is that we want to prepare moving forward with some of our bigger events, right? Like, do we want to have like more safety enforcement and stuff like that? So I do think it's worth looking into the metal detectors as well. Like I said, only because you can use them in many different ways, and not just here.
If I may ask, is everybody comfortable with the idea, since we are so close to budget presentation, that we get all the pricing, include that in the budget, and let that be the time that discussion is had, or do y'all want it separate and more of a singular item on an agenda? Because we can get all of it and be back. Just want to see how you want to bring it back to you.
I think the budget season is a good time. We'll know where we are financially. And that way it can be a whole conversation of itself.
Okay. I know we're really close to that
Councilmember
anyway.
Harris.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
I do appreciate some of the measures that have already been taken, like having the parking right here by the door and officers walking us to our cars.
Yes, ma'am.
I appreciate that very much. Thank
Glad
you.
to do that, and we'll coordinate that training with your schedules as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, up next, we have agenda item 12. Receive a report, hold a discussion, and provide staff direction regarding the budget performance report as of May 31st, 2026 for the city's 4 major operating funds to include general fund, water fund, wastewater utility fund, and storm drainage fund. Item presenter, Holly Holt Torres.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Holly Holt Torres, Assistant Director of Finance. I also want to introduce or reintroduce Andy Alejandro. He is the Interim Deputy Finance Director. He's with me this evening. We're going to talk about the 4 major funds this evening. It will be our first monthly budget briefing. I'll be coming back to you every month to have this conversation and bring these numbers forward. Some of these numbers, some of what we'll talk about is much more budget forward, but some, if you have specific questions about general ledger lines or what's built into some of these things, Andy is also here to answer. I first want to give some context to the flow of this presentation before we get into talking about the numbers. Beginning this month, as I said, staff will provide a recurring monthly financial update for the city's 4 major funds. That is to include the general fund, the water fund, the wastewater fund, and the storm drainage utility fund. The purpose of these updates is to provide greater transparency into the city's financial position throughout the fiscal year, rather than waiting until budget development or until year-end reporting. These briefings allow council to monitor financial performance, identify emerging issues early, evaluate fund balance trends, and better understand the operational and financial impacts of decisions being made throughout the year. Monthly reporting also supports proactive financial management by allowing staff and council to identify revenue trends, expenditure pressures, and potential budgetary concerns before they become significant financial challenges. These monthly updates serve several important purposes. First, they provide ongoing visibility into actual revenues and expenditures compared to the adopted budget. Second, they allow staff and council to identify financial trends early, whether those trends are positive or negative. Early awareness provides more options and greater flexibility in responding. Third, these reports support informed decision-making by ensuring council has current financial information available when considering policy decisions, budget amendments, capital investments, and service level discussions. Finally, these updates reinforce accountability and transparency by providing consistent reporting on the city's financial condition and progress towards meeting adopted financial policies and reserve targets. As always, we begin this evening with the general fund. Council, the general fund is the city's primary operating fund and supports core municipal services including public safety, parks, administration, planning, code enforcement, and other general government functions. This slide provides a summary of general fund revenues through May 31st, 2026. Now, before we get into the numbers, I want to kind of give you the lay of the land. Each of the 4 major funds will have the same format for their slides. You'll notice to the left is the categories listed. In this case, it's revenues. We've broken the general fund out because it's a longer fund, so we'll break it out into revenues, expenditures, and then fund balance. The other 3 funds will all be on one slide, so you'll see all of that information together. The second and third columns to the right are the 2 previous year actuals. The middle column is the approved budget for 2025-26. The year-to-date with encumbrance column is through May 31st, 2026. So I want to make sure that that is very clear for the record. That's what we're talking about, through May 31st. Then we have year-to-date as a percent of the budget. So revenues and expenditures as a percentage of how they are budgeted, and then the budget that's remaining, and the percent of budget remaining. Excuse me. So I'm going to begin from the top and walk you down through highlights, things that I've noticed, things that we noticed, trends that stand out. If you have any questions about specific lines, we're certainly here to answer those questions. So the first thing that I want to talk about in terms of revenue for the general fund is property taxes. Property taxes is one of the largest revenue streams for the general fund. Property taxes and sales taxes here in the city of Kyle and in most cities. So you'll notice for property taxes, the budget is $21.7 million, and year-to-date through May 31st, 2026, the actuals are $22.3 million. So that's favorable. We are trending $600,000 over budget. What's important to mention about property taxes is it's seasonal. And so just as you pay your property taxes at the end of the calendar year, at the very beginning of the calendar year, that is how we receive those taxes as well. So we, at this point in the fiscal year, have received just about all that we're going to receive. Now, that's not to say some dollars can't trickle in, but what you're looking at, and you'll see in each month going forward, is the vast majority of property taxes have already been received.
You said it was positive, but this looks like we're negative 602,000.
Well, on the revenue side, you're going to see it as a negative because we're actually exceeding it.
Okay.
That's favorable on the revenue side. On the expenditure side, it wouldn't be favorable.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. That's a great question. Okay, sales tax. So sales tax has some seasonality to it as well. What you'll notice with sales tax is the budget is $21.9 million. We are at about $13.7 million through May 31st. That's about 62.4% of the budget. So through May 31st, we're just about 67% through the fiscal year, right? So that doesn't, it's important to think about the percentage of the way that you are through the fiscal year, but there's seasonality to some of these things, okay? So for sales tax, there's seasonality because holiday shopping, we see a spike, or we hope we do, and we tend to. Back to school shopping, we tend to see a spike. So we're averaging about $1.7 million a month on sales tax, which means, however, though, we are still on trend to be under budget for sales tax, okay? And then I won't read all of the rest of them to you, but I do want to also talk about development revenues. We've had a lot of conversation about development revenues. Development revenues are not seasonal in the way that property taxes and sales taxes are. And so they're based on the number and value of residential and construction projects that come to the city. And so if you look at the budget, you're looking at lines 13 and 14, construction, inspection, and land use planning and revenue. You'll see that the total budget of those is about $6.9 million. But if you look at the actuals, you'll see it's about 3.1 through May 31st that we've actually recognized in revenue. So we've presented to you all that we are experiencing and seeing a downward trend in terms of development revenues, and we continue to see that through May 31st. That's a really important takeaway. Again, I'll come forward each month, we'll take a look at what we'll talk through them. Yes, we'd love to see an uptick in that. That's just not what we are seeing through May 31st. And then transfers in is budgeted at about $15 million. We are halfway through that. You'll also see an additional transfer come in at the end of June. That'll bring us to 75%. And then at the end of the fiscal year, we'll be at 100%. We project at the budget for transfers in. So that's what you will see there. That brings total revenues. The budget for revenues is $63.5 million. Of that, we've recognized 47.6%. And then again, transfers in is about 50% because we do it on a quarterly basis. And you'll see it come in at 75, and then you'll see it come in at 100%. Okay? Any questions about revenues before we go to expenses?
Councilmember Zapata?
Can you just help explain how, I guess, revenue for the development, which would be lines 13 and 14, how that has looked in the past, like whether or not we expect it to continue trending even less than what we're receiving at this point, and then also tie it back to that 9-point the 9 point, what is it, 2 something? I'm trying to remember, but that million.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think to answer that, I think I'm going to have, you read my
Yes.
mind. Here we are.
Yes, so I'll try to answer your questions. Bear with me. I haven't looked at this a lot, so can you go ahead and repeat that question?
In explaining lines 13 and 14, which would be our development revenue, as to what that trend has been and if we expect it to continue decreasing and become just lower as the months go on. Because I know that we're already coming in under, but do we expect it to be drastically different?
I think for the rest of the year, it is going to come under projection, but we do have some items in the hopper. We're seeing a lot of development activity on the Caraway Tract or the New Quest development. That's kind of what's keeping us afloat as far as the development activity currently. We have their 3-year kind of projected build out, so we know what buildings are going to come in for plan review and construction. Those are our big ticket items on budget revenue side. As we get towards the end of next year, they're going to kind of start completing their build out. So, my estimate is that we'll continue to see trends that kind of decrease year after year. If you just look at where City of Kyle is, where we've been, we were trending up, peaking through COVID, which is kind of similar to most cities. But when you look at the amount of land or the available land that's ready to be developed in the city, most vacant tracts are vacant for a reason. They either have logistical issues with utilities, or it might be someone else's CCN for sewer, our CCN for water. There's a lot of floodplain drainage areas. So these last few tracts probably won't pop as quickly as what we've seen historically in Kyle. So my gut is telling me that, yeah, we're going to continue to see a trend downward in revenue over the next year or two. A lot of that depends on the economy. Things are going across nationwide that are not really positive for development. That could change at any point. But just, my feeling experience is that we'll continue to see that downturn. I don't see it going off a cliff, but I do see it trending. It's just we're running out of
Yeah,
property.
I think that's the hard part in that I think it's difficult sometimes to explain to our community is that I understand people's hesitation around growth and development, and at the same time, it's also how we alleviate burden on taxpayers from like their property taxes. And so it's trying to figure out what's the best balance between the two. And I think with that being said, can you explain the relationship between the development revenue and that the 9.2 million figure that has been presented to us, as far as like how the two are connected?
Are you talking about our budget shortfall?
Yes.
I think historically there's been some issues on the budget projections that kind of we over projected on some of the revenue side. I know we've kind of corrected those to come back, but I'm not sure how much y'all have seen or when that was. But I think most of that, is you plan for a certain revenue, you make decisions, you enact projects or policies that have a cost, and you base it on that revenue projection. And so when those revenue projections don't come to fruition, that's where you kind of get into a big trouble. So at that point, you kind of get to a point where your revenue shortfall is so much that it's not just, cutting expenditures on pens and pencils, it's you're having to cut projects at some point, and that's just the reality of the situation.
Okay, thank you. I think that's helpful because I think there's still a lot of questions that people have, and I feel like most of the questions that are here is, how did we get here? And I think folks will think that that is an unknown, whereas the story that I get from our staff is that, well, no, we know how we got here. And so I just want to put that out into the ether so that way people know that we do have answers. Like, you can ask your questions, send us your questions, and we can provide those answers. But it's a lot more healthy to have that dialogue going back and forth versus it being like, we don't know how we got here. We have no answers. We have no explanation for these things. And I'm like, I think we do. Let's just give our financial services department a chance to be able to answer those questions. So I appreciate you. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
You're good.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Council.
thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so then just to summarize for revenue and transfers, the approved budget with both combined is $78.6 million, and through May 31st, we've realized $55.1 million of that. Again, transfers will go up by another 25% and then another 25% through the second and third quarter. Property taxes are all but in. There may be some trickle. Sales tax, about $1.7 million on average a month. Development revenues, you heard from Jason. Most other things are holding steady. We do see some uptick in library revenue, for example. Summer months are coming. We have kids through library cards. There's events happening. We also see it in recreation programs, et cetera, special events. Kids are out and about, families are out and about, and those incur fees that bring in revenue to the city. But what we want is for you to have a fully transparent picture of the general fund revenue. Okay? Let's talk about expenses. Okay, so same format. I mentioned, so the categories are to the left, 2 years of actuals, budget, year-to-date through May 31st, and then the percentages in the remainder. I want to begin with mayor and council. I think you'll find this information interesting. For mayor and council, we do have it rolled up by mayor and council total, but we also break it out so you each can see your own cost center. And what I would say is, based on the budget compared to the year-to-date through May 31st, we see most of council and mayor districts holding, or districts holding around 50% or even less. Again, we're almost 70% through the fiscal year. So what that means is, you all are very good stewards of your dollars. And I think you need to hear that. In fact, I'm sorry Tobias is not here this evening, because if you look at District 6, he's in fact the lowest in expenditures. So no cause for concern. There's nothing that jumps out. Again, I think you guys are very mindful of it, and we appreciate that very much. I also want to talk through a few different departments. Again, yes, ma'am.
Before we do that.
Yes.
I just want to make a note that the difference that you see in the different mayor and council district in budgets, a lot of that has to do with the availability of the member to go to things like National League of Cities,
yes, ma'am,
and Texas Municipal League. That's the majority of that money there that is flexible. So
that is true.
We're all pretty close.
Yeah.
But Tobias, his schedule rarely allows him to go
Understood.
to any of those places.
Yes.
So, and I'm available, so I tend to go to those things.
Of course.
So.
No, I think you're all doing a really great job. I think it's just great for you all to see the numbers, right? Mm-hmm. I'll also remind you, and I've talked about this before, but I'm sorry, Ms. Gosa. Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to comment that some of ours also were from previous council, because this started
That's correct.
on October 1, so.
That is correct. Yeah, and actually.
Tobias and I are the
holdover, yeah. And in fact, for the prior year actuals as well, you can see that as well. I think Councilwoman Goza, that's a very good point. I've also mentioned, and I won't go into detail about this, but on the financial services page, there's a financial target analysis. You can see it by every department. Mayor and council's represented there. For the financial target analysis, it's up to date by today. It updates every morning around 4 a.m. So if it's something you're interested in seeing just for your own district, your own call center, it's always there for you, okay? But well done, Mayor and council. I want to talk through a couple of departments. I won't drag you through each of them, but I do want to make mention of a few of them. So for animal services, I'm not, when I look at departments, I'm not, I know there's seasonality to some of these expenditures, just as there are with revenue. So with something that's 70%, 72%, that's not jumping off the page at me. But I do want to make mention, animal services has a Hays County ILA. That's a large amount of money. The budget was $300,000. The actual was $393,000. When you have a small budget like that amount of money, $100,000, it skews it, it sways it some. So I want to provide context to what you're seeing. That being said, though, we see those expenditures larger have already been recognized, and you'll see that kind of smooth out through the rest of the fiscal year, because they're not anticipating large expenditures, because of course animal services is not fully operational right now. In addition, I want to talk about City Secretary's office. So City Secretary's office jumped off the page at me at 92.66%. We went back to look at what was driving that. And very simply, Deputy City Manager Amber Schmeidt, we in financial services were able to identify months ago, in fact, that she was hitting the wrong cost center. She was hitting city secretary as opposed to city manager's office. So it is not the city secretary's oversight. It is not certainly deputy
Just
city
one
managers.
correction, though. She was not doing it herself.
No, correct. And we've since corrected the cost center, but the expense that hit between the recognition of it, that needs to be moved out. So we recognized it months ago. We've asked payroll, our friends in payroll, to make that move happen. I hope when I come back before you at the end of June, that we see that, you're going to see that kind of offset. So you'll see city manager come up a bit appropriately, and you'll see city secretary come down by that same percentage. Okay, does that, if that makes sense? I want to also talk a bit about information and technology services. I can't, first of all, say enough about Marco. I believe he's in the room. His staff is fantastic, and they support the city, every fund, enterprise or general fund, on hardware and software needs that never end. So you may imagine, though, that contract renewals and software renewals and licensing happen earlier in the fiscal year, of course, because they're typically for the fiscal year. So you'll see those larger expenses have already been recognized. And so he's not anticipating other large expenses to come to hit his cost center, if that makes sense. We're also going to see that in water and wastewater. When I walk you through those, you'll see IT has an uptick, right, that kind of jumps off the page. But again, I'm going to say we're all aware that everything is going up in price. That includes software and hardware. The other thing, though, to mention is, as part of our cost containment strategy, which we will bring back to you in July, Marco's group is looking at every software that the city has for duplication, for redundancy, for usefulness. Is it applicable anymore? So they have already begun this real massive scrub of all things city software related that can identify savings for FY26 and particularly savings for FY27 without the need to renew those licenses and that software again. So that we will have more information on that, but I really wanted to make sure I give credit to Marco and his team who have taken that upon themselves as part of our cost containment to help identify just the large scope that can really be addressed, and their savings that are embedded there. And then I also want to talk about, just very gently, library services. Of course, that doesn't jump off the page to me, but you're going to see their expenses. Of course, they have a huge summer program with a bunch of, programs going on in families. Those expenses have already hit. You'll see that. The rest of it will smooth out for the rest of the year. And then Kyle Police Department, the driver to that, and I say this gently after we talked about the bulletproofing and all of that, the driver to that is in large part due to overtime. We are aware that we have got some challenges with overtime, that we're taking a look at how best to address that, okay? And then, so essentially what that brings us to is, on the expenditure side, a budget of 79.3, I don't have my glasses on, I'm sorry, with a year-to-date expenditure plus encumbrance of about 50.5. So you can see that at the very, very bottom line. So that's where we are through May 31st. Now, I will tell you, I look at it every day. So where revenues are coming in earlier in the fiscal year because of some seasonality, expenditures uptick in the summer for some departments, right? And they still continue through the rest of the fiscal year. So we're already, like I looked today, we're going to talk fund balance now. You can see that we've carried forward the 55.1, that's the revenues and transfers in, and the 50.5, that's the expenses and transfers out. And that then gives you a fund balance, which you can see the estimated fund balance of 19.6, which seems and feels very favorable. However, as revenues slow down and expenditures actually trend up, you see that beginning to shift. And in fact, I looked at it today and it's at 13.3 already, just 2 weeks into June, because we're in the summer months. So I want to give you a full transparent picture that while what we're looking at looks quite healthy, Those trends are becoming apparent, and they're impacting the fund balance every day. Any questions about that?
Councilmember Zapata.
I had a question on the previous expenditures for council-initiated programs. Can you explain to me what those programs are? Because it looks like we're barely spending anything out of it.
Yes, I'm glad you asked that. Council-initiated programs, what's baked into that number is the Uber program. There is $175,000 in there and a very tiny expenditure that needs to be moved out and corrected to the correct cost center. That is why that is there. So we would be cleaning that up to bring back for you when we brief for June. That's what's baked into that number.
Okay. Does that, sorry, I was
No,
trying
no,
to
of
think,
course.
does that include the, because it was, I guess, a council-initiated program, the property improvement, like maintenance program that we had, or was that a pilot? I'm not sure if it continued.
Oh, yeah, Councilmember Heiser brought.
Yeah, because that's an
forward.
anti-displacement
But those
program.
expenses have been moved out, right? Council-initiated projects have been moved out. What's remaining, and they've been moved out to appropriate cost centers, but that $175,000 needs to be moved out to its appropriate cost center so we can track them individually. What was happening was all these funds were coming in together, and it was making it very difficult to track them. So now we have them in appropriate cost centers. Perhaps, Andy, you can speak more to that particular program, if there are questions about that particular one.
Where is it located? Or I guess which call
That-
center is it located in?
Councilmember, that particular program should be in the building and code
Okay.
division.
Kelly
In their
Stillwell.
budget, yes.
Okay, all right. Okay, well,
Yeah.
I just didn't
No,
know where
it's
it
a
was
fair question.
reflected at. Okay.
No, what we had was we had multiple programs from council, and then we had sort of this lump of funds, right? And not really a way to properly track them and monitor them, so they've been moved out to where they should really properly live. I
Okay.
think that's a great question.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, of course. Okay, so we talked about general fund balance and how it looks quite favorable. When I brief you in July, I guess, on the end of June, what are we in, June now? Yeah, what we'll see, you'll begin to see these shifts that we're talking about. Okay, water utility fund. So there is the same layout, so categories, 2 years of actuals approved, same layout you're going to see on wastewater, you're also going to see on storm drainage. I'll go quickly through these numbers. Actually, I want to point out one thing that I forgot to mention on the general fund. On the general fund, when you see the approved beginning fund balance, you see that it's $19.2 million, and then the year-to-date with encumbrance is the $14.977. We talked about this, but I want to say it for the record again for full transparency. That difference of $4.3 million is a result of the previous year closing, the audit and the act for being completed, and realizing that revenues trended down lower than the budget, and that created that variance. So where it was budgeted at 19.2, in fact, the beginning fund balance for 26 became 14.9, or nearly 15 million. We've talked about that. I think it's important to understand how it begins at a deficit, it flows through, it can continue that. Yes, ma'am.
For the record, was previous leadership made aware that we were trending downward in revenues at midpoint last fiscal year?
My answer to that would be the same information that we have to bring forward to you all. We have been bringing forward consistently, is what I would say. And OpenGov, of course, has given us the ability to build these tools that make things so accessible at your fingertips at any time of the day. OpenGov doesn't just have the 4 major funds, it also has at the bottom, I have an executive summary that has all of the funds as the fund balance kind of flows through. It's up to date to the not hour, I wouldn't say again, it's probably at 4 a.m. every day. So my answer would be the same information that we have presented before, of course, but Pervez's suggestion to do this every month, I think, is fantastic. And I think this is a turn towards the things that we've all said from financial services, which is we want to be asked these questions to share this information for the residents on the record, for council, for mayor. I want to give Pervez or Andy an opportunity to speak further to that if they'd like to, but my feeling is this is information that we very efficiently collect and share very transparently. We also have the FSRs on the website every quarter as well. So if you wanted to see it quarterly, it's of course there as well. So
I think there's a lot of people out there that are saying, well, the finance department should have come and told council. The way our charter works, it sets up that you guys operate underneath the city manager. And so you present the reports to us through the city manager. So that's a very important distinction, that you guys were giving him that information. He had that information, and it was not expressly given to council, is my understanding. I was not on there at the time, but I know we were not expressly told anything on this council until April. So that is the reason I wanted that put onto the record, just because there is some confusion in the public, and I want to clear up that confusion. So thank you for your answer.
understood, Councilwoman. Any other questions before we move on to, we go back to water? Okay.
Yep, you're good.
Good, okay. This is much more straightforward. Water utility, you'll see that the beginning fund balance and the year-to-date fund balance are the same. Water sales are seasonal, right? So as it gets hotter, which is interesting because it's been raining a lot, right? So rainfall is a part of that, but as temperatures increase, irrigation can tend to increase. It also depends on what drought contingency stage you are in. That can drive it. So there's a lot of seasonality to water consumption and water revenue based on that water consumption. What we see is an approved budget of $26.8 million. We're about $20 million year to date, trending nicely and going into the hottest part of the year. So you'll see that this fund it looks very healthy through May 31st is what we're seeing. That's the largest water sales. Of course, we have miscellaneous water charges. Again, same thing. The budget is $855,000. It's already at $807,000. We're trending very nicely with that. And so transfers in, we don't have transfers in. You'll see there's no budget. There's no year-to-date for that. I also want to talk about expenditures for water. So City Attorney's Office, you may remember I've done budget amendments with you all, with the council. If there's a litigation or there's legality happening in terms of water and wastewater rates, for example, that's going to hit there, and that's why you'll see those overages and those expenditures. So yes, it seems to jump off the page to you. That is why. Information technology, it's the same thing. Again, Marco and his team support not just the general fund, they support the enterprise funds as well. You might imagine that the software for water and wastewater is quite pricey, but again, they're doing this massive cost containment exercise to find savings, right, that are embedded not just in 26, but in any redundancy of not needing to renew those licenses and those softwares for 27. So we'll continue to show it to you each month when I come before you, but the cost containment exercises that have already begun that we will bring forward to you in July, I think will help you see how impactful that can be. And then finally, transfers out, we can see where that is. It's at 50%. It's the same idea with the general fund. We will have another transfer out at the end of June. That's at the 75% kind of mark. We'll also see 100% come through for the year as well. So if you trail down, you'll see what is a healthy fund balance estimated through May 31st of $23.8 million. We've talked about this before, water, wastewater, healthy now. What will come into play in future years, and we'll talk again about this in July when we bring forth some updated estimates based on cost containment and what 27 in the future years look like, is debt service, right? So that's a topic that will come up. We'll talk about how that impacts these funds. Okay, wastewater utility fund, same thing. Beginning fund balance matches the year-to-date with encumbrance fund balance. You can see wastewater service charges. Wastewater service charges, less seasonality with this. Excuse me, I'm sorry. So what you'll see is very, again, healthy $15 million budgeted for wastewater service charges, 11.2 realized, 74.64%. We're about, again, through May 31st, about 66.67% through the fiscal year, approaching 70%. That looks very favorable. Same thing, miscellaneous wastewater charges, obviously very favorable. They're actually trending over budget. That is great news. And then transfers in, we don't have any transfers in for wastewater utility, or you'd see it in the budget in the year-to-date encumbrance. On the expenditure side, it's very much the same. City Attorney's Office, if there's litigation for rates, for example, it impacts water and wastewater. Those expenses become split between those two funds. And same again for information technology. That software is quite expensive. It's just as expensive. Those expenses tend to get split between those two funds, and that's the driver there. Again, a healthy fund balance at $24.2, almost $1 million. But again, debt service is going to become part of the conversation, most importantly, as we go forward. And so again, we'll bring that back to you in July and have a more robust conversation about debt at that time.
Yeah, because I just want to stress the fact that the wastewater utility fund can only be used for wastewater, right? So there's no dipping into this. Like, this is a healthy fund, but this is only healthy because people are paying for their wastewater and for their water. And I mean, those are essentials in our lives. And so although I appreciate a healthy fund, as you said as well, eventually we're going to start racking up some debt in order to be able to maintain our growth. And that's probably going to not be so healthy.
That's correct. And we'll bring you those scrubbed numbers. That cost containment strategy that we have underway, again, impacts general fund, water, wastewater, storm drainage as well. So you'll see those numbers be refined. It'll give you a better sense of what 27 will look like, and then the outer years as well. We'll bring that forward to you in July. And then very quickly, I know it's getting late. I want to move through storm drainage. Again, smaller fund, but just as impactful, just as important. Storm drainage is fee-based. You don't see much seasonality with this. It's not driven in the way that water is or property taxes, et cetera, are, but still quite favorable. You can see residential and commercial trending favorably. Total revenue and transfers in. We don't have any transfers in right now, but approved budget is 2.1. We're already at 1.5. That's about 68%, so trending favorably in terms of revenue. Expenditures, same thing. There's no expenditures for a city attorney. In this case, you do see the information technology like we've talked about, same thing. It's the same thing. They support software and hardware for every fund. And the other thing that I wanted to mention about storm drainage is you can see the fund balance down there at the bottom, the $1 million. Of course, we know we need 25% of all of our expenditures and transfers out for our reserve policy. We don't have debt service right now currently associated with storm drainage, but we, again, will be bringing revised numbers forward because we are scrubbing every division, every fund, every line. And we will be bringing more details back forward to you in July. And then each month I will come forward and we'll watch these numbers move about and we'll talk about why they're trending the way that they are. Questions?
Councilmember Zapata?
Can you tell me more about Project Clean and how exactly that worked? Because when I was going through our financial services open data portal, I came across it and I was like, what? Why wasn't this like presented to us as like an accomplishment? And for those that aren't aware, it was at the end of the year, the city's financial system contains several years of accumulated open purchase orders that were no longer active. And so many of those represented completed work, expired contracts, or projects that had closed without full use of appropriated funds. And so this created multiple inefficiencies, including encumbered balances overstated actual obligations, departments lacked clarity on available appropriations, there was limited visibility into potential year-end capacity, and then budget decisions risked being made on inaccurate financial assumptions. And so this was actually a good thing. And so we took nearly a little over $5 million off. And so I was just wondering, are there going to be other iterations of that? Are we going to be scrubbing that from now on?
I'm going to turn that question over to the executive team. Project Clean is not something that I can speak on, nor will I ever pretend to know something I do not know in detail. I can promise you that. Yeah. Anything I speak on, it's because I fully transparently know it.
Yeah, I believe it was under Mr. Cronley.
That's not true. So let me give you a background information. That's a year-end annual process the finance department does during the months of July through September. At that point, the council budget is prepared, the city manager's budget is prepared. Included in that budget is also purchase order rollovers that need to be rolled over to the next fiscal year. Those that are no longer needed are cleaned out, flushed out, closed out, and that money is reverted back to the fund balance depending on the individual funds. So that is an ongoing practice. It's nothing new or invented for the first time. We've been doing it as long as I've been here, every year. We're currently going through that process right now, as we speak.
Okay, because on the one pager, it says it was like the first iteration, and
depends
that's
on
why there
who-
was like
who's
5
writing that
million.
article.
That was,
Yeah.
I mean, that has to be done every year anyways, just to redo the balance. I mean, there were times that we had like allocated money to a park and that didn't go, so
Yeah.
you're cleaning it up, so you can start your new fiscal budget. And so, yeah, that's done every year. I'm not
It
really.
also releases appropriations that are tied up in POs that are just sitting idle.
well, then the one pager that's on our financial services open data portal is incorrect then, because it's claiming that it was like the first iteration and that it had been years since this had been done. And so that's why there was like 5 million or so that
And
we were
that-
able to clean up.
And that's why I'm saying, council member, it depends on who wrote that article.
I don't think,
We-
it's not an
I had
article, it's like
nothing to do
a,
with it.
Yeah, whoever drafted that part
Yeah.
of the page,
Yeah.
we really would have to ask them, because historically, by process, we clean up every year in order to know what our new beginning balance would be the next year. And so
That's
I
correct.
understand what you're saying. I also understand it probably does say that on that website, but there's been a lot of things that have been kind of conflict of information. And I guess this is kind of what we get when we're not completely transparent, where we try to make things more than they are is, yeah, of course we do this every year. Yeah, we should have a cleanup, project clean every year, because how do you begin a new balance, a new budget without it?
Yeah, and my apologies, I didn't recognize the name of that wasn't something I recognized. but
okay,
yes,
yeah.
to
'Cause
Pervez's
like I
point,
said,
it's ongoing.
it's the one pager that or the 2 pager that's typed up on it.
Yeah, who does
says
that
it
page?
was.
I don't know.
Well, it's not a page, it's on someone had to upload it into the open data portal. And so it's there and it's uploaded and we talk about it as if it was this new thing. And I just remember I had showed up at PSC for a meeting and it just so happened to be that there was like an entire clean, like in a play on like Lean Six Sigma, like City of Kyle
Oh,
thing.
clean with
Yeah.
a K.
Yeah, clean
Yeah,
with the
yeah.
K. And so that's why I was like.
Councilmember,
oh.
I think the two things are maybe getting conflated. Pervez is exactly right about the cleanup at the end of the year. That's something that happens in every city at the end of every year, cleaning up POs, finding money, returning that money back to the general fund or whatever fund. So that's one process that happens every single year. And then the Kyle Lean Initiative is exactly what you said. It was looking at processes internally across the city that cross interdepartmental projects and looking at the processes from start to finish and getting teams together to look at that and maybe make them more efficient. But I don't think the two
Okay.
cross, so we'll have to
Okay.
take a look at that, whatever's
then
on
I
the
think
site.
we just whoever's typing this up.
Yeah, we'll have to take a look at
let's get it
whatever's on the
right
site and
then,
evaluate
yeah.
how those two came together.
Okay, all right.
All right, you're good?
Okay, that concludes my presentation. I just want to remind you again, the financial target analysis is your friend. It's on the website. Please feel free to use it anytime that you have questions. You want to look at your own call center, another department. We have it fully expanded. We have an executive summary for all 4 major funds. I even have fun little gauges there that show you kind of where we are year to date and as of right now. So there's just a wealth of information at your fingertips. So please use it, and we appreciate you. Thank you.
Maybe we should have a class on that, because I'm gonna be honest, I sat with Brian Langley and I was like, okay, I'm paper-based person. I want to see a PDF of
Yeah.
what our budget is. Better yet, give me a copy of it. And he was like, oh, it's easy. Let me show you. We get on there. I'm lost. He's lost. I'm like,
I can
okay,
help you.
I need a real tutorial on this.
I built it. I can help you.
All right. We're
Yeah,
gonna
I'll
make a
walk you
date.
through it. Pleasure.
All
I'll
right.
be back next month to brief you guys on current trends at that time. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, up next, we have agenda item 13. Now, because Councilmember Tobias, or Mayor Pro Tem Tobias is not here, I just want to make sure we're okay. Maybe Yeah, I don't know if we want to table this until he gets back to get his feedback. Do you want to just do the presentation and then?
Sorry, the presentation is a little lengthy, and I do know that Mayor Pro Tem Tobias did want to be a part of it. I certainly can get up and give the presentation if you all would like, but if the council did want to table it, we could come back when the full council's here.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to bring back agenda item 13 on the next agenda.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by myself, a second by Councilmember
Goza.
Goza. Sorry. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay,
Aye.
passes 6-0. We will bring that back. All right, next, my favorite. Receive a report, hold a discussion, and provide staff direction on Google Fiber implementation. Item presenter, Mike Trimble.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Mike Trimble, Director of Transportation Public Works. Google Fiber is in full swing for implementation. We have our representative, John Michael Cortez of the Google Fiber, to give us an update on the implementation activities and how that's going.
Thank you, Mike. Mayor, Council, staff, John Michael Cortez with G Fiber. Just provide brief overview of where we are with our program. Won't bury the lead, it's going very, very well. And we really thank the great partnership that we have with the city staff in helping us get to this point and helping us with our program every day. We're in constant communication, constant coordination, and it's really showing. And we've had, it's when you're talking about building infrastructure, and especially across an entire city, it can get a little messy. It's never perfect, but it's going very, very well in our estimation. So I'll talk a little bit about that. I guess, is this, So just a little bit, a refresher how we got here. I think it was June 2023 when I was first before this council to talk about the possibility of expansion of G Fiber into the community to serve residents and small businesses. There was a lot of excitement at the time. It was really just the start of the conversation. I was back before this body in September of 2024 with an update, a little bit more detail about where we were with our process and the progress that we have made in discussions with the city staff. And then finally, in June 2025, we were before this body again for the approval of our right-of-way license agreement, which is really the formal approval for us to be in the city utilizing the right-of-way to build our fiber to the premise network and serve customers here. And that was approved by the council in June. And we were off to a running start, had our official groundbreaking and start of construction in September of last year. And as of a couple of weeks ago, so less than a year, I think like in 10 months, and actually this number is a little low. We're actually, I think, 57% done by our measure. And the way that we kind of measure our progress is we estimate how many linear feet of fiber we need to put into the ground to serve the entire city, and we're more than halfway done. Again, thanks to the great partnership with the staff and the community. We're real excited in the coming weeks. We will have our first happy customers in some of the areas where we have completed. So we build our network in segments, so kind of like neighborhood areas or portions of larger neighborhoods. And as those are completed and tied into the bigger network, we will flip the switch and turn them on and folks can sign up for service. And we're very, very near to flipping the switch on the first neighborhood here in the city of Kyle. And we're real excited and look forward to celebrating that with the community in the coming weeks. More to come on that once we have a good date. So a little bit about our deployment. If you've been in and around Kyle, you've probably seen us on the streets. But we use primarily a method of deployment called microtrench, where we are right there, as you can see in the picture, at the edge of curb where it meets the asphalt. It's a very quick, pretty clean operation. We run, which basically a saw in that joint. We have a narrow, shallow trench. Right behind that moving operation, we have a team that installs conduit in that trench. And then we have another team that follows with a concrete truck with a specially formulated flowable fill concrete that backfills that trench the same day. We don't leave our trenches open overnight. and it's specially designed material to set quickly enough for you to be able to drive on it that day. And plus, it's a very narrow trench, so nobody's going to fall into it. But we do restore it that evening. So the benefits, I won't belabor this, but I wanted to put this in here just because I know that this community, because it was apparent back when I was first before this body in 2023, there was a lot of, let's say, bad feelings about previous fiber deployments in the city. There were lots of challenges with other deployments, not ours, but others. And, so I think that everybody was a little bit leery of another fiber provider coming. Are we going to have a lot of the same problems that we had with damage to residents' property, failure to restore in a timely manner, et cetera, et cetera? And one of the reasons why we utilize this method is because we have found, and we do this all over the country, and especially here in Central Texas, where we kind of pioneered the use of this method at scale, we have found that it is much less impact both on the city's infrastructure and on residents' quality of life. Again, it moves pretty quickly and has minimal intrusion into people's yards, et cetera. And we're able to get it restored very quickly and be out of people's hair generally with civil construction within a matter of a few weeks in a neighborhood. It also helps us avoid existing utilities. Because we're shallower, we have fewer conflicts with other underground infrastructure, which is also a big issue if we're using more traditional deployment methods like directional drilling. And again, I don't want to belabor this, but this is the method that we use, but it does create a few unique challenges as compared to being, let's say, behind the curb or behind homes, because we're in front of the homes, is that we are working in that area that's in front of residents, and folks often park there. And so we've had, and we always do in every community, just a handful of challenges with that. We do a lot of pre-construction, our standard pre-construction communications. We place door hangers on every home, and we also deploy no parking signs at least 48 hours before we start work on a particular street. And the reason we do that, of course, is so that folks know that we're going to need to be working in that part of the right-of-way, so please move your vehicle if you have vehicles there. We have committed to some enhanced communications over and above and beyond what we typically do here in Kyle. We do pre-construction outreach to HOAs when possible. Not every neighborhood has an HOA or a formal body, but when they do, we've worked with the city to get that list, and we do that outreach prior to commencing work. And upon request, we'll do in-person or virtual meetings to talk a little bit more about the project and what folks can expect. I think I did one several weeks ago with Plum Creek in their neighborhood association. We're real excited, and they're real excited for us to get started there. But I did want to touch on the vehicles that remain in the work area. So about 48 hours before we're starting work, certainly we've had door tags placed on the homes. By the way, we take pictures of those and geotag them when they're placed so that, because not everybody sees those or the wind blows them away. It's also to hold our vendors accountable that they actually did that, because we want to make sure that we have full accountability, that people were given the opportunity to be notified in advance. But back to the vehicles in the right-of-way. So we place those signage, and 95+% of the time, if there's cars there, people do move them, once they see those signs. But occasionally, we will show up on the day that we're going to need to work in that area, and we do find a vehicle parked. And so what we, of course, try to do immediately is knock on some doors and try to identify the owner of the vehicle and ask them to move the vehicle out of the right-of-way where our work zone will be. And that usually addresses the issue, but sometimes somebody's not home. Sometimes we can't identify the owner of the vehicle. And so our standard practice, which is pretty standard in all the communities that we work, not just for G-Fiber, but other users of the right-of-way who need to do work in the right-of-way. If we're not able to identify the owner of the vehicle and get him to move it, we will perform what's called a courtesy tow, which is we will have a tow truck come and move the vehicle. Now, it's not the kind of towing where we take it to some lot on the other side of the county and hold it hostage for hundreds of dollars till somebody can get it. It's usually just moving it around the corner or on the other side of the street, because we typically only work on one side of the street at a time. So we move the vehicle there, do our work, and at the end of the day, we move the vehicle back. And again, all this is at our expense. It's not something we like to do because we don't like to disturb people's personal property, but it is something that we will have to do on occasion in order to have a safe work zone that's clear so that we can complete our construction and move through the neighborhood. And then once we're done with construction in a particular area, we pick up all of that signage and move it to the next area we're gonna be working. So we have heard some concern about some towing of the vehicles in Kyle. And so what we've committed to do is some additional enhanced communication. And that is, as we're going and replacing those signs, if we see vehicles parked in the right of way, we'll actually put a flyer on that vehicle with the construction supervisor's number. So hopefully they see that. But again, I will say, just to be transparent, you can do all the notification, but occasionally we're going to run into a situation where we're going to have to move somebody's vehicles. But we do try to take care and move it back at the end of the day, again, all at our expense, so that we can have a clear and safe work zone. And that's it. Very quick. We are working at a really solid pace here in the city. Again, we're halfway done with the civil construction, more than halfway done. We're lighting up our first neighborhoods for customers in the coming weeks. And our hope is that by early 2028, if not sooner, and hopefully sooner and likely sooner, we will be pretty much completely done building out and providing fiber past every resident and small business that we can here in the city of Kyle. Now, I will say there are occasionally some areas where we may be blocked at the current time from building, if it's a conflict with, let's say, a TxDOT project or even a city public works project or other utility project, and we'll design that out and come back to it when we can get clear. I'll just say we also try to coordinate with the city on their maintenance program so that we're not cutting into, we're not allowed to cut into freshly paved streets, but we try to get out ahead of those so we can get in the street and then get covered over by the street maintenance. So we do some of that coordination as well with the city. And again, the partnership has been great so far. We hope it continues, and hope to have some very happy customers sometime in the very near future. And I stand for questions if you'll have any.
Any questions or comments? Oh, I got some. So I do, first of all, I'm excited because my neighborhood was one of the first to get done, and without a doubt, I'm sure I'll be signing up. I do have two questions. The orange tubes that are sticking out of the ground currently, how long do they stay that way for? Because we've had it out there for at least a week.
So it shouldn't be much longer. If what we do is, if we have a vault where we have conduit that's there, we haven't blown the fiber through and done all the splicing yet, we should have some safety snow fencing around us so that it's not a fall hazard for people to fall in. I'd have to know the specific location to give you an example, but it shouldn't be much longer. We did take a brief pause last week in a couple of areas while we resolved some challenges, but we should be back to work hopefully very soon in those areas. I don't know if it's one of those that was impacted, but it should not be very long. But if I have the exact location, Mayor, and I can get that from you a little bit later, then I can give you an exact time frame for that. Okay. It shouldn't be long.
Okay. Just want to make sure because we have lots of little kids in our neighborhood. So one of the concerns I had was the temporary towing signs that says, and it was probably less than 12 hours. And so Google has these signs that look like city signs. They say no parking during this time, we'll tow. And I thought it was more of a scare tactic until I saw a tow company come and towing cars. And to your point, it doesn't tow it to a different city, but it does tow it. And we live in a cul-de-sac. All of Arbor Knott is a cul-de-sac. So there's no way people can know where their car is because it's no longer in that area. And so my concern was if there was an emergency and someone needed their car, or if somebody got mad because they saw their car being towed and that became an aggressive type situation. At what point were you guys, is it in your agreement that you guys are allowed to tow these cars? Like, how did that come to be?
Well, one, to answer the first part, that is why we do everything we can to try to identify the owner, knock on doors to try to find that person, because we don't want to tow the car. Again, it costs us money. We know that it creates a challenge of if somebody gets upset or there is an emergency or whatever. We don't want to create that situation. So we do take as much, we do make as much of an effort as we can to identify the owner so that they can move the vehicle. But as far as how that came to be, again, this is a pretty standard practice. I believe, and I'm fairly certain this is the case, it's called out in the general notes in our permits. Maybe, no, it may not be the case. It is not, okay, it is in some cities, I guess it's not here. I don't know that it's called out. It's certainly not called out in our right-of-way agreement, and if it's not in the general notes in our permit, I think it's, and maybe we should put it in there, it's kind of just assumed because it is a standard practice, not just by G-Fiber, but anybody else, including, I would assume as a city does street maintenance, if they encounter that issue, that's probably a practice that they have as well. It is in other cities that we work in, so it's kind of one of those, it's just standard practice. But if we need to enshrine that in our notes and our general permits, we can talk to your team about whether we need to do that.
Okay. Because they actually did knock on my door because my car was just a little outside of the driveway. And it was 7:40 a.m. and my dogs barked. And I was trying to get ready and it was very chaotic.
I'm so sorry.
And no, it's not your fault. This is kind of a reality. I just happened to live through it, right? But I know there's probably other situations like that. And as much as I want Google Fiber to come, it makes me a little bit uncomfortable to know like people's lives are being disrupted in a way that maybe they didn't sign up for. And so I don't know what time your work permit starts. The machine is extremely like I recorded the sound and I was in my living room. I was upstairs. You could just hear it. It's such a so I don't know as far as decibels what you guys are allowed, but it's a inconveniencing process. And so while we're bringing this great product to our residents, I also want to be very conscious of them by way of not bothering them too early or not moving their car. You know what I mean? It's a lot to ask for internet when we have Frontier, AT&T, Spectrum. So yeah, my question would be, how do we work together to kind of mitigate all that?
As far as the noise, we understand it's construction, it's sawing through pavement. It's really difficult to minimize the sound that's going to make. Not that it completely addresses it, but one of the positives of that method is kind of a trade-off for the noise, is that it is pretty quick. Those saw crews can, on a good day, get to like 2,500 feet a day. That means they're not spending a lot of time in front of any particular house or block. They're moving pretty quickly. And then the operation behind them, again, is just laying the conduit and then filling the trench back up. What we try to do, it's not really mitigating for the noise, but behind that saw truck, there's typically a watering truck to make sure there's a vac truck to suck up the dust because we don't want to leave things all dusty and whatever. So we do try to mitigate for what we can. I don't know if the noise is something we can really do about because we're sawing through asphalt. The saving grace is that it is a very temporary thing. It's not unlike a drilling rig that's sitting in your yard. That's out there trying to drill through rock, for days. It's pretty quick and usually just like a matter of maybe several minutes in front of your home as opposed to sitting there for weeks. That is kind of the trade-off, but I don't know there's really anything we can do about the noise for that small period of time.
Okay, what about ringing the doorbell at 7:40 a.m.?
Well, that's a challenge because those folks are anxious to get started. I believe, I'm not sure what our working hours are here. Typically, they're like either 7 to 7 or sun up to sundown. Now, they don't start working generally right at the start of those because they got to mobilize and get everything ready and set things up. But yeah, they do tend to start pretty early. I will go back to our folks, and I think that's why, one, we put the signs out a couple, the standard is a couple of days before, so people have notice, so they can make accommodations to move vehicles. And I think hopefully the enhanced notification that we're committed to doing here, putting, if we see cars that we're going to come back and they're potentially going to get towed, to put a flyer on it, hopefully that gets noticed. We hope to minimize the need to knock on the doors because, again, our preference is that folks move their own vehicles. I will say, when we do tow vehicles, sometimes we're towing cars that clearly have been there for a year or two, and they're not going anywhere, even if the owner wanted to move them. We've had to move cars that were on blocks before, but whenever possible, we do try to identify the owner so that they can move their own vehicle. But we'll take any other suggestions that you have for how we can minimize having to knock on people's doors. We'll hear them because we don't want to do it.
Okay. Councilmember Goza.
I just want to say my neighborhood is right next to Mayor's, and we just had our streets repaved. So now we've come in and Google Fiber has done all of the mapping of the utility lines. And so now I have spray paint all over my freshly paved streets, which is a little frustrating. But also when you come in a couple weeks, 3-4 weeks ahead of when you're going, like they tell you not to mow your grass where they've got the markings for your utilities. So that is a problem, especially where you live in an HOA that you've got to keep your grass mowed. So I don't know if my markings are still going to be there where y'all had them because I had to mow the grass. Yeah. So that's just something to be very cognizant of. Those are the utility locates that we call for, as everybody should before you're about to dig for anything. And so I believe that paint is supposed to be water soluble, so it will wash away fairly quickly over time. If that's an issue and if it's not washing away, let us know. We'll come out with power washers. We'll get rid of it. We do need to leave them there while we're under construction just for safety. And I will say that and I don't know what's happening in that particular issue because I've had this, if they're lingering, it's often because there's another project there. So it's best not to disturb those if possible, but I know it's a frustration. I used to say that when we're done, our teams are supposed to pick up those little flags and the locate marks should wash away in time, but if we need to do something sooner after we're done, please just let us know. We'll I know when we had AT&T come in, the utility line locators, that paint did not come off.
Oh, that shouldn't be the case. It should be using water-soluble paint.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Spada.
And then I also just want to say, in your defense, I'm very much like a YIMBYist. I'm a very much yes in my backyard, please. I don't mind a little bit of a knock on a door, a little minor inconvenience if it means I get to, have other amenities and utilities. And I also just want to say that I also have residents who have told me oh, I'm so excited. I saw, they stopped by, they drove by and I saw them doing all the work and I'm just so excited about it. And so I think there might be some instances where some individuals aren't necessarily happy with all the circumstances, but there are a lot of individuals who are very excited. And so I also just wanted to be able to say that. And then I also do have a slight concern about pushing workers to do things as it gets hotter during the day. So we also need to think about just worker safety and heat safety when it comes to that. And so I do agree and think it's a lot healthier and better to do it earlier in the day, so that way we don't have workers out on the streets in the middle of the most horrible heat that you can imagine. And there's no federal heat safety laws, but I know that the OSHA was hearing public comment on one last year at some point. And so I want to make sure that we keep those things in mind, that these are just real people out here, doing work, and they're trying to do it in a way that is as least of an inconvenience to people and that is least hassle to folks. I just hesitate on you coming up with some sort of solution to make people do it later in the day, because I really, really care about heat safety.
it's a real concern here in Texas. We also, in addition to Austin, we're in the San Antonio market, all through the South, and then in Arizona and Vegas. So it's a really big issue for our vendor partners, and so they obviously all need to be OSHA certified and all that stuff. But hydration, worker protections are all very important and a requirement for our vendor partners.
Yeah, and I think I also just wanted to explain, like, that's another reason why things maybe happen so early as well. And then also trying to cause least disruption to, like, a lot of the movement that happens throughout the day.
Yeah, well, to clarify, 8 o'clock, 8 a.m. is 20 minutes later, not late in the day. And I think that's a more accurate time where families, people with kids, people with jobs are also on their way and out to work. 7:40, anytime before 8 to me is, and that's literally a matter of 20 difference. I would hope that people are not going to fry in between the 20 minutes.
Mayor, I can take back to our team if we can just establish a practice of, if we see a vehicle, that we don't start knocking till 8 a.m. I'll see if that's feasible. I think it should be something that we can accommodate.
Yeah,
Again,
I'm not
our
trying to
hope
be,
is
I'm not trying to be unrealistic. I am not trying to make anybody work in the middle of the day. What I'm trying to do is balance our growth, our people who are excited to bring this product into Kyle, plus the people who may walk out to their cars and not have one. I would love to know how many people have had their car moved that were like, oh, it's okay, just a little minor inconvenience. I'm trying to balance all of that out. I can't, I've got to speak on behalf of 60,000 people. And so I'm trying to do that in the best way that I know how, and welcome Google into our community, because I know for a fact everybody's excited. But trying to also be proactive to the people who may be negatively affected by this.
Heard, Mayor.
Councilmember Harris?
In a little bit of a defense of knocking on doors at 7 or 7:30. If you don't, they've gotten in their cars and left the garage, and they're gone. And their car's still, one of the cars is still parked on the street. So there's a balance on that, I'm sure.
Just want to add, and I think all the points taken to John Michael's point. We'll definitely take that feedback back. Our inspection teams work very closely with Google, along the way. Obviously, kind of the keepers of the permit. We've been working closely with their teams. We'll take that feedback back and work with them on how we can kind of mitigate some of these issues. I do want to say overall, and again, you guys back me up on this, but I think overall the implementation has gone pretty smoothly. We have not heard a lot of complaints or seen a ton of issues. I think it has gone pretty smoothly, as I've been talking to my team periodically about how it's going. So I would say overall, it's kind of backed that up, as I think generally it's been going well. If there are any issues, though, especially for the public, please call 311. I know Google, you guys put out a lot of good information, but you can always call 311 if there's any issue. We will get that feedback directly back and communicate with them directly and resolve any issues.
And I do thank you very much for coming. I know it's probably not a lot of notice, and your willingness to come here speaks volumes on Google and on your character. So thank you very much for taking the time out. It's late, and I apologize, but it's truly appreciated.
It's been fascinating.
You learned so much.
Mike and I used to work in Austin, so I'm used to 3 in the morning council meetings. So this is nothing.
I hope not 3 in the morning tonight.
No.
I just want to compliment you too, that we had a resident complain about some debris that was left near her fence. And it turned out it wasn't Google at all, but you came out and cleaned it up anyway.
Yeah, well,
so thanks.
So I'll just say, and not to belabor it, we know people are excited, but it's a trade-off. Any construction is disruptive on your street. We know that. I will say we do try to make it as painless, and actually our goal is to delight people, like with how we do it, because we want them to be our customers. People are excited, but it's a kind of a pain to switch provider, so we want them to really have a good feeling about us. And if we do a really bad job with leaving debris, towing their cars excessively, they're not going to sign up for the service. And at the end of the day, that's what we want. So we're going to do our best to try to make people happy, even if it's not our dirt.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, are we going to move on? Next up, considering possible action First reading, consider approval of an ordinance amending section 23-60 of the City of Kyle Code of Ordinances to revise all allowable construction hours within 600 feet of occupied residential structures and establish a maximum construction noise level of 85 decibels for construction activities adjacent to occupied residential structures. Item presenter, Carrie Stillwell.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Kelly Stillwell. I serve as your building official, and I'm here to talk to you tonight about about reducing the allowable construction hours and strengthening the noise limits for construction activity adjacent to residential area. We're seeking an amendment to Article 5, 23-60 to mandate a maximum decibel level and decrease allowable evening construction hours from 9 p.m. to 7 p.m. So, based on council direction, staff reviewed options to help ensure responsible development that respected the quality of life of residents living adjacent to active construction zones. As directed, staff focused on potential amendments. To current ordinances related to construction noise, reasonable limitations on construction hours, and the establishment of a maximum allowable noise levels. Staff also reviewed potential options to support construction workers during periods of extreme heat. However, Texas House Bill 2127 limits municipalities from adopting local labor-related regulations that go beyond state or federal minimum requirements, unfortunately. Currently, Section 2360 limits construction activity within 600 feet of occupied residential structures to the hours of 7 to 9 p.m. The city's noise ordinance does not currently contain verbiage specific to construction noise, so staff is recommending that we amend Chapter 23, Section 2360 of the City Code, changing construction hours from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And it also incorporates an 85 decibel limit at all times for construction noise adjacent to residential property lines. We hope this amendment will improve the quality of life for nearby residents while still allowing construction activity to occur during reasonable daytime hours. So options: approve the ordinance as written to reduce allowable construction hours to 7 p.m. and add a maximum noise level of 85 decibels to be measured at the property line. Approve the ordinance with modifications, or deny the proposed ordinance and leave the ordinance as written and continue to allow construction activity until 9 p.m. without noise limitation parameters.
All right, I was not here for this last time, but I did go back and watch. One of my concerns is just starting at 7 a.m. because during the winter months, it's still dark at 7 a.m. And when you're talking about working near residential areas, you're talking about people who may work overnight, people who have families, babies, kids. For me, starting at 8 is the more residential friendly thing to do. I like the idea of ending at 7. And I wish I knew how loud 85 decibels was.
Well, 85 decibels was selected because that is what the OSHA has determined that that's the level where you can sustain permanent hearing damage after prolonged exposure. So that is kind of the national benchmark for a decibel level, and that's what we also use in our noise ordinance for music and venues and things of that nature.
All right, I'm going to open this up for discussion. Councilmember Goza.
I'm interested to see how loud those micro trenching machines are, because I just had a resident that was like, my work was disrupted 3 days in a row because of the sound of that equipment. So pretty clearly our residents are disturbed when they've got these types of construction equipment in there. I will say during the summer, it's already starting to get hot by 8. So that's a concern for that. I do agree in the winter, it's not as much of a burden. But I just have some concerns about limiting that extra hour in the summertime for those construction workers.
Well, and here's what we got to think about collectively as a council, is this is not just for summertime, right? It's also for wintertime. And in wintertime, it's still dark at 7 a.m. I said winter, but fall. And so if we're allowing them to come in at 7 a.m. and start work, then there's going to have to be lighting. Councilmember Zapata.
For the 85 decibels, you say that that's the decibel level at which OSHA says that you could sustain like permanent hearing damage?
From prolonged exposure.
From prolonged exposure?
Right.
How long is that prolonged exposure?
It's typically 8 hours. So what that 85 decibel limitation is geared towards the worker in the construction site that's there all day. And that's when they determine that hearing trauma could occur.
Okay. And how close does the person have to be in order to get that? Because I feel like that's more pertinent to the worker, right?
Agreed.
So that would be different from someone who is, let's say, a couple 100 feet away or in their home.
Right. And we considered that too, thinking in terms of, the noise could be dissipated over the period, the distance that it travels. But I don't think they gave us any specific information as far as the sound in relation to the worker. I'm
Okay.
assuming it would be at the point where it reaches your ear, so.
Okay, because I would assume that's how they measure that 85 decibels. Like I guess I would just be curious as to how they came up with that number. Because I think that makes a difference when we're considering that we're talking about having this ordinance for residents.
Right.
And so I would like to have more information about that.
Okay.
And then also comparatives for what other cities have, or even carve-outs that they may have for certain types of construction or like special permits and whatnot. I did a little bit of digging, so I know that there are some variances that can occur. And so I would like to be able to see some of that.
We can certainly do some more research on that.
And then for HB 2127, I know Death Star, local preemption, boo. But it is possible for cities within their public contracts to, if a contractor is receiving public money, you can have actual like heat safety, water break, shades requirements. So like the Q2 stadium that was built in Austin had those protections on it, and a plethora of other like worker, like proper like classification, wage theft prevention, sort of things. So it's possible for us to like build those things into our public procurement process.
Yeah.
Well, that's if they're doing work for the city, though. That's not doing work for private people.
Council members of HUDA, that is something that we could absolutely work into or look into for procurement processes. This ordinance is
Yeah,
directed
no, I
more
think I just
general.
wanted to state that for the record, that it's not impossible to do. But I would like us to be able to, like I said, figure out how that 85 decibels came about, like what exactly is a standard for that.
But
And
that
then
is regulated by OSHA, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
yeah, well, that's OSHA, and OSHA is, when they come up with these figures, most of the time they're coming up with it for like the person that's like right there,
Right.
like for the person that's actually in the middle of the construction work. So I just want to make sure like that we're figuring out, and like I said, I think comparing cities and seeing like what sort of like carve outs they have, I think will be very helpful.
Okay.
For clarity, Councilmember Zapata, under this ordinance, the decibel level will be measured at the property line of the residential property. So whether it would probably be more than 85 decibels where the worker's standing, but we measure it based on the property line of the residential property, because that's to avoid noise that would disturb the people on the other property that's not being constructed on.
Okay, my brain is like trying to picture it, like people standing like on yards and stuff. But I think I still would like some more information about that, just some better clarification.
What kind of
And-
clarification can I ask?
I think clarification on how exactly we would establish that, and getting clarification on whether or not 85 decibels is some, whereas, for example, if that only happens at a sustained amount of like 8 hours, then could we say it could not go past 8 hours of this? Does that make
Okay,
sense?
yes, okay.
So that way we're just taking that into consideration, because although construction is an inconvenience at times, it is also how we get public goods. Like that is also like all for the benefit of our community. And so I just want to make sure that we're also not impeding it so much that it becomes that it puts a lot of strain on to like timelines that we have, projects, holding things up and whatnot, because you'll start to see impacts on those things. So I just want to make sure that we're being very careful about this, because it's not as simple, I think, as it might appear on face value. And then as far as like the times, I think I would like to see different times for like hotter months, colder months, or
Like a
maybe
seasonal?
like, seasonal, maybe. I think that might be good. Yeah, I think, so yeah, I think there just needs to be a little bit more variation into it.
Okay, we can do that.
Councilmember Harris?
I think seasonal is important. I know that when the crews are pouring slabs, that the concrete has to be poured in the morning, that they want to pour it as early as possible before the super hot days in the summer. And they're often out there pouring at 5 a.m. And then the other thing that I have noticed is that even with our current guidelines, the contractors are ignoring them, and they're showing up very, very early to the sites and starting construction, even in the dark. And I've noticed that over by Hometown and the development that it's right there by Hometown. They're right there by the houses, and they're starting often at 6 a.m. and being pretty noisy. And when I ask one of the, now you can tell one of the supervisors, you can't start this early. And then their crew won't start that early, but then the next crew's coming in to build the house, and they don't get the message. They start that early. So I think some enforcement is definitely called for on these projects. I know a friend of mine in Hometown has complained and complained and complained, and nothing has been done about the noise there, waking her up. Very early hours when she works till sometimes 2 a.m.
Yeah, I think that makes a great point, because if we have enforcement, maybe it wouldn't have to go this far. But, and I love the idea of seasonal too, because I'm all about, making sure that it's hot. I get it. I don't want to see them out there either. But also when it gets to be dark earlier, and now you have additional issues you deal with, I think bringing back something that's seasonal. But also, when you bring back what other cities are doing, keeping in mind that we're going to talk about our 10 peer cities, and so hopefully we will update those, and so it's kind of more relevant to the city of Kyle, as opposed to, to me, Austin's not the same. San Antonio is not the same. We are completely different. And so comparing them to cities like New Braunfels or San Marcos, Buda, to an extent, that would be appreciated.
Okay, well, this is all good input. We could certainly put some more stuff together for y'all.
Okay, so do we want to, Councilmember Medina?
For your 85 decibels, what type of equipment are we measuring?
Well, PD would be the one to enforce this, so they already have the equipment to the best of my knowledge.
No, I mean like what construction equipment?
Just to give you an example, a nail gun, when it's just actively running, not discharging the compressor, the nail gun is around 90 decibels. But when they are shooting it, it's like 105. So a small compressor is right around 90 decibels, if that makes sense.
Okay, because I was looking at it earlier, and I know it was saying things around 85 decibels would be noise equivalent to your garbage disposal or a noisy restaurant. So just trying to think of what equipment then would actually, because, I mean, listening to your garbage disposal for 8 hours, it would be a pain in the behind. But something that would be that measurement outside that's construction, it just seems like everything would be louder. And I know Councilmember Goza mentioned like the micro trenching, that's between 95 and 120 something decibels. So it's just hard to imagine what construction equipment would be at that level of 85 if it's compared to like a garbage disposal.
I think there would be, if we did go with the 85 decibel limit, I think they would get a lot of calls because it would be very difficult to operate below that level, especially with the houses all being closer and closer together.
Yeah, and from trying to understand it, that's at the property line, and then going into your property, like into your home, into your backyard, it doesn't give that much of a variance from the 85 down to, say, 80 to 75. So it almost sounds like, though we don't want the loud noise, that setting a limit of 85 would almost be setting us up for failure.
Like maybe something like a sustained level or something, some verbiage along those lines.
Okay, so should we, Amy, do you think we should make just a motion and then include the additional information for the 85 decibels, the peer cities, and the seasonal months?
So we don't have 7 council members today, so it will come back for second reading. If you would like, you could make a motion to approve on first reading, subject to bringing back potential amendments for second reading.
All right, I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item 15, contingent on the amendments that we discussed.
Right.
And you understand, I want to make sure we give you good direction.
absolutely.
Okay. All right. so
Second.
That's a motion by myself, a second by Councilmember Goza. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 6-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, up next, consider an approval of a resolution authorizing Alliance Regional Water Authority water sharing agreement between Crystal Clear Special Utility District, SUD, and the City of Kyle for up to 223,185 gallons per day with an initial term of 1 year with successive annual renewals until terminated by either party with a 6-month notice at a maximum fiscal year 2026 cost of $62,495.56 and a maximum fiscal year 2027 cost of $188,317.16. Item presenter, Mike Murphy.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Mike Murphy, Director of Water Utilities. We'll go through this pretty fast. We're working a deal right now with our good friends over at Crystal Clear Special Utility District that gives us the authority to share an agreement between Crystal Clear and the City of Kyle. So just a little background. Council adopted a water master plan back in April of 2025. And in that water master plan, it identified short-term strategies to ensure adequate water supply based on current connections and future obligations from development agreements. These included the ARWA partner agreements, ARWA Phase 1C and 1D. And keep that in mind, ARWA Phase 1, 1C, and 1D, that's critical. The EAA lease agreements, aquifer storage and recovery, and non-potable reuse. So ARWA Phase 1C, 1D expansion project was originally projected to be online in May of 2027 and has since been delayed until late 2028 or the first quarter of 2029, leaving a gap in our ability to provide water. So first, ARWA partner agreement executed by City Council back in March of 2025 for 730 acre feet, or roughly 650,000 gallons per day with Green Valley. So the City of Kyle and Crystal Clear, through its membership in Canyon Regional Water Authority, are sponsors of ARWA, which has a Carrizo Aquifer Groundwater Supply Project. Kyle anticipates the need for an additional Carrizo water supply for the next few years to fill in that gap. So that gap, and we will go through that here in just a minute, for the next few years in addition to its current allotment. So Crystal Clear has supplies above and beyond their projected needs over the next few years. In our working relationship, and I'll introduce Michael Sedania. He is the general manager of Crystal Clear Special Utility District and is a good friend, and we all sat on the board together with Dr. Harris and myself and Blake Neffendorf. So Crystal Clear is willing to commit and make available water to Kyle from their existing ARWA Phase 1B during a time period as described in this lease agreement. And so this is a mutual benefit to both parties. This is our relationship with Corpus Christi. We're able to purchase this water that they don't need, and so they're under a take-or-pay contract just like we are, and so they're sitting on this water, so this is a benefit to them also, so we'll be paying them for the water that they really aren't using. So let's kind of go to these charts. I know that's very hard to read, but in your staff memo, it's much clearer, and I'll just kind of read you through what we're looking at here, and we're going to concentrate on the chart in the upper left-hand corner. But the ARWA project was projected to be online in 2020, May of 2027, but now it's looking more like the end of 28 or the first part of 2029. Agreement with with Crystal Clear allows the city to access a firm supply of water that is not subject to drought restrictions and help to ensure both average day and maximum day water system demands can be served and are not exceeded based on the current connection count anticipated. And growth projections until ARWA Phase 1C, 1D expansion projects is online. So you can't read that at the very top of that chart, but that's what it says. So originally, we were anticipating about 2 million, just a little bit over 2 million gallons of water in May of 2027. Now it looks like that water is going to be, like I said, probably the first quarter of 2029, which leaves us a gap of about 2 million gallons. So we've already got the agreement with Green Valley for 650,000. This agreement with Crystal Clear will provide us an additional 220,000 gallons per day, which gets us closer. We're not quite there. We're looking to try to get to $1 million threshold right now. This gets us a little bit above 870,000 gallons, more like 873,000 gallons. So that's getting closer. And so this agreement with Crystal Clear opens the door for future agreements based on their agreement with the Edwards Aquifer, but that's something that we're going to negotiate after this agreement is put in place. So here's the agreement. Crystal Clear will make immediately available 250,000 acre feet per year, or roughly 223,000 gallons per day of its ARWA Phase 1B Carrizo water to Kyle. Kyle will take delivery of the additional water at a Kyle Carrizo delivery point. We've got 3 points that we can deliver it to. We've got the 1626 takes point that is under construction but is capable of taking that water. We've got the 158 County Road 158 pump station, which is capable of taking that water. And we've got the Waterstone pump station, which is capable of taking that water. And then the fourth take point could be when we do build the third take point for ARWA water. The annual supply and delivery rate are in addition to Kyle's existing ARWA Phase 1B water. So the agreement terms are very, very simple, and this is basically the same agreement we've got with Green Valley, which is 1 year upon execution of the lease agreement by the city manager, and then 1 year automatic renewal terms of unless either party provides a written notice of a termination of 6 months. So basically what we do is we'll go 12 months, and then it's automatic renewal for another 12 months until one of the other parties decides it's time to get out. And then we have to give, either they give us or we give them a 6-month timeline for the renewal, so our termination. So that's how that works. Very simple. So status: the current offer of Phase 1B water includes fixed O&M expenses of roughly $2,700 per month, adjusted by ARWA board. Variable O&M expenses of $1.01 per 1,000 gallons, based on meter delivery, adjusted by ARWA board. And the interim clarification of special assessment O&M expenses specific to Phase 1B of roughly $5,900 per month. And this is, I'm not sure if you remember, but this is to treat the water for Phase 1B that has a high level of iron and manganese. The City of Kyle will be responsible for payment directly to ARWA based on Crystal Clear SUD's percentage. And basically what that means is, so instead of Crystal Clear paying ARWA for that water, we will be paying directly to ARWA. And the sponsor share of the total fixed and rental costs paid directly to ARWA will remain in place until the interim work is complete as determined by the ARWA board. So basically what that means is once the 1C or once 1B, once 1C, 1D water is complete, then that $5,000 falls off. And so it even becomes more affordable for the city of Kyle. So here's just a few cost comparisons. First of all, the maximum anticipated cost for the remainder of 2026 is around $62,000. And the maximum anticipated cost for 2027 is around $188,000. Cost comparison in per 1,000 gallons with other agreements that we have, the ARWA Green Valley SUD and Crystal Clear agreements is around $2.31 per 1,000. And that is by far the cheapest water that is available in this area. The EAA San Marcos lease agreement is $3.41 per 1,000 gallons, and the San Marcos Emergency Interconnect that we're working on right now is about $6.42 per 1,000. The GBR Canyon Lake project is at $2.93. So you can see this is the most affordable water available to us to keep this project going. So our options for council, obviously, approve the resolution or do not approve the resolution. There is really no financial impact other than the $62,000 for this year. We have that funding available in our water supply, and that's outlined in the staff memo. If you go to the finance portion of that, you'll see how that all breaks out. But right now, we've got roughly $3 million in that account, and so far this year, we've only spent about a little bit more than half of that. So I will answer any questions, and we've got Michael here. I'm sure he wants to come up and just say
how you doing, Mayor, Council, Ms. Harris, and committee. Just wanted to introduce myself, make a face-to-face. It's been an honor to sit here and just kind of listen to y'all conduct business. Just looking to strengthen the relationship between the cities or within the ARWA partnerships. Personally, I've been the general manager for about 4 months, and Mr. Murphy approached me relatively early, and it was something that I was very eager to, again, help out a neighboring partner where we had the ability to help out. And I don't think it stops there, but I did want to get something executed relatively pretty quickly. So again, thank you for your time, and we look forward to hopefully improving this partnership and moving forward.
Thank you for sitting here the whole time. I appreciate that first and foremost. I also appreciate the partnership. This is huge for our city. Thank you, Mike, for asking, and thank you to you guys for being willing. This is a big deal.
And just so you know, Mayor, the Crystal Clear Board approved this, I think, on June the 3rd, Michael. And so they have agreed to this, so thank you for that.
So we're ready to go. All right, with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item 16.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by myself. We can just do a motion, a second, and then we can discuss. A motion by myself, a second by Councilmember Harris. All right, additional conversation?
Does do we get anything when ARWA continues extending the timeline? Because I feel like this isn't going to be the only time that happens, and so we're going to be left trying to fill this gap.
Yeah.
And so I'm just wondering, what sort of safety mechanisms do we have on our end?
Yeah.
So we're not just continuously footing the bill.
Councilmember Harris?
I'd like to mention one of the reasons that there is this gap right now. And correct me if I'm wrong about the reasons, but GBRA has changed their pipeline routing, or is trying to change their pipeline routing to Lockhart, and that is delaying that project, the 1C and 1D project, significantly. And we've requested changes in that to benefit us better. We didn't like their original changes. And then there may be some other reasons as well.
Yes, so that's right. And the biggest delay is a result of the iron and manganese that they discovered from the Carrizo Aquifer. And so it was unanticipated. And so that is a huge delay here, and all of the member cities and special utility districts are taking a share of that. That is a cost that is basically unavoidable for us. There is legal ramifications that we're working on right now that issue was not recognized. It's not going to be there's no way it's going to cover the cost of those developments. But just so you know, we do have a water utility event, I think it's coming up sometime in September or August for council, the Waterpalooza. And so one of our invitees is going to be Graham Moore he is the director of at the ARWA, Alliance Regional Water Authority. And so he's going to come and give council an update and let you guys know what those options are and address your question.
Okay, no, I appreciate it. Like I
so
said,
he will be here for that.
I can tell you it's not a question that you feel, Councilwoman, Ms. Labate, it's a question that's felt across all the sponsors, all the sponsors across the board. The delay this is just our way of, when we went on the Phase 1B, Crystal Clear, my predecessor went in on more water than we currently have the ability to use. So again, the need was with Kyle. We have the ability to share, and that's what this is.
no,
really
I think this is wonderful.
Yes,
I think this, no, I'm like, this is great.
So,
I'm like,
but-
my eyes are at Arwa. Like, what y'all doing
and I
over
can tell
there?
you there's probably like another 50 that are also the same way. So I am the vice, I'm also part of the ARWA board, the vice chair of the ARWA board. So it is something that we're very, very much
Yeah,
looking
but it's unforeseen. Yeah, so I expect that some of that's going to happen.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, we got a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 6-0. All right, up next, we have agenda item 17, and I'm looking at the time, guys. We just got to make sure that we're going to be able to function through the rest of the night. Consider approval of a resolution approving a contract amendment with Housing Works Austin in an amount not to exceed $5,000 to add an anti-displacement strategy study to the existing scope of work for the housing assessment, increasing the total contract amount to an amount not to exceed $50,000 and extending the term of the agreement by 6 months. Item presenter, Jason Lutz.
Yes, good morning, council. Thank you.
Good morning.
I'm so excited I get to say that today. Sorry, Trimble. Quick resolution today. There's going to be a couple of items that this resolution does. That is add a scope of work and extend this contract. So before I get into go. A little summary. So we're currently conducting a housing study to understand what types of homes are available in Kyle. This is looking at rental, owns, different types, apartments, townhomes. The report's going to provide data on income levels, family sizes, and then council recently provided staff to look at an anti-displacement study. So if you remember, the original housing study was approved in May of 2025. Original cost was $65,000. $45,000 was paid by the city, with another $20,000 coming from a grant through Housing Works. The expected completion, the original contract was for 7 months. There was some delay getting council feedback, so we had some delay on the contract itself. I do believe Housing Works did a report to council in December, but they did not extend that contract at that time. But this amendment's going to add to that scope of work. Again, it's going to add the displacement study and extend the contract by 6 months officially, which will wrap that up in July and with presentation to council in August. This displacement study and contract is for an additional $5,000 not to exceed, bringing the total to $50,000. So what is an anti-displacement study? It's a research and planning assessment designed to evaluate how rising housing costs, new developments, or city policies, government policies are impacting vulnerable residents. It will provide more context regarding what populations are at risk in Kyle, and then try to create strategies to address any of those potential displacement risks. What is included in this scope of work? 3 things: the vulnerability indicators, again, who's the populations that are most affected, race, ethnicity, tenure, renter status, They will provide a peer case study. So this will be looking at other communities, their displacement prevention strategies and programs across the country. So they may include options for home repair programs or recommendations for policies the city could implement as part of their recommendations. What's not included in this is data or mapping on where displacement is occurring currently in Kyle. If you remember, the preliminary results indicated that it was not applicable in the city. We weren't seeing those kind of conditions that were causing that change in the housing market. So they weren't present based on the available data at the time. But we are seeing, some pressures.
Wait, so to go back, that's not going to be included?
No, ma'am. There will be no data or mapping of where these areas are. So they have not identified areas that are subject to displacement right now, so there would be nothing to map on
No, but
that.
I'm saying if we move forward, this would be included.
This would not be included, no, ma'am.
All right, thanks.
Implementation, how we use this is we're going to be looking at considering resources, capacity, and future planning. So this would guide our future decision makings, not only staff policies and recommendations, but council decisions as well. So a couple examples of this would be if you understand which residents in Kyle are vulnerable, you can look at different programs that might stabilize some of those things. So home ownership might be an issue, or income trends among seniors. So we might need to look through incentivizing aging in place programs, different options. There's a couple good example here. This is a case study where they do a Come Dream, Come Build program. This is from Brownsville. I've been part of a similar project in Burnett. It was very highly successful. So this is looking at expanding ownership programs for low-income residents through community land trusts, partnering with local builders to provide affordable housing. Another example would be just general anti-displacement recommendation strategies. So if we know that we have a certain housing type or price point that we need more of, that could be incorporated into the city's Unified Development Code or zoning rewrite as we move forward. So tonight, your options are approve the resolution as presented, approve with modifications, or deny. And based on council direction, staff recommends approval as presented. I can answer any questions, but the resident expert, Abez, is here. He's much more knowledgeable in the anti-displacement than I am, so.
All right, thank you. Do we have questions, comments? Councilmember Zapata?
Sorry, I'm like the most excited about this. I think that this is fantastic. And I know that in the scope of work, it's, the preliminary analysis was like, it's not applicable to City of Kyle, but that's because we're getting ahead of the game. And that's exactly why I think that this is such a great extension, because the point of anti-displacement is that you want to get to it before the displacement actually starts occurring. And I think the one question that I would have about like the vulnerability indicators, I think what exactly is it that you're hoping for the story of those vulnerability indicators to tell?
Our hope would be the ability to really map out what are some of those vulnerable, populations. Seniors often come up, families living with children in poverty. So essentially mapping out who are those groups that need support, and then we would be looking at best practices and peer city work to assess what kind of support can essentially assist them in that work.
Okay, and I know that it's a little too, because we don't necessarily have that in-depth information, we can't necessarily map it, but are we able to kind of call out where like the verbally or just even on paper, like generally this tends to happen in neighborhoods that are defined by these features and whatnot?
Yes, Council Member, we can work on adding that in. Part of it is the data quirkiness of it, just because of the geography, size, and the data that's available. But we can definitely map out some of those hotspots and see.
Okay, yeah, even if it's just examples, I think, so that way we can better understand how to apply that moving forward. So like I'm even thinking of like if we are going to pursue like the GEO bond with Cheva Pastrana Parkway, like that is going to have some displacement pressures that come alongside it. So the faster that we can actually have this, the better that we can actually determine determine how we move forward on that bond project, for example. And so like that entire like bond advisory team would be able to have this information at their fingertips to be able to help assist them in figuring out how that goes. So, I mean, I'm really, really excited about this. And I really, really appreciate it quite a bit.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Councilmember Harris.
I know this does not include the ETJ, nor are we working with the county on this. But I think eventually we may want to do a second phase of this in collaboration with the county. I think some of our lowest income area residents in this area are out in our ETJ, and their challenges are legion. Trailer houses that are basically not livable, that are falling down, that are unacceptable, and extremely low income. So I would like for us to extend it even more eventually, not maybe through this exact contract, but I do think we need to be thinking about, we will eventually incorporate some of those areas into the city of Kyle, and we should be thinking about them now.
Yeah, the county can pay for it.
And I will say
That we are county too. So
I know
it's
we are
both of us,
county
right?
too.
Yeah,
I
we
know,
get
but
it.
I'm just saying, like, I'm
Yeah.
trying to get this right now, okay?
No, I don't mean, I'm good with this now, I'm just saying that there's a
In
second,
addition to.
yeah.
And Councilmember, just to let you know, I'm going to be a bad researcher for a little bit and say, as we're doing their work that we've been carrying on, there's definitely going to be some recommendations that are much more geared to the county level. Like homelessness is a perfect example. It's
Yeah.
hard for the city of Kyle to do all that work. What does it look like for countywide coordination? So some of that work already from the data that we have from partners, city staff, and the data is going to be a part of that. But you're right, beyond that, how does it all engage with the county is going to be a different question.
Thanks.
No, I have a question. How do you guys obtain this information?
So we're using multiple different data sets. Largely, the vulnerability comes from the Census Bureau. So the Census Bureau has several data sets that we're using. Bureau of Labor Statistics is where we're pulling in. Then the Housing and Urban Development Department and HUD has data. We're combining that with market level data that is localized, and then we're essentially pulling out some data that the city is providing.
Is there any way that you guys could contact the schools? I know there's a list of kids that fall on, whether they're homeless in general or just don't have a home to call their own. I think that is really important specifically in Kyle. But in order to get a good idea of how that's affecting our families. So for me, I want to ensure that if we move forward with this addition, that we can see the effects of a road bond and the displacement there, because I've lived through the 2022 road bond and I saw 6 homes be taken. And so I want to make sure, for me, that's the real displacement, right? It's also displacement when our taxes are too high or our water fees are too high. Is that information going to be?
Yes, that will be. And Mayor, just to let you know, we are, of course, interviewing and working with the school district to get that information, and then also utilizing some data from their demographic profile, because school district does a great job, honestly, of producing that work.
They do. Okay. All right. Would you like to make a motion?
I would love it. Okay, so I would like to make a motion to approve agenda item number 17.
Second. I got a motion by Councilmember Zapata and a second by myself. Any other conversation questions? All right.
Thank you for staying this entire time.
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion
Council.
passes 6-0. Out of curiosity, where is that funding going to come from? The 5,000? Do we know how this is going to get paid? Yes.
So Mayor, it's going to come from the planning department's operating budget.
Okay. All right. Just want to make sure. All right. Up next, we are going. Oh, and you know what though? I did want to make sure, because they're talking about peer cities as well, and so if Jason could make sure that after we talk about the peer cities, that information gets transferred to them as well to make sure, because if there's a change in the peer cities, I'd like to make sure that we're going to be on target with the ones that we choose moving forward.
And then I think, just to be correct, the official peer cities that we have are different than what occurs in these studies, right? They're not, every single study that we do where we look up peer cities and whatnot isn't necessarily based on like our official ones.
Is that, I don't know who, because that would be different for different departments, right? So I don't know, we can give a flat out, which we should be consistent, like if whatever it is, it should be the same 10 peer cities.
Well, it's the only, you do it in terms of also, for example, like anti-displacement, some of the peer cities here that we might officially identify may not have anti-displacement programs. And so like the reason, like for example, like in a study like this, you would do peer cities across the nation just to pull in examples of other areas that do have anti-displacement programs. So if you limit them to certain cities, sometimes they just don't have equivalents.
Okay, had I known that, we probably should have talked about that, because I was just assuming it was going to be the peer cities that are relevant to Kyle.
Yeah, I think from my perspective, again, I'm not a housing expert, but it goes hand in hand with what we do. I think we always start with our peer cities. What are people in our region doing? Because we have similar economies, similar pressures. But at the same time, we also want to look at the variables in those cities. So I can say Kyle is very similar to Buda in location and size, but I can also say there's just a different little geographic changes, floodplains, drainage can change all of that. So what may work there may not work here. So from my standpoint, we would start with peer cities, but we wouldn't limit to that. We would look through and kind of dig through the data and make sure that we're actually looking at apples to apples.
Yeah, I'm thinking with this would be similar to San Marcos or what I don't want to do is like San Antonio.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's going to be probably coming out of their recommendations because they're going through a different type of displacement than what we're doing. The Brownsville program that I mentioned as an example, I thought was a good example. I looked into it a little bit. It is very different than the one that was run in Burnett. That one might be more viable for us to look at because it's a smaller community, similar demographics, similar location. Not saying that would be a peer city for us, but that would be something closer to home with a little bit more, direct correlation to what we are doing here.
Okay, all right. Thank you for that
But
clarification.
I will share that with Aves. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you. All right, up next, we have agenda item 20, consider approval of supplemental work authorization number 2 to work authorization WA number 2 to K Freeze and Associates LLC in the amount of $2,549,903.06 for continued program management services as part of the 2022 road bond for a total contract value of $15,325,094.98. Item presenter, Mike Trimble.
Hi, good morning. Mike Trimble, Director of Transportation and Public Works. So this item is the next work authorization for your general engineering consultant, your GEC, for the 2022 road bond program. And for the public's purpose, GEC is typically your program management. And GEC term, general engineering consultant, is pretty broad. It covers all those services that you might need to deliver a program like the 2022 road bond program. So in November 22, City of Kyle voters approved Proposition A, the road bond, including 8 transportation projects. And then the city contracted with K Freeze and Associates to provide program management services for the 2022 road bond. Some of the prior council actions, and as you can see from this chart, the work authorizations typically have gone on a yearly basis. We tightened that up over the last couple of years just because the work was ramping up. As we've gotten projects through PS&E, which is design phase, as we've gotten those projects through design and getting them ready for construction, the amount of services have ramped up some. So we've been keeping that on a shorter leash, doing it really more on a 6 to 8 month basis. And that's why we're here today, is to ask for that next tranche of funding for authorization. And so this authorization would include the program management services that are being utilized under the GEC, including oversight of the schematic and design phase, PS&E oversight, construction oversight as well. Now we have multiple projects that are in active construction, as you know. Also includes on-site inspection services for the Kohlers and BB West project, utility coordination services, right-of-way acquisition services, and appraisals and title commitments. And that's what's included in that $2.5 million total fee that's being proposed. To walk through specifics on exactly what's included in that scope and the types of services that are being provided, I'm going to turn it over to Rick Klatt, who is our representative from the GEC team. Rick?
Can you go back? Okay, so this right-of-way acquisition services, could you just give a brief explanation of how that works?
Yes, certainly. So that would be by our sub-consultant Atkins. Basically, they're the ones that, get the appraisals in and then reach out to the appropriate property owners and go through the negotiation and go through the right-of-way process. So they take the individual parcel acquisitions through that right-of-way process.
So the city of Kyle pays the $563,000 to you guys, and we don't pay them directly at all? Atkins?
No, you do not. It goes through
Okay,
us.
it goes through you guys.
This is all through us, all through the GEC, so.
Okay. All right. You can move forward.
Okay, certainly. Yeah, once again, I'm Rick Klatt. I'm happy to be here to take you through this supplemental. I want to go through kind of our team right now. I know you all heard this before, but I'm going to try to go through it somewhat quick. The different team members. So we've got K. Freeze and Associates, as well as Lochner. I think I've said this before, Lochner acquired K. Freeze a while back, but we still operate under the K. Freeze from a contractual standpoint, is the program managers. And then we have Frontline Advisory Group that does our scheduling and cost oversight. Terracon is our environmental geotechnical review firm. And then Rifeline supports us with community outreach events. American Structure Point, roundabouts and complete streets review. And then Atkins, Realis, right-of-way, plus the utility coordination support. And then finally, we've got Robert Kistner that's providing construction phase material testing. So once we go to construction. This is kind of small, but this is kind of the organizational chart. You see myself up there at the program manager, and then under that, we've got kind of our team. And I won't go through that again necessarily, but if you want to review that further, you can. Or if you have any questions, certainly ask me. Kind of an overall program management structure is kind of a three different tiered here. We've got the GEC bond management, which is myself, program manager, and then Ruby, who's the deputy project manager. And then we basically align with the city bond management team, presently consisting of Mike Trimble, Deputy Transportation and Public Works, and then also Lou Zhang. And then I guess the next level up would be the Executive Steering Committee, and that would be Perez from an interim city manager standpoint, and then Amber, Deputy City Manager. I'm going to go through those different breakdowns of the work areas here. This is the program management. This is probably the largest chunk of that overall $2.5 million supplement. But services include, providing briefings with city program management and executive steering committee, attending and preparing backup for city council meetings pertaining to the 2022 bond program, meetings with developers or stakeholders, as well as city staff, and then agency coordination with TxDOT, for instance, Hayes County Alliance Regional Water Authority, coordination with city departments, and then reviewing development and maintaining project scopes, costs, and schedules, and then also bond communication and community outreach. So another area here is providing schematic oversight review. We're really down to only one project that is pretty much the I-35 Kohlers Overpass project is in the schematic, the final schematic phase. Otherwise, we're well into PS&E, obviously, and well into construction with many of these projects. So it's just a small bit of services left on that to provide schematic oversight and review.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So when you go back to the last page, and we're
Absolutely.
talking about like community outreach and bond communications, I thought the city was using a local company for that as well.
That would be Rifeline, and they're
No, there was another one prior to that. Barton. Jeff Barton's company. What's his company called?
Yeah, so I think you're talking about GAP Strategies.
Gap Strategies.
Yeah, GAP Strategies, I think, helped out on some of the early phases of the bond program. I know they helped out with, for example, for the bond program development phase, and then also early bond communications. As we transitioned into more of the implementation, getting through design into construction phase, we transitioned into using Rifeline, as well as partnering that with city communication.
So was there any overlap of having both Gap Strategies and Rifeline?
Not really. We kind of phased out their services. We were getting more into the bulk of the actual implementation of that, and then we brought Rifeline on, I believe, kind of second quarter 2025.
Okay, because I remember they did a ribbon cutting for Marketplace. That wasn't too long ago. So did we terminate contract with them?
That was on the tail end of our work with GAP Strategies. They were helping out with some of those ribbon cutting events and things like that in that phase. And then again, as we were moving into more construction phase projects and getting more in the implementation, that's Rifeline's specialty, is just to do more kind of project communications. And so we switched over to Rifeline later, I guess a couple of months after that. But there was no overlap. Some Rifeline representatives came out to see what was going on, but that was before their contract. They just came to see what was happening.
So who's doing the website?
That's Rifeline now.
Rifeline, because I know that's not up to date. We just sat in a meeting with somebody who had incorrect schematics. They went to eminent domain. It was incorrect. We were in a meeting with them last week. It was incorrect. So if Rifeline is in charge of that, then that website needs to be updated. And Perez, can you make sure, I would like to confirm that there was no redundancy in that. I just want to make sure we're spending this bond money in the most responsible way that we can.
Certainly.
Okay, thank you. All right, go ahead.
So that was a schematic, and then moving on to the other portion here, providing oversight, plan review for the PS&E on the various projects. Current projects are the Kohler-Seaton I-35 crossing, BB Road East is ongoing through the PS&E stage, Old Stagecoach Road North, Jackson Hayes, as well as Center Street on system. So, and we do the submittals at the various interval 60, 90, 100% phases. Next thing is construction oversight, actually providing the both the construction manager in the office as well as the field inspector. For instance, we're providing field inspection on the Kohler's BB project. On the other projects that are going to construction, it's actually city staff that are providing the field inspection. So some of the services that we include there: construction project management, facilitate preparation of front-end documents for each of the projects, facilitating the pre-bid meetings during the bid phase, coordination and procurement is needed, materials testing services. I mentioned Robert Kistner as the materials services provider, testing provider. Review responses related to the contractor's submittals, requests for information, and change orders, and then also facilitate meetings with both the city, the design consultants, as well as the contractors. Program management services on-site, full-time inspection. I mentioned that we are providing the on-site inspection for the Kohler's BB project. So some of the services that we include there is supervising the work being completed by the contractor, where they're on a daily basis for full days each day. Materials inspection and testing coordination, creating a daily construction log, quantity tracking, as well as contractors' pay requests, review and approval. Utility coordination, we provide that as well. Services include design consultant support as needed for new utility permit requests, reviewing utility relocation plans, reviewing draft utility agreements, and then a review of joint bid utility designs, as well as utility adjustment coordination and oversight prior to commencement of roadway construction, and then also utility relocation cost estimates. Right-of-way acquisitions, services here is, perform compliance review of the surveys that we receive prior to the appraisals being done in the actual acquisition process. It's kind of the beginning of the acquisition process. Coordinating title examinations with title companies, preparing owner contract list, and maintaining a property owner contacts report. Coordination with the appraisers in the appraisal preparation, in the preparation of appraisal reports, as well as preparing offer letter packages and presenting offers to the affected property owners, and then providing relocation assistance where needed and advisory services to displaced owners and tenants that may require residential, business, or personal property relocations. We maintain right-of-way status reports and parcel acquisition exhibits. And then finally, prepare 4 and attend meetings with the GEC team, city staff, and elected officials. Appraisal title commitments. This is a cost that we pay for the actual title commitments out of the road bond. We receive those invoices, and then we submit that as part of our overall GEC road bond program. So, some 2026 milestones. So, we've got some projects that are nearing 100% design. We'll start with the design, but we'll go to the under construction at the end here, which is the largest achievement that we're making. It's 100% design. We've got Center Street on-system project. We've got the Kohlers to Seton I-35 crossing, as well as the BV East. Construction bidding that is going to begin in 2026 includes Button Creek, Old Stagecoach Road, Old Stagecoach Road North, as well as the Kyle Parkway Lehman Road extension. And then currently under construction, we've got the Kohlers to Seton, BV West, Windy Hill, and also Center Street off-system project. And this is just sort of a GEC spending projection. As you can see, we've pretty much gotten to the end of the peak here, and after this 6-month period, we'll be on the downward trend as far as our expenditures. And then GEC services, it's a time and materials contract. As Mike mentioned, work authorization supplements are being brought for consideration, spanning a 6-month time span. And then the scope is refined for anticipated services for the anticipated time frame. So with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Mike.
Thanks, Rick. Yeah, so again, Rick's gone over, all the specific services that are being provided under this work authorization, the GEC contract. Again, with this requested funding, this is $2,549,903.06, which would bring the total amount to $15,325,094.98. The original budget for GEC that was anticipated with the 22 road bond was $11,321,713. I will say, for all the services being provided, it's a lot of work to get these projects out. I know this is beyond what was originally budgeted for in the bond. Right now, and just from industry standards, typically you look at about 5 to 10% for program management and project management costs, and especially with right-of-way and utilities and all those types of services. Typically, you're looking in that range. I anticipate it's probably going to take about $15 to $18 million or $18 to $20 million for full GEC services to finish this program out. If we can deliver this program by 2029, that would get you to about 6% of cost. So again, a little bit more than what was initially budgeted. We are generally within range within industry standards of typically what you would pay for. Also, something to think about with these services is like any special request to look at a design of something or redesign, an additional analysis. There's been some realignments of some projects. We're going to be looking at some options, and we're going to talk to you more about that at our July 7th update about options to keep some utilities overhead, some other modifications. All those things obviously cost money, and so those are some other things being factored in as well. So all those requests we've gotten over the years as well also factor in kind of outside the scope of just putting your head down and getting the design work done and getting the construction work done. So just something to think about in those costs as well. And just to kind of reinforce that, these are some of the additional services that were outside of that initial scope that was contemplated when that $11 million was put together. And that's about 3.7% of the total cost that was initially anticipated. So in front of you tonight is council approval of supplemental work authorization number 2 for the amount listed. And then the option is to approve the work authorization SWA number 2 in the amount of $2,549,903.06. Or option 2 is to not approve, and staff recommends option 1.
All right, thank you. I do have some legal questions. I don't know if we're able to break out into executive, but I do have a question. I can either ask it here or I can ask it there. It doesn't make a difference to me, but
Probably depends on what your question is.
it has to do with the road bond and contractors that are going to be doing city business with the city.
I would recommend that conversation in the back, if at all possible.
So we have 10 minutes. I just have a quick question.
Sure, so if you kind of read out the information you normally read and reference agenda item 20, we'd go into executive session under 551.071.
551.071, okay. City Council will now go into executive session to discuss agenda item 20 pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071. No action was taken in executive. Action is probably going to move
The action will
forward.
be taken on the open session item, agenda item 20.
Okay, there you go. All right, so I think we're good with the questions. I will say, as a reminder, we're $20 million or $40 million short on the road bond currently. As we move forward, per Mike Trimble's, I'm going to take his low end of this costing up to $18 million. That'll make us even more short to the tune of $6.6 million. So we just got to be really thoughtful as we move forward. Councilmember Zapata.
Does this include the cost of losing you?
Yes, is that the punishment?
I'm like, because, I mean, but I'm serious in that I know that you play a large role in like the overall project management part of this. So I'm just thinking about the possible functions that we're going to have to possibly receive from outside support.
I think you have some very capable folks internally. First and foremost, I'll call out Lou Zhang, who is Deputy Program Manager on my side, and she's been with me every step of the way, and she is very capable and knows that team well, and I think she can help carry it on. Very well. And then you've got folks like Amber that are helping out as well. You've got a team of folks internally that are working with the GEC, and I think together, that's how you get these things done. You have good capacity in-house to work with your external consultant team to get it done.
Okay, no, I think that helps calm my fears a little bit. I just wanted to make sure that if there was potentially anything that we needed to add, we might as well just add it up front versus having to come back and make like amendments later.
Yeah, from my take, I think you're in good shape. As a matter of fact, just to your question or your point, Mayor, I've actually already talked to the GEC about ramping down that burn rate, that spend rate, to try to get to half by the end of the year. Again, so we show that curve. We want to hit that curve on the downslope as we're getting these projects out to construction.
Fantastic, thank you. All right, motions?
Do I need to read the entire thing?
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to approve supplemental work authorization number 2 to work authorization WA number 2 to K. Freese and Associates LLC in the amount of $2,549,903.06 for continued program management services as part of the 2022 road bond program for a total contract value of $15,325,094.98 with the stipulation that we are brought back information regarding sub-consultants of K. Freese.
Second. All right, so I have a motion by Councilmember Goza, a second by myself. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion passes 6-0. All right, almost done, guys. Carryover from June 2nd. Thank you. Thank you so much. Agenda item 21, discussion updating our 10 peer cities. I'm going to make this as quick as possible. I guess essentially what I'd like to see is staff bring back some, well, first of all, let's talk about what are our current peer cities. Does anybody know who we compare ourselves to and just in a generalistic way?
Yeah, we can name them. It's basically the I-35 corridor, Georgetown, Round Rock, Cedar Park, Pflugerville, Leander, Austin, then Buda, then San Marcos, New Braunfels, and then San Antonio.
Yeah, good job. All right. Okay, so with that said, I can agree on some of those, and I can respect some of those. Some of them, my theory is just because, I mean, nobody's driving from Leander to Kyle, right? So we're not really the same. And I don't, to an extent, maybe Austin, maybe. I mean, I think there's more people driving from Kyle to there, but it's just a different city. It's a different mentality. It's a different income. It's a different way of living. You know, we don't have Austin FC. We don't have major colleges. You know, so I would like, my goal was to bring this up so we can discuss what are 10 realistic peer cities that we should be looking to whenever we compare ourselves to other places. So, you know, I guess if we want to, if you guys are okay, I'd like staff to do a little bit of digging and investigation and bring their ideas back to us and reasons why they feel, you know, maybe they keep them the same, I don't know, but maybe they update them and they let us know why. I would like that opportunity for our city to have a fair comparison to other cities. Councilmember Zapata.
Is there any sort of like national planning association that has a framework on how to determine and establish these things? Because I think that there is like some guidelines on how specifically to address these, and I would like for us to be able to use that like as our framework.
Sure, I'm unaware, but we could make that as part of our research.
Okay.
All right, with that said, I'd like to approve agenda item number 21.
Second.
All right, I have a motion by myself, a second by Councilmember Zapata. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion passes 6-0. Up next, agenda item 22, also a carryover. Consider directing the city manager to evaluate and bring back options for incorporating certified veteran-owned and service-disabled veteran-owned business participation into the city's best value procurement and contracting processes, implementation, considerations, and outreach strategies. Item presenters Claudia Zapata and Mark McKinney, council members.
All right, so I will also make this hopefully pretty painless. So basically, we do a significant amount of business with private vendors and contractors, and right now, when evaluating our bids, veteran-owned status is not an explicit score criterion listed in our procurement manual. This item asks the city manager to evaluate options for changing that to give certified veteran-owned and service-disabled veteran-owned businesses meaningful weight in the best value evaluation process for city contracts. They make up a significant share of our population in comparison to neighboring cities and surrounding Hayes County, and I feel that it would also help, I think, with some of the concerns that I've heard from residents who question like how it is that we choose vendors and whatnot. And so all this does is it asks the city manager to bring back options and different comparisons for implementations that other cities have. So for example, some cities will have it as like well, that'll be our tiebreaker. Like if we're in the middle of a tie between two individuals that we're trying to choose, then if they're a veteran-owned or I can't even think right now, service-disabled veteran-owned business, then they'll use that margin as like the tiebreaker. And so I think anything that we can do to support veterans in our practices as a city is something that I really want to push us to try to do. And then as a note, our procurement manual was, and this may have changed internally, but as far as the external facing procurement manual, which was revised September 2025, it's actually not up to date with state law. That was changed with the comptroller's additions. So if we could just get that updated, I think that would be really helpful. But yeah, so this is just an opportunity to build a stronger, locally grounded, veteran preference criterion within our procurement process.
Councilmember McKinney, since it's your item.
Yes, when Councilmember Zapata brought this to me, I was incredibly excited to get on board. This is her baby. She brought it up, and as we look at who we're going to partner with as far as activities with the city and who we're going to hire as contractors for things, I think it's an excellent scoring opportunity to help our veteran community to basically get a little recognition and get a little extra leg up.
Yeah, and I appreciate your contributions to this and for your feedback on helping figure out how exactly it is that we want to approach this. I really appreciate it.
Okay, Councilmember Harris.
Do we include women-owned business as a preference or rating?
So to the extent allowed and required by Texas law, we do check the hub list for certain procurements. Anything between $3,000 and the $100,000 limit. But there have been changes to how hubs are defined under state law, and that is a conversation we can have.
Yeah, in December 2025, you can no longer have minority and women-owned businesses as like a covered category under hub.
So the hub list is created by the comptroller's office. The comptroller's office has significantly changed the hub list.
Yeah, they completely did away with it, so now it's just called Vet Hub, so specifically for veterans.
Specifically for,
But no, I don't believe we have any specific preferences for women-owned, minority-owned businesses beyond what is supposedly listed in state law. But this, as the council members explained, this is kind of a best value preference. There are things that we can look into for best values when we're doing requests for proposals as opposed to low bid procurements. And so this can open a conversation on multitude of changes we want to make, starting with the veteran.
Yeah. I don't have any objection at all to the veterans business. I'm just concerned that women get very few of our contracts. There's a very limited number of women that are in any of the contracts that I've seen.
If there's things that we can do, I would love that, obviously. But it was just under my impression that state law now prohibits a good amount of that.
Yeah, we can look into what we can and can't do. It's similar with local preference. There are some limitations on what can and cannot have a preference that the business be within the city. And so those are all things that can be looked into, and different cities do those policies different ways.
Okay.
Just love how the state tells us we can't do what we want to do.
We can always go to the Capitol and
Yep.
try to change their mind. That's my theory.
Yep.
So I just want to make sure that we're addressing an issue. Is there any way that we can figure out how many veteran-owned businesses have been through this procurement process, and how, if we've said no to them, or how do we track that currently?
I don't know the answer to that, Holly. I think we'll have to look into.
Mayor, we're not currently
Okay, so
tracking
then that
that
information's
because
not
it's
going to
not a
exist.
requirement in our policy.
Okay.
Once we update it, we'll start tracking that.
Okay, all right. Well, go ahead. You want to make a motion?
All right, well then I would like to make a motion to approve agenda item number 22.
Second. I was waiting for McKinney, but. All right, so we have a motion by Councilmember Zapata and a second by myself. Any other discussion? All right, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed?
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0. And we're adjourned. Get out of here. Go home.